Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your hosts for the Sync Summit 2024, Ghadir Al-Shehri, Muhammad Islam, and Ollie Barrett, MBE.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, welcome back. Welcome to day 2 of Sync Summit 2024. We're back.
Again.
And what a first day we had. Khadir, how are you? How was your first day, your top highlights?
So basically, I went home yesterday with one thought in my head, which is literally understanding the meaning of digital well-being. We hear it all the time, but do we really get what does it mean? With all the sessions and panels and amazing panelists that we had yesterday and speakers, I really got to understand and really take care of that word, digital.
You're right. It was a time to think again about a phrase we hear all the time, but we don't create that space to think. Mo, we had a great day yesterday. What was your reflection?
I think the Mourinho chat was great, which over breakfast this morning I noticed was still trending on X.
Is it still?
Formerly Twitter, yeah.
Wow.
So it shows you that people were very interested in what he had to say and the effects that what happened here is happening outside of these walls.
Yeah, it really, those ripples continue to spread. I suppose my takeaway was that there is massive power in disconnection. I wasn't expecting to conclude that.
Yep.
So the power of boredom, one of the killer bees, unplugging from time to time, but also the power of connection, particularly in person, and the conversations we can have in the time we spend. And that was just day 1.
We still have day 2, which is happening right now, and we have a lot of amazing and interesting speakers and panelists that will be joining this amazing stage here at Sync Summit 2024. Mainly, I'm really excited for the youngest columnist on the globe, Ritaj Al-Hazmi. She's going to come today and share with us her story behind being, all over social media and using it, and how, as a young journalist, you can use social media in a great way.
Yeah, and by the way, I have loved that, meeting such a cross-generational range of guests on stage and in person here. I'm looking forward to that session too.
What about you, Ollie?
I'm going to give a quick plug, not for this summit stage, which is very, very important. I'm going to mention the Spotlight stage, which is in the cinema here at ITHRA. Why? Because we're going to be talking radically positive gaming. I don't know if we've got any gamers in. I'm sure we've got a lot. Only 3 billion on the planet, after all. About 50-50 men and women split on gamers, actually. But we're talking about positivity in gaming and lots of positivity in education as well. So, yes, acknowledging challenges, but also pointing to the upsides, too.
We were talking actually backstage, Ollie and I, how today's schedule kind of complements what we saw yesterday. So you won't be seeing the same thing what you saw yesterday today, which actually is a very exciting lineup of discussions.
Yeah. Have you got something you're particularly looking forward to, Mo?
Yeah, the one that you're about to introduce.
Okay.
Good one.
Well, I tell you why. I don't know if we've got any movie buffs in, but when the credits rolled for Minority Report, Steven Spielberg gave a special thanks to the person we're about to introduce on stage today. When The Matrix was being made, Keanu Reeves insisted that everybody read this next guest's first book before they open the script. And he'll just have to forgive me if I've stolen his thunder, and he was going to mention those things, but he's so chilled and very humble that he probably wasn't, so I'm going to say that about our next speaker. So we've got a massive day in store. But let me tell you, on that subject of sort of those sunlit uplands, on positivity, our first guest is self-confessed as a radical optimist. He's the person who co-founded the publication we all look to for a glimpse into the future, Wired. That was back in the 1970s. He has now got the brilliant role of senior maverick at Wired. I know why Mo's looking forward to hearing from him. We all are. Honored guests, please give a huge Sync Summit welcome to the one and only Kevin Kelly.
welcome. I am so delighted to be here in Saudi Arabia, and I am incredibly optimistic about this country. I am incredibly optimistic about what AI is going to be bringing us. I'm incredibly optimistic about technology. And many of you might wish that you were as optimistic as you could be, but maybe you find it difficult. And I want to, this morning, make the case for optimism and include maybe some suggested ways that you might be able to get more optimistic yourself. So, we're filled with a world that we know has many, many, many problems. Many of you people right now may be working on some of those problems. The degree of intensity of those problems is very severe. They're very real. Some people call this a polycrisis, a bunch of different really big crises that come together. I don't need to go through those because we all know them. And there are many, many people, as I say, who are working on these. But when we think about the future, all the images that we have of the future are almost invariably negative. All the Hollywood movies about where we're going to be in the coming years are generally places that you do not want to be at all. And we call that dystopia. That's a dystopian view. And try to think of a single Hollywood movie of a future that's not dystopian. It's really hard to do. You probably don't have any in mind. Star Trek doesn't count because it isn't taking place on Earth. It's out on a different planet. But on the Earth, we don't have good visions of what a world is that we would like to live into the future. It would be something that would be like an ecotopia. It would be something really nice. And sometimes our thoughts go to utopia, a perfect world that has no problems. That's in the future, and everybody has everything that they could possibly want. And I reject that also as something that we don't actually want to shoot for because it's not possible, and it's probably not a very good future where nothing changes. So I suggest that when we're thinking about the future, that we think about something that I call a world where there's progress and yet there's problems. So it's not a world without problems. It's a world where there's probably going to be more problems, but there's also real progress. And I call that protopia. Okay, this protopia is in between dystopia and utopia. It's protopia as in progress. Pro is in progress, as in prototype, an earlier version of something. Pro as in affirmative versus con. And pro is in to proceed. So this idea is that we can aim for a world that is a little better than the world we have today. It's a desirable future, isn't absent of problems. Problems are part of the picture, but it's a world that we want to live in. And this idea that we can get there by just having a small incremental betterment is achievable. It's something that's realistic. It's plausible. We can set our sights on it. It's not utopia, some impossible version of things. It's something that's very, very attainable. And part of that journey to believing in this world is to recognize progress, that progress has been real in the past, that we right now are the benefits of progress, that it is a real thing. Okay, so that instead of 1/3 of our children dying before the age of 10, they live. So progress is real. And if we begin there, we can imagine this world where progress continues. So 1% betterment per year is something that we see in history. That's been going on for several hundred years since the invention of the scientific method. And I can give you hundreds of charts and graphs and data that would show that progress over the past couple hundred years is real. From longevity to security to rights to all kinds of things. So if we accept that, the ingredients for that progress are still at work. We still have the scientific method. We still have many of the things that we have in our world to make that progress real. So it will probably statistically continue. And I have to say that progress, by the way, is a global average. Of course, there are parts of the world where this doesn't happen. Of course, there are things like the pandemic, which are temporary setbacks. But on average, over time, we have experienced a several percent betterment in our lives, which is what we're after. So it could stop tomorrow. That's possible, but it's very, very unlikely that it would stop tomorrow. It will probably continue. So if that continues, we can look forward to a world that is a little bit better than it was today. Not a lot, just a little bit. So this is evidence-based. It's based on evidence. It's not necessarily a theory or ideology. It's saying the evidence so far is this is what we have. It will probably continue a little bit of difference. So optimists don't deny problems. Again, I want to recognize that the problems that we are all confronting are real. They're there, they're big, and they'll probably get even bigger. Technology increases the size and scale of our problems. But problems are opportunities. They're basically an opportunity for a solution that we didn't even know was there and we're now forced to try and find. And I would say in a certain sense that problems propel progress. They're needed for progress in a certain sense. And we have gigantic problems now, which means we have gigantic opportunities. And so the thing about problems is that they're unlimited, which means that in a sense, our progress is unlimited as well. So the 300 years of evidence for progress and problems means that our problems will probably continue to grow, but our solution to solve problems is also growing even faster. And that's the key thing. Okay? So an optimist is saying, it's not that our problems are smaller than we think. No. It's our capacity to solve problems is bigger than we think. That's what an optimist is. Okay? And I think optimism is a choice that we have. We can choose to be more optimistic. It's not like it's not a temperament. It's not a Pollyanna thing. It's not a sentiment. It's a choice. We can choose to be optimistic. And so I want to give you a couple of ideas on how to become more optimistic. And so the first thing is that we need to pay attention to data rather than the news. Okay? Look at the actual data. Look at the scientific work. Look at the evidence. Don't pay attention to the news. And I mean news no matter what its source. No matter if it's the best, most reputable source, it doesn't matter, because generally, whatever has happened in the last 5 minutes is bad news. Okay? Bad news happens fast. Good things take a long time to happen. So if you ask yourself, what is new, it's going to be probably bad news. Okay? And so this idea of like trying not to rely on news and what's happened in the last 5 minutes as an indication of where we're going. You want to look at the actual evidence, which will take a longer time to both see and to compile and to measure. And so shift your attention away from news onto the actual data of what is happening. The second thing, another reason why progress is mostly invisible, is because most of progress in our lives today is about things that did not happen. It's the fact that you were not robbed on the way here. It was the fact that nobody has stolen your food in the last week. It's about all the things that would normally have happened in the human condition over thousands of years are not happening. So that's progress. Progress is mostly about all the bad things that don't happen to us anymore, which makes them invisible. Okay? And then the third thing is that what we're trying to do is to create 1% more than we destroy. Every year, we do collectively as humans things that are harmful, things that are destructive, things that set us back. That's not going to stop. But if we can create 1% more than we destroy, that 1% compounded over time is civilization. That's what we have benefited here from, is that small, tiny incremental. And the problem about that is it's almost invisible, that 1% difference. Who can see it? It looks to be about the same. So it's very hard to see 1% difference, except if you turn around and look into the past. Then you can see that chart. So that tiny little delta is very important, but tends to be overlooked. So, again, most of progress is what has not happened. It's invisible because it's a tiny incremental delta, and it's hidden by the news of the bad stuff. So I think, actually, the optimists are the most realistic people in the world. They are the ones who actually are much more aligned with the actual data of what's happening. Pessimists sound cool. They sound smart. They're criticizing everything, and they tend to be showing off what they know. But in fact, it's the optimists who are much more in tune with what's actually happening in the world. So the second thing that I think can help you to become more optimistic is to take the long view, both of the past and of where we're going. Take the long view. So the thing about 1% compounded, if it is compounding over time, 1% compounding over time, if you take the long view, it can overcome huge setbacks, all kinds of downfalls, all kinds of detours, all kinds of disasters that can be overcome with just 1% compounded over time. So the longer your view, the easier it is to see that a lot of the bad things that happen to us are only temporary. If the long, the longer the view that you're able to take, the more optimistic you will become. So they actually teach children. There's programs that teach children to be more optimistic. And one of the things that they found out about children being optimistic is those children who believe that when bad things happen to them, it's because they are bad or because they deserve it or because that's the way of the world. They tend never to recover from that. But optimistic children understand that when bad things happen, they're just temporary. They can be overcome. Give me enough time. So we tend to overestimate what we can do in 6 months or a year, and we tend to underestimate what we can achieve with 10 years or 20 years. So we want to try to aim to be a good ancestor. That's part of the long view, is are we being a good ancestor? Are we doing things where we're investing into things that may not pay off in 6 months? It may pay off in 10 years. It may pay off in 20 years. Maybe even not just generation, maybe even after I'm gone. So we want to align with this long arc of progress, which is small 1% increment over time compounded. And with that, we know that we can do things that may take a long time before they pay off. So the third thing that can help us become optimists is our imagination, okay? To believe that things are possible, to believe that the change we want to see is possible, to truly believe that in order to make it happen, okay? So difficult, impossible things are very unlikely to happen accidentally. They require strong optimism to believe that they're possible for them to happen. So let's take the light bulb. Edison believed the impossible thing that he could find combination of materials which would produce light with electricity, even though Many people thought that was impossible, but he truly believed it. Wright brothers believing that humans could fly. The iPhone, believing that we could have a communicator. When it seemed, most people said that we can't do that right now. That's not possible. But there was an optimist behind that who truly believed that that was possible. And part of that belief was imagining it first, seeing it in their head, imagining the thing as a way of making it come true. So this imagination is instrumental in optimism, is to first imagine the future that we want and to imagine it in a way that we believe that it would be desirable and it would be something that we could do. So in a certain sense, the people who have made the world that we have enjoyed today were optimists. It's optimists who are shaping our present and the optimists who are going to shape the future. I can tell you that in 30 years from now, the things that we all agree on were good were made by some crazy optimists today. Okay, so the good things we have today were all made by the optimists of the past. And there's very few people that we truly admire that are pessimistic, because it requires a certain amount of imagination to believe that, to optimism, to make the things happen in the world. So I think the future is shaped by optimists, and if you want to shape the future, try to be more optimistic than you are today. It's a choice. So, use optimism as a power to create the future that we want. Yeah, you're smart, you see all the problems in the world, you're very aware of them, we get that. Problems are part of progress. Take the longer view. Try to ignore the news. Use your imagination to believe and make a future that you like. And I think these three things will help all of us to become more optimistic than we are, because it's a choice that you have. So I think we have to actually start to believe the impossible more often and be an optimist. So thank you for your attention. I appreciate it.
شكرا جزيلا كيلي.
Wasn't that absolutely
السادة الضيوف كان عرضا رائعا. شكرا جزيلا. كمستقبلا وكمتنبئا بالمستقبل، كان شرفا لنا كونك معنا اليوم. لدينا الكثير للتحدث به اليوم، لكن
sidles up to you at Sync Summit.
Thank you.
This year. Thanks so much, gents. Thank you. If you're just joining us, we're at the Sync Summit 2024. It's our second day, and I'm joined by Kevin Kelly, co-founder of Wired magazine, who's just made a really profound case for optimism. I'm asking the first question because you were credited in the Minority Report by Steven Spielberg.
Right.
The next Spielberg sidles up to you and says, gaze into the future, Kevin. A couple of decades from now, what do you see?
Well, as everybody knows, we see more AI. And I think AI is inevitable. What's not inevitable is the character of the AI. Is who owns it, who runs it, is it commercial, is it open, is it closed? And that's a choice that we're making right now. And that's the power that we have. So we don't have the power of more AI. That's coming regardless. But we do have the choice of shaping the character of the AI. So there's going to be a lot of AI. And the second thing I would say about that is probably going to take longer than we think. I think it's going to be 10 years or more. So we have time to make these choices. We don't have to be in a rush. But I think there's going to be a lot of AI in most of the things we do in small ways. So that's the future that I see.
And as our filmmaker, again, is trying to zoom in, let's say he's going to our houses, for example.
Yeah.
What is an optimistic look on that? Because we're not sure who will be looking after some of those relationships. Are they within our devices? Are they all around us?
Yeah,
Are they in our brains? Just help us understand how you see it.
And what's the horizon? 10 years or 20 years?
Well, you choose.
Well, I think in 10 years, there's not going to be a whole lot of change in the things that people want. I think there's a little bit of a convergence happening right now, where most of the people in the world, most young people, what do they want? They want a air-conditioned box that has Wi-Fi, right? Okay, then I'm happy. So I think, I think we're still on the path to making sure that everybody in the world has those kind of minimum amount.
So let's go further. Let's go 20.
Right. So 20, I think what we're going to see is that most of the AI is going to be invisible to us. Technologies tend to succeed by becoming invisible.
Yeah.
All the power, the motors in this room powering it, they're invisible to us. They're very present. There's a lot of it. We don't see it. That's why it's successful, is because we don't see it. We don't think about it. So I think a lot of the AI, I'm just trying to say, some of it will be facing us, but most of it is going to be something we don't even see.
And by the way, Kevin, you're very aware that there's a very strong push to say, look, we want a watermark, we want a rubber stamp,
Sure.
we want a big flashing light that says this is AI, which pushes slightly against that invisibility push.
For the forward-facing things, I think labeling and disclosure will become the norm.
Yeah.
Okay, and the other thing I want to really emphasize is that there isn't AI as a monolithic thing. There will be hundreds of species of AIs, all of them doing different things. So there's not just one gigantic AI in the cloud. There are many, many, many varieties, and we already see that starting to happen with their own different personalities, their own specialties that are engineered to do different things for us.
Yes.
So I don't think we're going to have a uniform blanket regulation or approach to all the AIs. They will be in the way we don't have the same approach to machines. We don't have like a ruling for machines. We've got lots of different ones, and so we're going to have a huge variety.
So Kevin, no modesty allowed in this next answer. Many people predict the future. The interesting thing about you is you tend to get it right, and you have done many, many times, right? A chapter in your book written in the 90s on cryptocurrency. Written in the
90s, right?
you know,
Yes.
The list goes on. How do you do that, and what are your tips for future gazers
Well,
all around?
I can talk about things I got right, but also many things I got wrong. So there's plenty of things that I got wrong. But I would say one thing is that what I want to do, and I suggest other people do, is to ask or to listen to what the technology wants. I think technologies have biases. They have tendencies. They lean in certain directions. And so you want to say, what is the bias in this? And an example is the digital arena, the early internet. It wanted to copy things.
Yes.
That was how the whole thing worked. It was the making copies of things. And so the whole industry, and particularly media, to prevent copies, copy protection, was working against what the technology wanted to copy. So if you understood that, you would understand that, no, things you're going to copy, you have to kind of work with that.
Yes, this is its nature.
Right, and AI is going to be similar. There are going to be certain things about AI that some people will try to work against, and what we want to do is listen to the AI technology and feel or sense where it wants to go on its own.
Yeah, so we're going to be rushed for time, so I'm going to be quite a little quick fire on this. But one of the techniques you shared was to take a view of the future, not by the news, but by looking at the data. The flip side of that is problem solvers solve problems that they've immersed themselves in, that they see. So what do we pay attention to?
Good question. Yes. I think one of the benefits of the current fashion in diversity is there's a real thing in diversity, which is having people outside of what you're paying attention to you who are paying attention to different things. And so one of the solutions to being in a bubble and not paying attention to the right things is to really increase your exposure to people coming from a different background, a different worldview, a different part of the idea universe to help you pay attention to things that you're not paying attention to.
Really powerful. I've got an image now of gravitating to Wired magazine in the rack,
Yeah.
forcing myself to look lower down
Right.
and further to
The
the
guns
right
and
left.
ammo, right? The hunting magazines.
Yeah, exactly, bullseye. So, here's the related question. How good a job do you think we're doing as a team of 8 billion in harnessing our collective intelligence? Because a future gazer might have said, that's how the web works.
Yes.
We will fuse together to solve big problems worth solving. How are we doing?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think one of the biggest boosts that AI can do is help us to collaborate at scale. More and more. We saw a little bit of this with COVID, and the fact that we could remotely work, and that worked. You know, that was the theory for many years, is that we could have telecommunication and working, and people didn't believe it. Now we know that actually can work. So there are other things that AI can do to actually allow us to collaborate at scale, maybe 1 million people working on the same project in real time. One of the things that's hard to do that is the matchmaking. You have a problem here, somebody in that million can solve the problem. How do we find that person? AI can help us
Maybe we have a digital twin who's more optimistic than ourselves.
Exactly. So I think that's for me the exciting frontier. It's not just about having a personal servant. It's actually doing those kinds of things where we can actually match people's skills with the job that needs to be done.
Okay, now on quick fire, any watch outs for optimists? Any perils that you have noticed?
For optimists? I think that it's really easy to only see, to believe the hype, to believe that there's only solutions and there's no problems. I'm not too worried about that.
No, right. Anything right now that you think, I'm not going to say the opposite of overhyped, actually, underhyped? You know, we should be paying more attention.
Well, one of the things, again, going back to AI, that I think is in store for us that we're not really, there are two things we're not really ready for. One is, I think when we have this little thing in our ear that can do real-time language translation perfectly, that's really going to transform. That's going to be a huge economic boom. Because suddenly there are people who are incredibly talented, who live all different places. They're in Jakarta, they're in Saudi Arabia somewhere, but they don't have the skill of English. And now they can participate in the global economy very, very easily. And I think there's a huge boom. Imagine working for a Japanese company, or you're in Kenya, or you're in the Philippines. You're working for a Japanese company in Japanese. Okay, so that's going to be possible. And I think we haven't really reckoned with how powerful that can be on unleashing the talents of the world.
Yeah, well, but absolutely. Babel is coming.
Yeah.
Right? So this is fascinating. Okay. Well, I wish we had about another hour. We've got about another couple of minutes. Do you draw any, I don't think it's semantic, do you draw any distinction between optimism and positivity? You know, Jim Collins writes about the Stockdale paradox. He says actually, you know, optimism gets you in trouble because when what you predicted or hoped for doesn't come true, actually framing an attitude would have been better than making a set of predictions.
I'm not sure. I think that may work if you're a prisoner of war, maybe, but I'm not sure it translates into the real world necessarily. There's something called muscular hope. This idea of a very active hope, which is very similar to optimism. I think that's also very allied. So, there might be some benefits of extreme optimism, but all I can say is that right now, I think we're just way too much pessimism about the world. So we need to counteract. And so maybe at some point, 20 years from now, we're all complaining about how optimistic people are. All right, that'll be fine. We can deal with it. But right now, we're just not optimistic enough.
Yeah, so here's to that, and that is such a good scene setter for us because we have a session happening in the spotlight sessions, only positives in the building. And,
there you go.
You can be our guest of honor. Kevin, you've set the tone for the day. You have absolutely embodied the spirit of this summit, and I'm going to say on behalf of all of our guests around the world and here at ITRA, Kevin Kelly, thank you very much indeed.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
What a fantastic session with Mr. Kevin Kelly. Really enjoyed listening to that. So for the next session or the next panel, as they set up the stage, and in spirit of what's to come, we are, because if we're going to forge into a healthy future with tech, we'll need some appropriate strategies to help us tackle all the tech that is available at our fingertips. Without further ado, I have three very special people who I would like to introduce on stage. The first person is the Director of Behavioral Insights and Nudge Unit at the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Health, Dr. Mohammed Al-Haji. Second person is the U.S. Science of Course. Yes, absolutely. Second on the panel, we have the U.S. Science Envoy for Artificial Intelligence and Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of the Humane Intelligence, Dr. Roman Chowdhury. And the last but not least, we have the Director of the MIT Initiative on Digital Economy, Mr. Sinan Aral. Welcome, please. Thank you all for joining us for the second day at Sync. Someone wants to go first. It's my icebreaker. Dr. Rahman, we'll start with you. You've spent many years developing solutions, advocating for ethical, explainable, and transparent AI. How far are we from that reality of a functional international AI governance board today, would you say?
Yeah, that's a heavy hitter start. no softballs from you, I guess, huh? No.
We start strong here.
That's great. I actually flew in from Seoul, South Korea this morning, and it was the second Global AI Summit. The first one was at Bletchley Park, started by the UK AI Safety Institute. And there are a couple of things actually I find really fascinating. Well, the world of AI moves very quickly, and now we have AI Safety Institutes set up all over the world, the United States, Japan, the UK, France is setting one up, etc. So it was a meeting of a lot of the very analogous people all over the world, as well as CEOs, CTOs of all the major tech companies. So we are still a bit away. A couple of things I'll point out is it's actually very new territory globally to try to think about how we navigate this. So it's not easy. And it's sometimes a bit of an uneasy alliance between corporations, government, and then civil society people and academics like myself. So I think it will never be over. It's always a process of negotiation, but I'm optimistic about what I saw.
Thank you for that. As we just heard from Kevin Kelly, optimism really is everything for us. Mr. Sinan, you in 2022 you wrote a book, The Hype Machine, which is an expert-level dive into how social media affects our decision-making and shapes our worldwide views in ways that are both useful and dangerous. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that hot take?
Sure. Thank you for having me. I do think that it is important to be optimistic, and it's also important to be realistic in the sense that there are always, with any technology throughout human history, pros and cons, risk and potential opportunities. So when it comes to the role of social media and now automated machine learning, applied machine learning, and or AI mixed with social media. You have the potential for opportunities, for example, and we will hear probably from Mohammed a little bit about this later on, to encourage people to take behaviors that improve their lives, their health, and the safety and security of everyone around them. We saw this during the pandemic in the ability to communicate with populations very quickly at great scale, to encourage them to take vaccines or to follow stay-at-home orders to reduce the impact of the pandemic worldwide. At the same time, there are tremendous risks when it comes to, for instance, societal outcomes against the will of the people, if you will.
And that's something that is in the headlines these days. And one of my questions, since you went there, so obviously 24, an election year, is there worry or any apprehension about that taking place?
Yes, I mean, I think we have to be vigilant. There are, I think, over 1 billion people voting this year in elections around the world. And since about 2015, I think the world has woken up to the possibility of tremendous manipulation in an automated way over social media systems. The research shows that the real risk is in affecting turnout in elections, not so much vote choice, in the sense that people are generally not going to be changed to vote for the opposite candidate in an election through social media messaging. But they can be dramatically motivated to either stay home or go vote by messaging on social media. And so it is a potential to have disruptive effects in democratic elections around the world. Since 2016, we have seen two things that make it more worrying. One is that manipulators are more aware of the potential of this type of technology to generate disruption. And two is that the process can be scaled and automated quickly today than in the past. You can have a small team of a few people coordinate a very sophisticated manipulation at scale.
Mohammed, bringing things back home, you are involved with nudge units. This is a relatively new concept in Saudi Arabia, which applies to principles of behavioral science to designing and implementing strategies that influence people's actions in desired ways. The global introduction to nudge units has led to a backlash from citizens who feel they are being explicitly manipulated into behaviors they don't wish to undertake for reasons which they don't agree with. Is that criticism justified?
Assalamu alaikum, صباح الخير جميعا. Gosh, feels good to play at the home stadium. So
home court advantage.
Yes. So I'm not here to defend Kastenstein or Taylor or any nudging, and I would just like to say behavioral science is much more than just nudges. Nudge is just one tool of behavioral science. But I think instead of getting stuck in the standoff between the process of is nudge good or bad, I think it has to be evaluated based on case by case and effectiveness. Framing information in a certain way is totally different than opt-in or opt-out option. So I don't want to be overgeneralizing thing, but if we go back to the definition of what's called nudges now, which lacks a lot of theory, by the way, it's basically how you design the environment to influence behavior in a predictable way without forbidding other options or changing the economic incentive so much. If I pay you to do something, that's not behavioral science, or that's not nudges at least. So I get this concern, the manipulation, because we have bad history in a lot of other societies about behavioral science. But there are certain principles, if you adhere to, you could practice ethical behavioral science one of which, of course, is autonomy. If you sustain autonomy, keep autonomy, so that people could use whatever they want to use. However, you nudge them. What we know, at least in the public sector, where we really watch out for people welfare and well-being, without forbidding any external options, that's a nice sweet spot where you could make a positive difference without jeopardizing people's autonomy. Also, I don't want to get too long on this, but you have to be transparent. If you conduct any behavioral science, being transparent does not jeopardize the effectiveness of your intervention. Actually, people like it if they know what they're doing, if they know that what they're doing and what you're recommending them to do is in their good and welfare, they actually like it. And third principle, you have to align as a researcher, as a policymaker, you have to align your interests to the end user's interest. So we see this, a good example in the car insurance company هنا في السعودية, حتى broad vitality program, for example. The more health behaviors you do in your daily life, the safer you drive, you get more points, and you save the economy a lot of other direct and indirect costs. Here, the interests of the end user and the policymaker align very well. Everybody's happy. It's a win-win.
So is that where you see one of the most useful applications or benefits as far as technological developments are concerned? Okay, you mentioned car insurance, which is a very interesting one.
Right.
I mean, when I'm more stressed, I think I'm not as safe on the roads as when I'm more de-stressed. But are there any other areas where you feel like it could be beneficial?
Yeah, by show of hand here, how many of you have Apple Watch or any wearable? Rings, anything with data. So I see this is the largest potential. The wearables are really getting ahead of the game with the bunch of data we're getting to personalize any exercises, sometimes now getting with the sleep quality, and I'm sure you know well about this. So I see big potential for wearables. Also, there is an advance now in video games dealing with some developmental disorders, such as autism, such as ADHD. There are some novel games over there that help in promoting some behaviors for people with special needs.
Yeah, I wear a sleep tracker, and I'm obsessed with it. Dr. Roman, maybe a little easier question than the opening one. You work regularly on a strategy known as red teaming, which is a very interesting one, where independent programmers and hackers are given a free rein to push the company's technological boundaries, I'm guessing firewalls as well, so that you can see who can get through our system so we know what kind of safeguards we need to protect. Does this strategy work? If so, how does it work?
Yes, and thank you. So that's what my nonprofit Humane Intelligence focuses on. I've expanded the notion of red teaming. It traditionally was used in the military. It's used in cybersecurity. And usually the definition of a hacker was somebody who's familiar with the technical aspects of breaking into a system. So I've actually expanded the notion. If we think about ways in which artificial intelligence can be harmful, we have the potential for economic disruption. We were just talking about democratic disruption, embedding in biases, cultural stereotypes. So the hackers that I work with are people who are, sometimes people have a different cultural background, have a different, native language that they speak, and it works. We conducted the largest ever generative AI red teaming challenge. 8 different large language model companies. This was sponsored by the US White House, Office of Science, Technology, and Policy, and we had 2,200 people come in and look at 21 different questions designed around the United States AI Bill of Rights, which articulates things like the right to privacy, to be free from surveillance, things like that. And it's interesting because what we are able to learn by getting a wide range of cultural perspectives, backgrounds, etc., are the meta-level patterns of behavior that we see, not just of the models themselves, but also in how people interact with those models.
And I would assume that over time, you'd have to conduct frequent hacking sessions, because as tech advances, so does your need to see who can penetrate through the system and who doesn't.
That's exactly right. And it's These systems are increasingly sophisticated. Malicious use hackers are also, they're constantly working on new and novel methods, but also, general purpose AI systems are not clearly defined for a specific task. So if we think about the area that you will have to analyze and understand and stress test, it's massive. We're not talking about an AI system that's designed to identify a disease from X-rays. That's fairly narrowly scoped. We know what good is, we know what bad is. When we talk about a general purpose AI model, what is the goal of a chatbot? There isn't really a goal, right, of any large language model, GPT 4.0 or whatever. It doesn't have a specific goal. So if we want to identify all the ways in which it can go wrong and it can break, it's a near infinite space of problems. So I've done these exercises also with scientists to look at the potential for scientific misinformation. I've done them with architects to look at intellectual property and the future of creativity. And every time it's very empowering to people who are in fields that will be impacted by AI, but who don't build AI, to be part of the AI testing process.
Hamid, do we have anything like that in some?
Of
the
I think, yeah, there's a lot of, I think Sadaya does a lot of this, similar aspects where they do some campaigns, they do hackathon to
Is that what hackathons are? Because I know we have
It's
that.
part of it. It's similar to it, yeah. And there is some prizes and there's some incentives if you actually find some weaknesses in the system here and there, yeah.
I read a stat, and it's official information, the amount of times per day that, in Saudi, we have one app for everything governmental usage. How many times per day Abshir tries to get hacked into? So you can imagine, what kind of safeguards go into that.
Absolutely.
To combat hackers on a platform like Abshir, which is our main app for everything governmental. Sinan, you've conducted research on the influence of social networks on everything from voting behavior to the spread of disease. What are some unexpected surprises in your findings that you have come across? We have a lot of time, by the way.
Yeah, I feel like there's surprises every day. I'll give you one from a few years ago that's still surprising to me and still surprising to a lot of people. And then one from just hot off the press of some research that we're doing now, which I think is also very important. So we wrote this paper back in 2018 about the spread of false news and how false news spreads faster than the truth. And when we first saw these results, we took all of Twitter's data from its inception to 2017, so about 10 years of data. And we worked at the highest levels of Twitter. So we had access to the entire historical archive, not the garden hose or the Deca hose, but the entire data set, minus the tweets that people had deleted over time. We analyzed this data and found that false news traveled farther, faster, deeper, and more broadly than the truth in every category of information, and that false political news was the most viral. This was surprising to us at the time because the results were so strong. And these results were actually potentially quite surprising to other people as well, in the sense that one of the results from that paper was that debunking, so the idea that false news spreads and then the truth tries to inoculate it or debunk it, and it never spreads as fast or fast enough to cover the falsehood. And there was this really interesting thing that happened because a science reporter, a new paper came out by my colleague Johan Ugander at Stanford, and the science reporter read the paper and incorrectly interpreted it to mean that our results had been overturned. Wrote an article about it, and then this went viral, that, oh, remember that really famous paper on the cover of Science in 2018, that false news, that was actually false, and oh, isn't that amazing? And so that spread like wildfire, and then they went and interviewed Johan, and he said, no, actually, our paper replicates the results from 2018 and supports Sinan's research, and then Science retracted the article the next day, and that news didn't spread anywhere near as fast. The Atlantic wrote an article that was about how the result had been overturned. Then they wrote another article that said, I'm sorry, I lied about fake news. None of that spread as fast. And ironically, it just proved the original paper, that the debunking never spreads as quickly. So there was many different surprises in that episode. Most recently, we've been focused on the level of and the concept of trust between humans and AI. When do humans trust AI? When should humans trust AI? Because frequently, we need to get that exact concept right. When AI hallucinates, we need to not trust it. When AI gives us information that's true, valid, and can improve our lives, we need to trust it. Also, there are human-in-the-loop feedback mechanisms that improve AI. This is part of the learning process of AI, and that process only works well if trust between humans and AI is developed appropriately. Not always trusting, not always being skeptical, or always being skeptical, but not always not trusting. And so we've been doing some research that's also surprising. Then I'll give you this one result, which is that generally people tend to not trust AI-based information or generative information. However, their trust of AI is dramatically improved when AI provides references for its reasoning, or why it's reasoning, I'll say, the content that it's producing. If it is referenced, humans trust it significantly more. And here's the surprising part, that trust is not eroded at all if the references are completely hallucinated, which is very scary in the sense that the veneer of false rigor is just as trust-inducing as rigor itself, which is potentially very dangerous.
Very interesting. So if you want an article of yours to go viral, just have someone say it's fake.
That's right.
Benefit from that way. I'm going to use that in my line of work. Mohammed, one of your more recent projects looked at the association between social media use in Saudi Arabia, which we know is very high per capita, and the development of body dysmorphic disorder and the attitudes towards cosmetic surgeries. How does the behavioral studies like this help inform and shape our evolving relationship with tech?
So a couple of weeks ago, the Commission of Telecom here in Saudi, they released the Internet in Saudi Arabia report. Was pretty scary. There's a lot of surprising facts there. Saudis spend more than 7 hours. 53% of males spend more than 7 hours of the waking day on the Internet. Among females, it's 54% spending on the Internet. And when you see the app they're using, number one is WhatsApp, number two is TikTok, number three is Snapchat. Wow. So 7 hours in these platforms can tell you how much we are influenced and impacted by social media and the Internet. So we wanted to look into what is this doing to body image, because one of the big issues now in mental health is, of course, we have all the baskets of depression and anxiety, but also we have body image, and we have concerns about being liked and fear of missing out and all these phenomena. So we looked at the this body dysmorphic disorder, and this disorder actually is, just in a nutshell, is when you obsess so much about how your body look like, even though in the normal distribution, your body is normal in that way, meaning you don't have any justified concern to obsess over your body, and it gets into being a mental health disorder. So we looked into that, and we try also look to how much consumption of social media, and if there is any correlation. Of course, we cannot establish any causality there. And sure enough, the more you spend on video-based apps, specifically Snapchat and Instagram, these are the ones that we tested, the more you consume of these apps, the more likely you are to report higher in the body dysmorphic scale, the more, let's say, the stronger attitude you have toward accepting cosmetic surgery and cosmetic interventions. So studies such as this one, back to your question, what it does First of all, I hope it alerts people. I hope that it gives an aha moment, change some attitudes and perception. But we know in behavioral science, changing attitudes and perception is not really enough. But this is one goal these studies do. It gives people some self-awareness. Number two, it does help with campaign, with public health campaign. Coming from a public health perspective, you need your campaign to be evidence-based. You need to speak to your target audience, obviously. So now we do have the evidence, or at least some shred of evidence that we could design our public health campaign on. So number three, also, as a policymaker, now we live in an era where we should have evidence-based public policy. So we could inform policymakers about this sphere, these consequences. Also, one of the recommendations in the paper is that can we really screen people at the cosmetic clinics and all these clinics that offer these? I know it's lucrative business. I know there's a lot of conflict of interest, but is the authority, the health authority, can they implement, can they enforce any sort of screening before really accepting these waves of people into cosmetic surgery? And having this study and other studies, of course, could give you some support and some rationale behind what you request and ask for.
Sinan, I wanted to touch on, my first experience with TikTok was a year ago. The first video I watched was, or the app noticed that I was spending over 10 seconds on a video related to a car. I like cars. And then for the rest of the day and the next week and month, all I saw was cars. And I was like, 1 second, Instagram doesn't do this. Algorithms and the way they manipulate us, get in our heads, it's almost like they know us better than we know ourselves. What can we do to ourselves to protect autonomy, to just basically take control over our digital lives?
Well, I mean, I think it's worth highlighting for a moment the attention economy, because I think that is one of the most fundamental drivers of the situation that we're in today. The fact that we have an economic model, you mentioned the number of hours people spend, that is by design. And the reason it's by design is because the economic incentives are such that companies profit by the amount of time that we spend on these apps. So because there's an advertising model, because it's an attention economy where these platforms essentially earn revenue by directing your attention to people who want to give you information, whether it's public service announcements or advertisements that are paid for, that is the way that this economy, the social media economy, runs. Because it is like that, I think that our antidote, in a sense, is our own attention. So paying attention to our attention, if you will. So I meditate in the mornings, and this is something that helps sort of center me during a day, especially a day like today, when I've gotten not so much sleep and I've been traveling and so on. It sort of focuses me a little bit. There are many other ways that we can take control of our attention, in a sense. The reason the apps do what you just described is because that is their most immediate model of capturing and retaining your attention by focusing on the things that you are saying through your swipes and clicks you're most interested in that moment. So they will, the lowest hanging fruit is to give you more of what you say you want most recently with just slight bits of diversity in order to search the space of other things that you might be interested in. If we take frequent breaks, if we are intentional about our use of these types of media so that we're not just mindlessly scrolling, but intentionally searching or consuming information that we are seeking for a purpose, in addition to doing things that center our attention in our lives, like proper diet, sleep, exercise, meditation, I think all of those are personal paths to getting more control of our attention.
I once tried meditating using an app, then the notifications were distracting me. I haven't meditated since. So we might have to sit off stage, and I want you to teach me how you meditate. I don't think it's on an app.
I'm no guru, so I don't think that's the right way.
Dr. Rahman, could you talk to us about the concept of moral outsourcing?
Yes.
Does the idea of people having the right to repair AI, which was the focus of a recent TED Talk of yours, does that serve as an encounter to the problems posed by moral outsourcing?
Yeah, that's a great question. So first, I just want to define this term, and it was a behavior that I noticed in Silicon Valley. And I gave a TEDx talk about this around 2017, where we use language that anthropomorphizes AI, and we've never had a technology before where we treat it like it is a sentient being, it is making independent decisions. And I'll give you an example. We'll see headlines like AI will replace teachers, AI will replace lawyers. And there's a lot of, to harken back to the keynote, a lot of fearful dystopian narratives. Now, if we look at the construct of that sentence, AI will replace teachers, there is no human being here except for the human being being impacted, these teachers. But that's far from the truth. Artificial intelligence does not crawl out of a computer and decide, I want to be a teacher today. It has no free will. Somebody has to make a company, design an algorithm, go implement that algorithm, raise funding, get customers, and then they will make things that mimic what teachers do. So in that language, what happens, first of all, number one, is people are completely disempowered. So a lot of the negative sentiment about artificial intelligence, and just to quote numbers that we're seeing all around the world, for the first time, actually continuing in a trend, last November, a Pew Research poll of Americans that showed that 53% of Americans are more concerned than they are excited about artificial intelligence. In the Middle East and North Africa, it was about 50-50. And the specific question was something like, will AI cause the people of your nation more harm than good? Why do people feel this way? Well, when you see a sentence like AI will replace you in your profession, there is nothing inclusive or inspiring about your role in an AI future. The other part of that narrative is that the programmers who build these systems are now absolved of any negative externality. If something goes wrong, they're, oh, well, the AI did it. Even though I programmed it, I chose the data, I did the implementation, I created the app or the system, but the AI did it. So my TED Talk from a few months ago in Vancouver is about this idea of the right to repair. And what's interesting is, generative AI, because of the accessibility, really the revolution of ChatGPT, et cetera, for those of us who were in the AI space, it was surprising to see how many people suddenly caught on to a technology that actually had already existed, right? It's GPT 3.5 and 4. There was a 1, there was a 2, right? Why that one? Well, because the design of it looked like a text messaging app, right? So if people in this country are spending 7 hours a day on WhatsApp, well, you look at ChatGPT and you're like, oh, I understand this. I can interact with it. I just type the way I would type to regular people. So the right to repair tries to bring in human agency and ownership of their own experience. The example I gave in my TED Talk was how smart tractors were introduced to farmers. And previously, farmers would just repair their own equipment. Farmers tend to be very self-sufficient people. Well, with the introduction of smart tractors, the user agreement said that you would violate your warranty if you fixed your own equipment. So farmers would have to pay a representative to come, and it could take weeks, and they just can't afford to do that. What they ended up doing was learn to program, and they hacked into their tractors. So it's a very inspiring story because it's from 2017. It does not happen yesterday. But what we're seeing today is as people interact with AI systems, they're actually saying, hey, I actually want a little bit more control or agency over how I'm interacting with the system, how it impacts my life. So there are individuals who work on the right to repair, this idea of being a third-party ethical hacker or third-party group that's not representing a company interest or somebody else. They're actually representing the public interest. So, the right to repair could be a good foil to the idea of moral outsourcing because it brings people back into the story.
Mohammed, do you see AI but bringing things back home again, do you see AI having an effect so far in your line of work in terms of taking jobs or replacing the human? Have you seen anything like that yet?
I wouldn't say replacing a human, but we do have one of the largest virtual clinics or telemedicine centers in the world. I think we have the largest virtual hospital in Saudi Arabia, where there's a lot of AI being used in the operation room, especially for surgeries happening in remote areas and rural areas in Saudi Arabia, where consultants are in limited pool. So there's a lot of use of technology there, but it's not really replacing any physician there. It's just helping the staff who is in Najran or who is in Al-Jof, مثلا, helping those people with more specialized staff based in Riyadh using medicine and using telemedicine and all sort of communication devices. Also, one of the uses that where we use AI now in Saudi is to use existing data, the wealth of data that we have right now, to predict where the hot zones are for chronic diseases in the future. So based on a lot of your hospital visits, your visit to public institutes, there's a lot of data scattered here and there. So where this model does is that it gathers all of these, puts some zip code or geographical location to where you are, and then based on that, we could create a heat map where obesity is rising, for example. And it also defines which demographic group is most susceptible to diabetes, for example, or for strokes. So this way, it gives us information from the future to help us prepare, allocate enough resources based on location, basically.
And what about you, Sinan? Have you seen AI something to become of prominence in the last few years in your line of work?
I mean, you know, I think it depends on how you define AI. I think it's important not to get up on any particular model because this is going to be an evolution and we're very, very early stages of this sort of AI revolution, if you will. I mean, neural networks have been around for decades, and large language models and diffusion models are sort of the darling of the day, but I think we're already seeing a lot of indication that they will not necessarily be the platform for prediction into the future. So I think the important thing is to understand applications of AI and its relationship to human beings and human decision making. That's where I think the most interesting and the most relevant focus should be. Technology evolves, technology gets better over time. How we use technology is the key question, and how we integrate technology into our lives is the key question. That's why I appreciate the notion of behavioral science being front and center in this panel. And I know, having spoken to my colleagues in the back before coming out here, that they are both also very focused on the human side of AI. And I think that that is where we're going to make the most meaningful difference in terms of AI's impact in human society, for better or for worse, is in how we incorporate it, how we apply it, how we prepare to use it, how we, as Dr. Chowdhury was saying, take responsibility for it, preserve our rights, for instance, to use it in certain ways. These are really social questions. They're behavioral questions, and I think foregrounding those questions is going to be very important.
So the robots aren't taking over anytime soon?
I wouldn't think so, no.
Thank goodness. Because I asked Mo Gauda the question yesterday. He didn't confirm or deny. Any closing words, Dr. Chowdhury, before we wrap up? We have 3 minutes to go.
Oh, sorry.
Any closing remarks?
Oh, goodness.
Anything you wanna end with before we wrap up?
Why do I always get the hard questions?
I'm so sorry because
No, I'm kidding. I think if there's one theme you're hearing echoed on this panel, is the need here, and what I think all of us navigate, is how these advanced technological systems, which are simply tools, can be incorporated into our existing institutional structures, social structures, governmental structures to help drive a more positive future. But that requires a lot of thought, deliberation, thinking through positive and negative externalities and use cases. It's a very long journey ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Mohammed?
All right, so we have different circles of influence as people. You have your own circle to influence. You use intentional use and consumption of social media and the internet. Be really intentional on how you consume these things. Also, the outer circle is the influence you have in your kids and the new generation. I think we're being too loose and lax about how we allow these devices and consumption of the digital world inside our houses. We could influence the circle. Maybe I cannot influence anything in the Silicon Valley or with Facebook or with Instagram. But we do have a say in how we raise our kids and how they interact with technology. So let's focus on these two circles.
Crucial, very, very crucial. Thank you so much, Mohammed, Dr. Chowdhury, and Sinan. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Easier questions next time, okay? Honestly, a great discussion it was with my panelists. In our next session, we're going to touch on digital harmony, where we're unlocking insights from Sync's Digital Wellbeing Index. And for that, if I can welcome on stage Michael Hodgkinson, who we saw yesterday a few times. He'll be moderating that panel. Dr. Johannes Thruhl, Associate Professor at Johns Hopkins Department of Mental Health. And from Horizon Group, Managing Director, Dr. Margarita Jenik. And Head of Research, we have Dr. Enrico Nano. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Love to see you all again, and thank you so much for coming to this session. So what we'll be talking about today is the Sync Digital Wellbeing Index. It's one of the key programs of Sync's internal research team here. And what it looks to do is to synergize various aspects of digital wellbeing into something we can clearly understand. So I look forward to getting into that with our panelists here today. The index includes, I think, 35 countries in total, which is quite a lot. And what we'll be looking to do with today's session is to look at how that index was created, so what were the things that went into it, alongside how we can go about using that, and what are the lessons that we can take away from what that index is telling us. Now, you have 4 researchers on stage, so I do apologize if there are any statistics jokes. We'll try to keep those down to a minimum. But I think really looking forward to getting into this debate with my 3 speakers here today. Margareta, first questions for you, if I may. So many of us take for granted the role that digital well-being plays in our lives. I think we've heard a lot from everyone who's been on this stage about the importance of it. But why well-being? Why did the index decide to be, or why is it so important that the index was created?
I think well-being is very important, first of all, for human thriving, right? So well-being is a very important topic, and we looked at the index from the perspective of well-being. But I think what the index does and where its purpose comes in is that it takes the country-level perspective, first of all, and it looks at how the different stakeholders, so individuals, educators, businesses as well, and policymakers can work together and in order to advance digital well-being. So it creates an objective base for those discussions to happen, and then obviously for policy action and for each of those stakeholders doing their share. I think this is really important. It's not just one stakeholder who can solve this issue. We've heard this since yesterday many times, that you need collaboration across the different spectra of the different actors, and the index provides the space for discussion, for debate. So we hope that countries will use this index and create their own visions of where they want to stand, what type of digital futures they imagine for themselves and for the populations, and how important well-being aspect is in that.
Fantastic. And Enrico, in your role as the head of research at Horizon, can you talk a little bit about how this index was constructed and what are the key factors that went into its creation?
Sure. We really constructed this index with the goal of a comprehensive framework to measure digital well-being in a very wide fashion, to include different types of dimensions that touch upon digital well-being, and to measure it globally for all regions of the world. So we structure it with a very solid framework which has two sub-indices: capturing opportunities and balancing needs, because these are the two topics we're talking about these days in this summit. There are opportunities and risks related to digital technologies. In each of these two halves, these two sides of the same coin, has 6 pillars that go and measure precisely the components of digital well-being. Just to give you an example, under capturing opportunities, you will have a pillar related to connectivity, as well as education and skills, or work and income, entertainment and culture, and so on. And the other 6 pillars under the balancing needs component include mental health, physical health, ability to disconnect, cyber safety, and the like. Now, we built this framework not alone, of course, together with Sync and together with an expert panel, some of which are here today with us at the summit, as well as the advisory board of Sync. So it has been validated, it has been vetted and constructed multiple times. And we measure these pillars with a number of indicators that are related to 3 types of data. First is the global survey that we ran together with PSB, a survey that collects information from 35,000 individuals across the world, 1,000 per each of the 35 countries that the index measures. Second, the what we call official statistics from the countries, or hard data that you can find on ITU, or World Bank, and UN website. And third, policy assessment that we conducted internally and with our esteemed experts to assess the presence or absence of policies for digital well-being in each of the countries. And this was measured for all the 35 countries, and we also wanted to get closer to the policymakers, because this is a tool that is useful for everyone, from the practitioner, the academics, all the users, but especially the policymakers. So we also constructed 35 country reports, one for each of the countries, that assess the situation and provide recommendation for the digital well-being components.
Fantastic. And if I just come back to your question on that, I think having seen a bit of the construction working with you on it, one of the things that really stood out to me was the amount of variables and the data sources that went into that. How do you go about prioritizing that? I mean, that's a huge amount of data for you to sift through, and perhaps Margareta as well, if you want to jump in. But how do you go about prioritizing the data to go into the index and ensuring that, this singular metric almost, and I know we said about those 2 there, but almost like this singular number or the singular output represents the complexity of digital well-being as we're kind of hearing about it in this conference? Like, how do you go about surmising those really important variables?
So we used all these variables in a methodology that we developed over time for index building, which basically takes all the data that are from different sources with different scales and summarize them into a unique number, which is normalized between 0 and 100. And then this number is unpacked into the 12 pillars that I mentioned to you before. So if you go on the website of Sync, under the research part, you will find the DWI, Digital Wellbeing Index, which has an interactive website to explore the index and see who is leading, who is behind. But our goal is really not to compare countries, but for each country to understand what are their strengths and what are their opportunities for improvement.
Fantastic. And I would emphasize to anyone who has not done so, on the Sync website, there is a research tab there, and do look under it for the index work, as long as some of the work that the internal Sync research team has been doing otherwise. Johannes, if I could potentially come to you. So your academic work often involves kind of collaboration with the wider scientific community. Can you just talk about the imperative about trying this multidisciplinary approach and how this resonates with some of the similar movements around digital well-being?
Yeah, excellent question. I mean, we're all here because we think that digital well-being is one of the crucial topics and subjects of our time that we all have to navigate and figure out together. And I think that really calls for an international collaboration, for all of us to be at the same table and discuss and negotiate these things, and also for a multidisciplinary approach where behavioral scientists, public health scientists, folks with a background in medicine, computer science, and all of the disciplines that are needed at the table coming together to figure this out together. And in our work, we work with a digital balance framework that is very similar to some of the areas that the index touches, which is digital technology at the intersection of physical, mental, and social well-being. And I think that also emphasizes that technology plays a role in these different areas that can be either beneficial or detracting, right? And we need to figure out approaches how we can minimize the negative consequences and optimize for the benefits. And so that's one of the things where I'm really grateful for SYNC, that SYNC is carrying the torch to do this internationally, because I have not seen as much appetite in developing, funding this work from other players, from like big funding, public funding agencies in the US, for example. So I think SYNC is really standing out here and can demonstrate how consistent investment in a novel and important topic like this can make a difference on a global scale. And I think what's needed to move this forward is, on the one hand, more data from the companies, the tech companies that are sitting on a wealth of data that independent scientists have no access to. That could teach us a lot of things. And I think what we need moving forward is also more investment in longitudinal research, so we can track developments over time, and investment in clinical trials where we can really get to the core of the causality that we're all debating so much is, you know, what is the causal role of technology and technology use on health outcomes. And so I think at the end of the day, it's up to all of us to keep building a global momentum and keep contributing to this space.
Brilliant. I actually want to direct a question of something you just touched on, Johannes, to the guys from Horizon. You spoke about positive and negative elements of digital well-being, which I think quite clearly comes out from so much of what we've been hearing at the summit, is this notion of the positives that come with it, but also some of the challenges as well. Perhaps Margaret or Enrico, how did you go about dealing with those positives and negatives when it came to the index? So what were the ways that you tried to factor in those different elements of well-being as we understand it?
I think we started with the idea of well-being, and we centered it really around the human, right? And how can, and you know, it was pretty rapidly fairly obvious that you cannot look at the negatives without looking at the positives of digital technologies. And even in the context of well-being, of mental health, for example, there are so many examples where digital technologies can give better access to mental health, better access to culture, better access to opportunities as well. So we cannot leave them out. It was very obvious very, very quickly. So that's why we separated the index into those two parts. So it looks really at on the one hand, at what kind of opportunities do digital technologies create in the country, and this also looks at criteria such as inclusion, right? Is it accessible for everyone in the country? Are those opportunities accessible for everyone? But it also looks at work, does it enhance productivity at work? Does it give access to education, to healthcare, etc.? So this is a very culture as well, entertainment. This is a very important aspect. But then also, what are the needs to be balanced? And interestingly, when we look at the results, we can look at them from an opportunity and a needs and risks perspective. So we can see which countries are doing better on the opportunity side and others are doing better on the risk side, on balancing the risks relative to the opportunities. And there are very interesting patterns, obviously, that we can see. And where the countries can also learn from each other and across regions and across different country groups as well.
Brilliant. I'm going to put you on the spot. Oh, sorry, Enrico, please.
Yeah, no, because I wanted to continue the research findings that I think are very, very interesting, and people here can't wait to hear about it, right? No, we have some of them already detailed on, even on the columns. When you enter here at SYNC, you see some statistics here and there. And we find this balance between opportunities and risks also in the results. So we see that generally digital technology leads to improvement of life of people, So this is one of the, let's say, most promising findings, at least from a self-assessment perspective. We see that people are very positive about what technology can bring to them. However, at the same time, we also have some very worrying results. We see, for instance, that about half of the people that were interviewed skip sleep because of digital technology. Or even more than half, 53% of people would rather live without a close friend than with their mobile phone, without their mobile phone. So that's very, very striking to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Margareta, like, were there any key findings from the index as well that, on top of what Enrique was just saying, that really jumped out at you from what you saw?
I think the one key finding that we also, when we started the research, how little research on the policy side exists at this point in time, and how little comparative assessments there are. So, usually when we come in, we do a lot of indices at Horizon. Usually when we come into the topic is there is already some thinking about the policy side. So this is one. The second one is that the best performing country has a score of 69 out of 100. That tells you already there's a huge way to go in terms of improving on digital well-being, both on the opportunity side as well as on the how do you handle the risk side. So I think that's a really striking finding as well. And then the last one, I think when you look at really the policy side and the policies that matter, only 17% of the countries of the 35 countries had cyberbullying as part of education curricula, which I find still very surprising, and I think this is a lever that the countries really should use a lot more to include some kind of prevention of cyberbullying as part of the education curricula. We've heard testimony from Kirsten yesterday morning, very, very powerful, but I think the schools and the educators have a huge role to play there.
Fantastic. Enrico, is there anything you'd add to this kind of like, I don't know, the policies, or I don't know, perhaps another way to phrase it is almost to say, if I was a government policymaker and I was sitting in the audience now, what would you recommend to them in terms of policies that could be put in place in order to improve their score or to make things better in terms of digital well-being in their country? What are those policies that you see as being most impactful off the back of the index?
Right. So there are many, and I think that the index can really bring a lot of value to policymakers to understand what are the potential policies that can be implemented, also by looking at the best practices worldwide. As we cover all regions around the globe, there are countries that excel in certain areas and countries that excel in others. Building upon what Margareta just said, there are other policies that are really, really lacking around the globe. For instance, only 8 countries of the one that we covered have a mental health support framework in place. This is very important, and I think this should be ingrained in school curricula from the start. Because, this concept of digital well-being should start from the early development of kids, so that they can then continue their life already with this concept in their head. As they mature into workers, let's say, the ability to disconnect become even more important. So only 1/3 of the countries around the world have an ability to disconnect policy in place, and only a half of the one that we covered of the 35 countries have a disinformation awareness policy in place. So these are some of the policies that we encourage policymakers to look into. So integrating mental and physical health as well, such as using certain tools to ease their life in front of a computer, or not using too much screen time, also with their phone or other digital device. Cyberbullying education, of course, cyberbullying should be one of the key components of school curricula at every stage of national education. And we could even think of a mandatory national exam to be realized in every country to test the online risk awareness of individuals, and especially of kids. All of this is about prevention, which we always believe is the most important component when it comes to, of course, preventing all the harm and the risk related to digital technology. But we also need to think about the treatment, about the cure, when we already went into the we already arrived into the issues of the digital well-being. So there is an interesting example coming from Switzerland. It was open a digital detox clinic in Switzerland not much time ago, maybe a month ago or two, to treat addictive behaviors. And it went sold out in no time. So this is the kind of thing that we are starting to need. We already need today across the globe, especially in developing countries. We find that addiction is very, very common to online devices. And this could be government sponsored, could be covered by health insurance companies, but we do need treatment for online addiction and digital and online harm. We see also that China and India, for instance, are among the front leaders for policies related to addictive digital behavior. For instance, problematic gaming. Gaming is also one of the topic of one of the panels with Justin Thomas, who we work with together with Sync, and they are leading on this aspect. And finally, all the index, but all this conference and the summit is about balancing opportunities and risks. So another example I would bring is about promoting remote working, because this can help people to balance their online and offline life, as well as digital nomads policy and all the like. But also at the same time prevent the potential harm of digital technologies by ensuring right to disconnect policy in place.
Fantastic. Johannes, I'm going to come to you in a second, if I may. So just one thing. I know we've been hearing a lot from the guys from Horizon, but Enrico, as a kind of like last follow-up to that, I suppose, you've obviously done a huge amount of work looking at policy and how that's being implemented globally at the moment. Did you see any trends in terms of how that's changing? I mean, like, do you think policy is becoming implemented more quickly at the moment? Is it a case of a lot of this policy is from the last year or 2 or 3 years? Or is a lot of this long-standing policy that's actually been slightly adapted? Like, what's your, or potentially Margareta too, like, what's your perception on this? What's your feeling of how that policy landscape is changing?
So, interestingly, in the index we have just one point in time that we look at. So in future years, as we repeat the index, we hope to be able to track also how the policy landscape is changing in a more structured way. But what we have already seen as we have done the research is that there's an incredible amount of policies coming out almost every week. There's always something new every week happening in that space, where if there's not a new policy, there's a debate happening at the country level. In the UK, it's been very prominent. In the US, there have been a lot of cases as well. At the European Union level, for sure, China has been a front runner. We see in the index also that India has been doing actually quite a lot of interesting work in this space. So I think it's an extremely lively policies debate right now about what is right. It hasn't landed yet anywhere, so I think this will continue for the years to come. That's what we would expect, and it's probably going to be picking up as some of the other countries are going to be adapting also those policies as well. Because on the capturing opportunities, I think that this is a much older policy debate in a way, right? So on the capturing opportunities, it's a more established space. We know more about how to do this, right? The digital inclusion has been a topic for a long time. Digital impact has been also a topic for a long time. But on the balancing the needs, I think we need a lot more research as well. And as Johannes said, the causality is not really clear. What's the impact of, also on the country level, the causality is not clear. We see this really interesting correlation with the Global Wellbeing Index and Digital Wellbeing Index and the Global Happiness Index, right? It's very correlated, but we don't know what the causality is, why it is correlated recently. So I think we need a lot more research, and it's going to be a very dynamic policy space for the years to come. That's what I would expect.
Fantastic. Really, really good. Thank you so much, guys. Johannes, if I could come to you maybe. Speaking of policy, and I think this is very relevant to some of the things that you're doing, you've got programs that are currently in place, I think, dealing with young people and how they're going about digital well-being right here in Saudi Arabia. Can you maybe just talk a little bit more about your work in that area and potentially how you see the index maybe fitting in and helping with some of that?
Yeah, perfect. I'm so happy that I get a chance to talk a little bit about our work here in Saudi, because I think it's of great interest to a lot of folks in the room. So we have been fortunate to collaborate with the Sync research team and receive funding from them at Johns Hopkins to work on developing and implementing an intervention for young people here in Saudi. And we do this in a large international collaborative fashion with folks at the Trimbos Institute in the Netherlands and the Dr. Saqib here at Suleiman Al-Raji University, to go through a sequence of studies to eventually arrive at like an intervention we're testing in a randomized trial. And what we've done already is a lot of literature review on looking at what kind of preventive interventions, but also clinical interventions have been investigated around the world, and a series of stakeholder engagement work with interviews, focus groups with folks, surveys with folks, representing all kinds of stakeholders in society, from the young people themselves to policymakers, educators, healthcare professionals, so to really get a good representation of what the issues are here that we should be addressing. And we just finished up a nationally representative survey with high school students, collected about 3,000 surveys in 7 major regions around Saudi. Those data are currently being entered and checked and everything to do our due diligence, but there will be a lot more work coming out of that. And we're doing in parallel intervention development. And what we're currently looking at is an intervention for high school students that is working on the digital literacy, introducing this concept of digital balance, how technology shows up in your life, to start that reflective process of what are the benefits of technology in my life and where is technology maybe harming me, where is technology detracting from my well-being in these areas I mentioned, right, like the physical, the mental, and the social realm. And we're also working with an intervention that will go out straight to parents, because I do think parents and parenting behavior is so crucial. On the one hand, modeling interactions with technology, but also setting rules and just being in conversation with the kids, right? And so when we think about developing an intervention that will get implemented in the schools, I think the families are that like counterpart where social norms get transmitted, get reinforced, where rules are being set, and where a lot of these crucial conversations can happen. So I think by going with these 2 prongs to do something in the schools, but also giving parents something that they can use, we're hoping that we will have a big impact and make a difference. And then we're testing this in a randomized trial to get at this thing of, you know, causality. Like, we want to really see that what we're developing can make a difference.
Can I just ask, as a kind of follow-up to that, maybe what surprised you? I think, like, with so many, and I find this in my own almost digital well-being journey as I think about it, all these, how my preconceptions of digital well-being and how it's been talked about and how it's been, what research exists, I think, to Margaretta's point, right, like, has quite surprised me. So what have you found, putting in progress, doing this kind of underlying research, start to think about initiatives, what surprised you or perhaps is unexpected in what's currently existing and what you're looking to implement?
Yeah, I love that question. I would say the first thing that comes to my mind when I think about this is, you know, we talk a lot about differences across cultures and the need to tailor interventions to the specific needs of a context, and that is certainly true for Saudi. There are certain conditions here, you know, that an intervention that might have been developed in the US, in Europe, in Asia somewhere, don't necessarily 100% meet the needs of the community here. But then at the same time, I'm always surprised by how much uniformity there is around the world in our lived experience of dealing with technology, that, you know, if somebody is a teenager or in my age, even older, we're all dealing with the same technology. There are very common themes that show up across the board where, you know, we're all in this together. We're all negotiating this in real time, and we all have lived experience that we find our own little hacks of, you know, this is how technology creeps in and maybe is having a negative impact on my life in certain ways, that then you try to find ways to mitigate that and to negotiate that. And that, I think, so much of that is really like cross-cultural, where you can have conversations, you know, around the globe, and people will realize, yeah, like, this is something that I've experienced as well. So that's been fascinating to see.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. I think from some of the work that we've been doing, we did some focus groups back in January in 5 countries globally, and the amount of similarity between what's coming out and how people are using tech and the issues that they're facing is really quite remarkable in that sense. How do you see the index potentially supporting your work? Like, how do you see that potentially fitting in?
Yeah, I think the index is a great benchmark that exists now. What we've done in our work, like I just mentioned, the school-based survey, right? We looked at the survey that the index implemented and took some of the measures to make it comparable, right? To have data that we can then go back and look at the index, the data, the results that the index produced, the results that our school-based survey produces, and be able to truly like make comparisons. And I think that's of crucial importance. I think moving forward, it will be a great index will be a great tool to also look at changes over time in a repeated cross-sectional fashion to see what's happening in countries moving forward, including in Saudi, because you know, if we know one thing, then that technology is evolving so quickly that in a way, it feels like we're always playing catch up, and it's really hard to keep a finger on the pulse. And I think the index is a great tool that can help in a lot of different ways. Yeah.
Brilliant. And your work specifically, is there a goal to publish some of that? Like, what's your intention? I mean, because obviously we talked about the lack of research, and actually I think this is a classic example of trying to fill some of that. Right. So do you have an intention then about how you're trying to publicize that or take the learnings from what you've done?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're academics, right? So the coin of the realm is publication. So we're certainly want to get a lot of papers out of this, publicize it broadly. One of the things that has come up repeatedly in the summit already is that a lot of the data that are out there are based in certain regions of the world. And I think that the work we're doing in Saudi is a critical opportunity to put the region on the global map and to put data out there that currently don't exist. So we can make those comparisons internationally.
Fantastic. And then, do you have a sense of how this study, or maybe the findings more generally, in terms of some of the things that have come out of the work from the guys, does it give you a sense for digital renaissance, potentially, in terms of what that might be? And any potential guidance, I suppose, on how kind of human behavior, but also potentially digital technology might most effectively interact with each other, I suppose? Yeah. Like, any sense of that?
Yeah, the theme that has come up for me is hope. And how much, you know, when I'm just here at the summit, when I look around the room, certainly a lot of folks here who are much smarter than me, who are really interested in this topic. We're obviously all here because we care about this and because we care to make a difference and to figure this out. So that gives me a lot of hope for the future. I think the Digital Wellbeing Index is a great tool to look at how different countries are doing, look at the pros and cons, have countries learn from each other how to move the needle in this area. And I would say, just, you know, when I think about conceptualizing digital well-being, I always think about 3 layers. One is the individual behavior, right? What we can do to negotiate our own technology use, embrace an approach of experimenting, tweaking different things to see what happens if I put my phone screen to grayscale. Like, how reinforcing do I find the phone? The Mind Over Tech folks gave a session yesterday with some really interesting approaches that I think we can all try. So that's the individual level. The next level, I would say, is social norms, right? We have an impact in how we set social norms in our immediate surroundings, in our families, in our communities, with our friends. Like, is it appropriate to be on our phone when we're in conversation with somebody else? And I think setting social norms can scale pretty quickly and can have a profound impact. And then the third level is really the regulatory and policy level. And, you know, as a public health scientist, I question. It is important that we all make changes at an individual level, but it is, I think, a little bit misguided to expect to see population level changes from individual level interventions. So in that sense, regulation and policy is extremely important, and I feel hopeful when I see that different countries are implementing certain policies to regulate the industry. I think one approach that I haven't seen discussed as much that I think could have a lot of promise is taxing ad revenues of social media companies, because right now the ad revenue model is just overtaking everything. There's very little opportunity for other models to come up, and if you tax ad revenues from digital media ads on social media platforms, you're opening the door for different other approaches to come up. Like, for example, approaches where people pay a certain like monthly fee to be on a platform that might take away from the pressure of just having this one model that monetizes attention of people. Yeah. So I see some hope there. And I think at the end of the day, we need all three, right? We need individual level social norms and regulation to move the needle on this and to improve digital well-being worldwide.
It's really interesting. As somebody who feels a little bit more removed from a lot of these things, like some of those things you've just suggested feel a little bit radical, and I don't know if that's necessarily the right word to be using, but certainly kind of like quite outstanding compared to some things we've done previously. I'm really interested in almost like the model that you're following in Saudi in terms of taking a very specific intervention and trying to implement that could then be applied more widely, and taking almost some of those things you just recommended almost or suggested, taking some of those, seeing if they worked in one place, and then was applying them more generally. I was actually going to ask Enrico, if I could, to that end almost, you touched on learnings, I think, and how governments were potentially learning from each other. Did you get a sense from when you were constructing the index whether there was a case of governments or policies or regulations or whatever that kind of like factor of improving digital well-being, did you get a sense that there was a exchange of ideas in that sense? Like governments were going from kind of seeing it work in one country, then moving to another and adopting that themselves? Or do you still feel like it's quite disjointed in terms of what you're seeing when you created the index?
Not yet. I think that this is a short answer. We would like to bring countries together. We started with experts. We started with policy experts and researchers, practitioners, and the like. We started with the Digital Wellbeing Index, but we continued here with the Sync Summit. There was a pre-summit day with all the researchers and practitioners and academics related to digital well-being. We hope to steer, together with Sync, a digital well-being movement. Everything that you were describing about the digital renaissance is really the goal of all this work. Now, coming to policymakers, it's hard to bring policymakers in the same room and discuss, but this is exactly the goal of the next years and editions of the index. Getting all this information and all this data without using them, without having an exchange between countries, would be really a pity. So we are working with Sync in that direction, and we hope to create exchange of policies, best practices across countries and governments.
Fantastic. Margareta, I think also from your experience, having spent, I think, quite a few years doing indices in various different institutions around the world, but kind of what's your goal with this index, and almost what's your kind of hope in terms of how this index can be best used by people to take the most from it and to kind of keep going forward in the next few years?
Yes, I think what fascinates me always about indices is that you put out those numbers, and if things align well, they can motivate a lot of change, right? Because countries don't like to be ranked low, so it's almost more valuable to the countries that are ranked lower in the ranking, because they really look at it and they are shocked by the results when they see them, and it can very often motivate a lot of change at the country level. So they start looking, what are the others doing actually, what is Singapore doing, what is Canada #1 this year doing, so that they land on top of this ranking. And that's the kind of debate that we really want to pursue, and kudos to Sync for spearheading this type of research. And I think the other part is, just by providing new types of data, you can enable so much research. So I think this is an important part of it as well, that this data is shared with academics, and that we do want this index to be used as a basis for further research about those causalities that we don't fully understand, about the models that work at the policy level, for the exchange as well, as Nico just said, at the international level, across the countries, and what works and what doesn't. And by that, we have an evidence-based policy process that we put into place. So hopefully, yes, motivating change and unleashing some of this change is our main objective with this. As Johannes said, we're all here because we care about this topic, so we want things to change.
Fantastic. And I think one also thing with the index is this idea of kind of getting longitudinal data and getting a clear idea of how things change over time, I suppose, right? Yes. Like a static perception of digital well-being is one thing, but seeing how that's changing the society. Can you just talk a little bit maybe about how important that idea of longitudinal data is in kind of helping us understand how this is changing over time?
Absolutely. I think the longitudinal data is very important because you can see, for each of the countries, you can see how it progresses over time. And I think the indices, they can unleash a lot of action at the country level. When a country drops in the ranking, or where there's one area where it stays behind and another country moves ahead, it can unleash a lot of change as well. And you need to be able to, compare with your own history. Are you improving in that space? It's clearly a space that's very important. Are you improving? Which areas are you improving as a country? Where do you need to do more? So it's very evidence-based type of policies and prioritization of policies that you can use it for. But you can also use it for tracking progress over time, for showing, here's what I'm doing, right? Here is what for policymakers who really care about this issue, they can show that the great work they have been done and how it has influenced the data as well. So I think the longitudinal data is very, very important. Also, just for the research agenda as well, to be able to understand causality, it's really crucial to have the longitudinal data as well.
It's quite a word to say in the morning, isn't it? And Johannes, I'm just going to very lastly come back to you if I could. Kind of what's your thinking about your work and what you're doing and potentially applying some of the things that Margareta's just talked about. What's your goal for this? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? What's the kind of aspiration with all the work that you're doing with the Sync team?
Yeah, I was struck by one of the points you made before. How what we're doing right now can inform the kind of next steps and the scale of this. And in our entire approach, we're very conscious to derive some learnings of how to adapt interventions to different contexts, in our case to the Saudi context, to serve as a model for other places around the world who, where there's not as much investment yet in thinking about digital well-being and thinking about interventions to improve digital well-being. So I think Saudi, in that sense, Saudi and our work is going to hopefully serve as a model that can be applied. And what we're already seeing, and this is why summits like this are so great, because they bring people together. I have had conversations with folks in the UAE where we're now thinking about scaling the work that we're doing in Saudi for other Gulf countries, because I think that's really the next step where the things that we're learning can be applied pretty immediately, and then from there, other places in the world. So I'm quite excited about that opportunity to scale this work and really have a larger impact that way.
Fantastic. Yeah. Margareta, I think you had a last
Maybe one last point. I think we are taking the index to a lot of the international fora as well, so we are confident that it's going to really impact the international agenda on this issue as well. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I just want to say thank you to our panelists. It's been a pleasure working with them over the past few years as well. So it's been a personal honour, and it's been lovely to chat with you all today. So a big round of applause for our panelists, please.
And for Michael. He's right that way.
For honestly a great panel discussion. It reveals how global studies of this kind can help us connect across borders and regions. I notice some people maybe want to stretch their legs, so we'll take a short break and we'll be back here right after the coffee break. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope that you had great short break where you get to move around a little bit, have a cup of coffee.
أتمنى أنكم استمتعتم بشرب القهوة والتعرف على الناس والتعرف على أشخاص متعددين، وهذه أحد أهم الأشياء التي تحاول أن توصلها سينك. دعوني أعرفكم على المتحدث القادم.
Insightful talk, I'm telling you that. We have with us Engineer Murhaf Al-Madani, Assistant Minister of Education for Development and Transformation, Ministry of Education. And he will talk about innovative strategies for educating for a digital future. Please welcome to the stage Engineer Murhaf Al-Madani.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The world is experiencing a new era in the history of human development, characterized by unprecedented technological transformation. At first glance, it seems that the world had reached a high advanced technological stage, manifested by a growth in digital technologies, such as digital applications, search engines, Internet of Things, powerful smartphones, and social media platforms. However, a great technological breakthrough took place by the end of 2022 with advent of generative artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, which signals a transformation outpaces the impact of previous technological breakthroughs. We are witnessing a crucial turning point in the evolution of education. Looking back on how we moved from traditional teacher-centered education 1.0 up to the 1980s, to the dynamic human-centered education 5.0 in the early 2020s. This transformation echoes the shifts from the first industrial revolution to the digital era of today. And if we look at Education 4.0, we will notice that it introduced personalized and adaptive learning through AI and data analytics, tailoring education to individual needs. And despite the challenges related to that, now Education 5.0 goes beyond, focusing on holistic development, emotional intelligence, and preparing for future challenges with more advanced technologies. In this rapidly changing world, achieving digital balance is essential. We must harness the power of technology while ensuring our students' well-being and fostering their growth to make them future-ready individuals. The concept of digital balance or well-being is about maintaining a healthy and balanced relationship with technology and its impact on our physical, emotional, and mental well-being. It includes a wide range of practices and strategies aimed at promoting healthy technology use, encouraging strong social relationship, maintaining a balance between digital and non-digital, or physical activities, and minimizing the negative effect of technology in our lives. This is particularly important for K-12 students, as research suggests they are more vulnerable to harmful effects such as technology addiction and anxiety, cyberbullying, and others. Despite the unlimited benefits and advantages of digital technology, its harmful effects cannot be ignored, which requires effective plans to deal with the excessive use of contemporary technologies and promoting a balanced and positive use towards the well-being of humanity. This highlights the importance of this summit and why we are all gathered here today to raise awareness about the positive use of technology and to promote healthy digital habits. The topic of digital balance has gained special importance considering the massive technological transformation in the world. In this context, it is worth noting the significant role played by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the field of digital transformation, with the establishment of a number of technical entities and administrations, among which is the prominent Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority, SDAIA, which aims to maximize investment in technology to drive economic growth and position the kingdom as a leader in data-driven and artificial intelligence-based economies. This has placed the kingdom in an unprecedented scientific position in terms of legislation and digital technological applications. For instance, the SDAIA has issued principles and guidelines for ethics of artificial intelligence. As a result of the kingdom's prominent role in digital transformation, it ranked 13th in the Digital Health Index and second in the Digital Dependence Index among 30 countries, according to the Global Digital Wellbeing Report 2021. The same rank has been published recently and has been maintained. The kingdom was one of the 20 countries participated in drafting the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI and to complement efforts around the technology use in education. The National E-Learning Center in the kingdom plays a major role in setting standards to ensure appropriate use of technology in education. As they recently developed the national framework for artificial intelligence and digital learning in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which offers a guidance for implementing and evaluating the use of AI in digital learning. It also offers steps and methodologies for ethical and responsible AI integration. Educational institutions and other relevant entities bear the responsibility of enlightening society in general and the educational community in particular. To protect the new generation of students from the negative effects of technology and enhance the position, aspects of life and work in a healthy digital environment, the following is a quick reference to the efforts and orientations of the Ministry of Education in the Kingdom in supporting digital balance, especially for its students, teaching staff, and employees. Number one, development of digital skills curricula. The Ministry is continuously working on developing general education curricula, considering national needs, the goals of Vision 2030, and global trends in technology, economy, entrepreneurship, and other fields as well. In this context, digital skills curricula can be mentioned, which include raising awareness about the use of technological applications, as well as courses on digital skills and digital citizenship that addresses important concepts and aspects that support digital balance, including issues related to digital identity or footprint, cyberbullying, technological addictions, etc. Number two, development of policies and regulations for the positive and ethical use of digital technology. The Ministry has developed the Digital Code of Conduct and disseminated it through e-learning platforms to all schools and students. This code aims to promote positive behavior in the use of digital platforms adopted in government and private education in the Kingdom, provide regulatory framework for digital behavior in general and its use in e-learning in particular, and encourage proper practices of digital technology. In addition, the privacy policy for Madrasati, the famous Madrasati platform, was also developed. Third, the launch of Amin Cybersecurity Awareness Program The ministry, in collaboration with National Cybersecurity Authority and SABIC, has developed a program called AMIN and was launched at the national level to raise awareness in cybersecurity and to build a strong culture of cybersecurity awareness among all Saudi society members. The well-orchestrated program has 5 tracks, including awareness exhibitions, virtual lectures, guidance sessions, awareness ambassadors, and awareness messages. Topics such as phishing, social engineering, and other cybersecurity-related issues were covered. In addition, audience were provided with different tests to measure their awareness level and promote safe practices. The program aimed to cover all administrative regions in the kingdom. Thus far, it covered 6 administrative regions, where more than 34,000 students and more than 86,000 from the public around the kingdom visited the exhibition, and more than 298,000 attended the awareness lectures at schools and universities. It is very important to highlight the importance of school leadership role in supporting students' digital balance. And in this regard, the General Administration of Students' Guidance under the Deputyship of General Education is concerned with all aspects of students' well-being. They support schools by developing guides and supporting materials covering main principles and values related to students well-being, including how students interact with technologies. Their efforts include different initiatives that support students' well-being and organizing activities such as seminars and discussions with experts and competition for students and teachers. And this role supports, 1, building a school culture that encourages healthy digital interactions. 2nd, engaging students in digital well-being decision-making. 3rd, providing support, guidance, and early interventions. And 4th, collaboration between home, school, and community. And the journey would continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Al-Madani, for such an interesting and insightful talk, developing our discussion further around education's role in digital well-being. Our next session considers the role of digital citizenship. Is there a need for a global framework? I don't know about you guys, but personally, I think with all the dramatic changes that is happening in the digital world, definitely at some point we would need a framework, a global framework. But we'll get to know more about that from the experts. Please welcome to the stage researcher, author, and presenter, Dr. Joanne Orlando.
Hi everyone, great to be here in Saudi Arabia. 2 weeks ago in my country, Australia, there were 2 very violent attacks that were posted to social media extensively. So graphic footage of the violence, photos of the families of the deceased were pieced together and put up online. The name of the killer and photo of him went viral, absolutely everywhere on social media. A couple of hours after that, it was found out that he actually wasn't the killer. He wasn't involved in any way. But it was too late because it was all up on social media. And that's the reality of social media now. So I'm a researcher and I'm examining our digital lifestyle, trying to understand why we make the decisions that we do in terms of the ways we use technology. And as part of this, I also work very closely with the media. So I kind of use the media like my classroom, and I help to kind of unpack our digital lifestyle with the media. So in working with the media in unpacking this event for the Australians, they asked me lots of questions, but some of the questions that they asked me that I kept getting repeat questions on was, you know, what are the children going to do if they see this footage online? Or why would people even post or share this kind of footage? Or I didn't even kind of follow this content. Why have I got it in my feed? And as I'm answering these questions over and over again, I was thinking, I've answered these questions a lot of times over the years. It seems that the ways that we're managing confronting footage is in a pattern we can't seem to break out of, and it's really impacting our digital well-being. One of the other questions that really came up a lot is, why is the government allowing this to happen? Why are they allowing social media to do this to us? And the Australian government actually took action. So they issued X, which is owned by Elon Musk, a takedown order to take down this graphic footage. Well, he didn't want to do it. So it went to the Australian court system. And just a few days ago, he won. It was won on the idea of censorship. So the court agreed with Elon Musk that the Australian government shouldn't be able to decide what people around the world see on social media, that we should have the freedom to be able to see what's happening in the world and decide what we do and what we don't see. So when you think about it, that means the social media platform and the government and the courts seem to have different understandings from each other on what suitable online behaviour and engagement is. So the topic of our panel today is a global framework for digital citizenship. So digital citizenship is about being able to live well in our digital world. And there's two components to that. One is about being able to manage the risk, like how do we manage confronting footage that we see online? But the other element is how can we actually leverage the amazing opportunities that technology offers us? So digital citizenship is both those things. And a global framework means that there would be one framework that we all use, like one playbook that would be applicable to me, to you, to governments, to social media platforms, the court, everyone across the planet. Is it possible? In the last couple of years, we've seen amazing changes in our technology worlds and the ways that we engage in the online space. And I've been doing a lot of research in this area with my team, trying to work out where we're up to in terms of our technology lives and where we need support. And there are three things that are coming up in this research, kind of three sameness. Three things that we're all struggling with, no matter what age, if you're an adult, child, where you live, they're cutting across demographics. So one of these things is that technology is shaping us tightly. It's strange, you know, technology is so broad, it can offer absolutely everything, but the way algorithms are wound, they're wound very tight. So what we see is a very narrow sliver of what's actually online. And we've heard it referred to a few times during this summit, and that's our echo chamber. So the thing about our echo chamber is that it gives us a very, very narrow view of our world, and that really shapes our decision making across all aspects of our life. The second element that a lot of people are really challenged by is that we're just not handling content very well. There's so much content, plus digital distraction has become a major issue for so many of us. It's an issue at work, an issue at school, an issue at home with your partner. It keeps happening. And then the third element that we're all finding problems with is that we are craving authenticity. So I know every morning when I wake up, there's a few scam messages on my phone. I haven't paid my taxes, I haven't paid the freeway tolls. It keeps coming. And when you go online, there's so much content that you just don't trust anymore. It might be a scam, might be misinformation, it might be clickbait that's just not going to deliver. But there's so much content on there that doesn't have our best interests at heart. So we're craving the authentic and the real. So we've got those common universal issues. But on the other hand, you know, the great thing about technology is the freedom it offers us. We can use it in really individualized ways. And that's amazing, the things we could do with it. So if we had a global digital citizenship framework, that would mean that we're all following the same thing. Can we bring both those elements into one playbook so we are protected, but we're also able to do our own thing? So I'm wondering, before I introduce the panel, I'm wondering what you think. Is it possible? And I'm going to ask you to put your hand up and vote. So it'll be like a yes vote, that yeah, something like that has actually got a lot of potential. It might actually bring us together. It might actually help new policy that is meaningful for everyone. Or maybe it's, no, it's not going to work. It will lose our freedom. It'll lock us in too much. So vote yes or no. So who thinks yes, it's a good idea? If you do, put your hand up. Let's see. Who thinks yes, it could actually potentially really work well? Okay, a lot of people. Who thinks no, it's going to lock us in way too much? Okay, it's kind of about even, really. All right, so in our panel today, we've got a fabulous panel, a global panel, to discuss a global issue. And I'll just ask the panel to come on, and we're going to talk about this. So thanks, everyone. So Dr. Yu Park, who is the founder of the DQ Institute and HumanX. Nina Herscher, who is the Chief Learning Officer of the Digital Wellness Institute and the co-founder of the Digital Wellness Day. And Charlotte Robinson, who is the founder of Digital Awareness UK. Thanks, everyone. I'm really excited to talk about this. And we've talked about it quite extensively, but we're really looking forward to getting into this discussion. So I'll start with you, Dr. Park. So for those of us who haven't read your book yet, and I have, what is the digital intelligence DQ concept and framework? And could acceptance of it kind of solve these issues that so many of us are experiencing? And are you finding challenges trying to distribute it globally?
Sure. Hello, everyone. I'd like to thank Think for organizing this wonderful event. It is an honor to be part of it. I just actually prepared a few slides. So I think it's a framework you need to see, right? So I just put up the slide. So can we put the slide up? Because we talk about the digital citizen, right? So what does it mean by digital citizen? So I want to ask about what is a human is about. And DQ stands for digital intelligence. It's like an IQ and EQ, and now DQ. So we define it as a new intelligence in the AI age. And I'm not going to go in deeper, but one thing that I wanted to emphasize, DQ is not just about the technical digital skills. It actually has to root it with the value. So DQ is now the global standard, IEEE standard, in collaboration with OECD and World Economic Forum. But one thing I wanted to share is that when I developed this DQ, it was rooted with the universal core value, which I believe that respect for individuals, respect for others, respect for resources, respect for communication, respect for knowledge. That actually, how we develop this DQ is more about the comprehensive intelligence that is needed in this AI age. So we look at this 8 different dimensions of human life, from identity, use, safety, security, emotional intelligence, knowledge, privacy, and rights, and more. But I actually called it 3C model. So a lot of time when we think about digital literacy and digital skills, a lot of people think about digital skills, coding and AI skills. But what we really need to understand is that it has to start with, you need to know how to live in this AI and digitized society. So that is digital citizenship. First C, digital citizenship. When you know how to live online, live in this digital space, then you can be a creative, right? So second part to C is digital creativity. When you know how to create, coding, computational thinking, all this part, you need to be competitive, right? So digital leaders and competitive and innovation come from third C. So DQ has been academically, rigorously researched, and we look at the almost 70 international frameworks around the world, and we developed a common language and taxonomy that can build into the future readiness skills, and also that links with the universal value of sustainability, well-being on top of economic growth. So we did DQ to support about all frameworks around the world. So question about do we need the global frameworks? Why? Because it is not because has to be universal. It has to apply to local setting, national setting, different industry setting. So you need to see these beautiful frameworks everywhere around the world to develop their own digital frameworks. So let's go back to digital citizenship. And I think she actually made a very good point. What is our human? We want to reflect what we actually heard over the whole this event. We talk about how to be mindful, how to be intentional, how to be really purposeful to use in our presence in a digital space. That's one dimension of digital footprint and privacy and all. So that's what is it. We need to make a right decision. That's a key of digital citizenship. How to make a right decision to turn the risk into the opportunity. So I had a privilege to work with more than 100 organizations from 2017 to 22 to help children to learn about digital citizenship. And I learned so much with that collaboration. And one thing, if I can share, is that I am also optimistic about the future, but empowerment of children, young children, to become really the good decision maker will be the critical for digital citizenship. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, Nina, we've heard lots over the course of the summit, all the issues that we're having, the digital lifestyle issues. I wonder if you're finding that people are becoming more aware of the impact that tech is having on us, and if digital well-being is becoming more important to people.
Yes, absolutely. I think that digital well-being is becoming more commonplace. I've heard a lot of different definitions over the course of the 2 days here. At the Digital Wellness Institute, we define digital well-being as the optimum state of health and well-being that each individual can achieve using technology. And so I think that's really a grounding force, because we want to know what good looks like. We want to know what we're kind of working towards. And this year in particular, we're seeing an uptick in the news where this is top of mind for so many people. And from children's well-being and Senate hearings to college kids having issues with academic achievement and distraction and mental health, there's so much charge right now, and I think we're kind of reaching this peak of the perfect time to talk about it, and so this summit couldn't be timed any better. I really came into this, when I was in school for counseling, I was working with undergraduates doing my clinical practicum, and I realized that there was a huge need to look at digital citizenship as well as digital habits in general with college kids. And this was before COVID. This was a while ago. And there wasn't any knowledge translation. There weren't any unified frameworks or anything like that. And so it's really become my passion. And so coming from that kind of counseling perspective, I think it's up to us to create these kind of courageous operating systems and frameworks where we can come together as communities of practice, just like Sync, just like right now, and really identify where we're wanting to know different information than maybe what we've been taught, if we've even been taught at all. And a lot of the work that we're doing is what I call bridge education. And so it's maybe the education that hasn't yet been embedded, integrated into different systems, from college kids to nurses to clinicians. And now there are beginning to be digital well-being and digital citizenship classes taught in K through 12 in colleges, but this is still a very, very new concept. And so speaking of unified frameworks, I'll show you a few slides here. There we go. Okay, and so at the Digital Institute, we form two different wheels. I'm a visual learner. I know that many of you are as well. And there are a lot of different wheels that we're talking about merging in some way because there's such great work. But the digital balance wheel is kind of the consolidated version of the digital flourishing wheel that we created 5 years ago. And the categories are boundaries, belonging, and balance. And digital citizenship very cleanly falls into that category of belonging. And so you can see on the screen, these are just a few characteristics of what digital citizenship looks like in the workplace specifically. But even more broadly speaking, this is the flourishing wheel. The flourishing wheel is near and dear to my heart. I had the opportunity to present at the first Sync Summit. We've come a long way since then. But this wheel, I think, represents that people are coming from places of prevention as well as triage. And so acknowledging that and acknowledging that we don't really ever know truly what's going on in someone else's life. And so while somebody might be struggling with productivity, that challenge might be because of something that's happening online. That challenge might be because of some pain that they're going through, some way that they're being targeted. And I've heard a lot this time about the pain, which is really important to recognize, because as hard as those stories can be to talk about, I think that pain can also be a portal for learning. And so normalizing these conversations and talking about what topics on this wheel really speak to you, and how do they all kind of get back to this core of digital citizenship is really important. So I'm always the actionable person. So the last slide I'm going to show you is the Digital Flourishing Survey. If anybody wants to take it, you can get your free checkup at digitalflourishing.com. And in that flourishing wheel, there will be questions in each category. And then at the end, you get your overall score of how you're doing, as well as a report on each of those categories. That's the general version. We also have one that's been published for both adolescents and for adults that's been peer reviewed and everything like that. That took a long time over the past 5 years because there wasn't any tool that had yet been developed for what it looks like to flourish online. And so while there are wonderful clinical instruments for things like gaming disorder, this was the first one of its kind, and we hope that it's very helpful to all of you as we move towards these more unified frameworks.
Thanks, Dana. All right, Charlotte, your turn. Okay, so you're a huge advocate for safety online. You work with organisations and corporations and governments. Do you believe a universal, global digital citizenship framework is possible? Like, is it necessary? Is it possible? Like, big question.
Right, thank you, Joanne, and thank you for having me as well. Really excited to be here. I think what excites me about this conversation and the, arriving at a unified concept of digital citizenship is the idea of getting all of the key stakeholders together, looking at this generation, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, those who the jobs that they'll go into haven't yet been created for most of them. Yeah. For this generation, what are the core competencies? What are the skills that are going to support them to thrive online and to be able to participate in a world that benefits themselves and those around them because they deserve it? what does this look like? So as an organization, we deliver digital skills education globally. So we are always having to refer to local guidance to measure, success. And there are some fantastic frameworks that fit, within digital citizenship. We're not having to start from scratch, but there are huge shifts in what these concepts mean. Some frameworks will have a huge emphasis on the online safety, techie aspects, which is still, inextricably linked to this idea of digital citizenship. Other frameworks, will take digital well-being out of the conversation altogether. So having this unified understanding, how wonderful would it be if all of the educators here, we were all, being steered by similar guidance that we felt comfortable with? It would have to be incredibly flexible, but I do think it's possible. I do think it's important. Something that we really believe in at Digital Awareness, the programs we've been delivering to over 500,000 young people now, and we truly believe with this education that it is important to not lead with the technology itself, to strip the technology away from it a little bit. Where we've seen huge impact is by coming back and focusing on those core life skills that our society is built on. I'm talking about respect for diversity, empathy, problem solving, self-management, critical thinking, resilience, to the point where we've recently delivered an educational program where we were just doing critical thinking drills. We stripped tech out of it entirely and then looked at, okay, how does self-management now apply to balance? How does critical thinking now apply to misinformation? These core skills we believe are being overlooked, and we would love to see, recognized in a global framework, a sheet that we can all work from. We cannot, as a species, move at the speed of tech. We're not in a position to be able to respond to all of these new and emerging challenges. It's just happening too quickly. Industry experts are predicting that technology is going to move quicker in the next 5 years than it has in the last 100. It is very different now. So we can't be on the front foot as educators in many ways, but what we can do is draw from that evolutionary wisdom that has stood the test of time, and we have really seen through our measurement and evaluation of our programs how impactful homing in on those skills can be. And it's empowering, and it's positive. No young person, they're exhausted. They've heard all of the tech advice, the same solutions being pushed out. But actually this is a really empowering approach, and for parents as well, the most impactful thing families can do is really nurturing those sorts of skills. We'd love to see that recognised.
Thanks, Charlotte. I gave a talk at a school a couple of weeks ago, and all the senior high school students were there waiting for me to talk. And the way that the principal introduced me was, this is Dr. Orlando. She's here to talk about technology, but she's not going to talk about cyber safety. And all the students went, oh, they were relieved, because I think they've had lots and lots of conversations about cyber safety. So I'm wondering, and I'll open this to anyone, what's the difference between a cyber safety program, because we've seen lots of that, and a digital citizenship approach? There is a difference, and how do you see that difference? So whoever wants to answer it.
Sure. So cyber safety, when I actually started 20 years ago, so digital citizenship concept was not there. And we are one of the first group actually who started to think about it as more of a citizenship approach rather than protection part. Because, protection is impossible. We have a data that 73% of children age group of 8 to 18 years old have experienced at least one cyber risk. That means, you're bound to confront the risk. So it's more about how we can empower children to become, we talk about how we can enable them to become an independent thinker, to make a right choice. So this is going to be, digital citizenship will be more important in the AI time. Because if you think about our decision-making process, what do? We gather the information, and then we think about the prediction, what's going to happen, right? And then with the prediction, we make a judgment, and judgment yields to actually action. And now AI can make a better prediction than human intelligence. And our job is, with that predictions, is how we can make a right decisions, right? So we talk about the previous speakers, fake news and everything. We need to have intelligence to make a right decision. So like having the safety is, I think it's a very important concept, but at the same time, it's a byproduct by having a digital citizen. So I think we want to focus on more about how we want to, just speaker said, how we can flourish, how we can empower. Is coming from me become an independent thinker. That's where the digital citizenship comes from.
Yep. I wonder if I could ask you, Charlotte. So we tend to think about children. Children need these skills. Children need this knowledge. And we're always pointing the finger at children because they need it. But it's obviously something that we all need. It's not just a child thing. I'm wondering in your work how we bring over adults and parents, or are they already coming over and kind of learning about this themselves?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. We haven't necessarily had the privilege of growing up with digital literacy education and all the rest of it. I think there's so much that we can learn from, the younger generations. They have so much curiosity, their ability to adapt. They're incredibly resilient, having to deal with, you talked about online bullying and abuse. The statistics are just, horrendous. So there's so much that we can learn from them just by talking to and looking to our young people. And empowering ourselves, like we said, through those old world skills, and really tapping into that wisdom, staying interested, being curious, watching all of these fantastic talks that we've had here, and tuning into, techie podcasts and keeping ourselves informed and empowered as well is so, so important. Because it shifts the conversation from worrying about, how AI is going to affect our jobs to thinking about, okay, what skill sets can I learn in the age of AI to be able to thrive in my career? So there's a lot that we can learn from looking at young people.
I wonder, Nina, so you work a lot with organisations, so with adults, but not in relation to children, so not around the parenting. I'm wondering how the idea of a change agent, being a change agent for ourselves, how do you do that in the workplace, in the adult-centred space?
I love movement building and empowering people to be change agents. And so the kind of motif that I'm hearing on the stage, which brings me so much joy, is this healthy tech versus anti-tech approach. How can we engage in technology in a way that fuels us and doesn't fatigue us? And we are in desperate need of this North Star, of this compass for kind of the digital wilderness of interaction. And so with my corporate work, and in the corporate work there are parents, so we end up working with the parents and the kids as well. I like to kind of go through this arc of knowledge, embodiment, and empowerment. And so if we can learn, if we can practice on our own, it becomes much easier to teach others to have that trickle effect. And as I mentioned earlier, having this kind of multiplicity of practice locally, globally, in communities, in households, in workplaces is very important. But we do know that if key representatives, if HR, if chief well-being officers in organizations lean into the practices that we're talking about, especially regarding digital well-being, ensuring there are protocols so that misinformation doesn't happen, which can be detrimental to a company culture, to actually producing things, having to go back, time, right? Onboarding, offboarding, having to let people go. It's so tangled and it's so tricky. But I think that the change agent work right now is kind of coming and floating up on its own as more people become organically interested in this topic. And we're not just seeing digital well-being and digital citizenship as the missing metric. We're seeing it as something that people are craving because they want to reclaim their peace of mind. And I think that if we can join arms together to support and create these digital oases of sorts, then it will be much easier to show up with the awareness and the presence and the kindness that is really what connects us as a humanity.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to ask each of you the same question, so we'll just sort of answer it. We just have a little bit of time left. I want you to kind of give your final thoughts. So, is this the way to go? Is a global framework for digital citizenship the way to go? And maybe what would happen if we don't? So I'll start with you, Dr. Pat. What do you think?
Well, what you ask is quite a loaded question. And then global citizenship can be defined in multiple ways. But let me talk, because we talk about the framework. Framework, why do we need framework? That's boring stuff, right? That's what researchers do. This is actually why we do is for the education programs and also the policy making process, we need a framework, right? And related to that, it is important to have a global framework exist. It's not because it has to be universal across the world. It actually, this framework and standard is for people behind. People thriving, like Steve and Mo, they don't need a framework. They're doing okay. Yeah. Why do we need a framework? It's because of the global south, who do not have enough resources or enough time to have the experience to research on. So having great global frameworks help them to start with very fast and very efficiently to develop their own frameworks. And digital citizenship framework has been very neglected all around the world because we are so focused on the development of the digital skill, AI skill. But in order for you to have good digital skill leader, you need to have universal digital citizen. And this is, I've been emphasizing like last 10 years, that it is very important to have each country, each Minister of Education should have that as a framework to educate our children. Along that line, we need a frameworks. But does it mean that we need to have a universal same belief? Nope.
No, just a lead or a guide.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Charlotte, what are your thoughts?
Yes. I mean, digital citizenship, could be that concept that encompasses all of the important things, whether that's digital ethics, digital literacy, digital well-being. All of these pillars should fall in some sort of framework, and young people deserve it, as well. And like I say, when we're working across Africa, for example, there aren't those frameworks available for us to refer to. So we might be referring to, the European Commission has a Digicomp framework or another framework over there, and the inconsistencies are just absolutely huge. So I think now is the time, in the face of the pace of rapid change when it comes to technology, we really owe it to the younger generations to get ourselves together. It should be an absolute priority.
And to ourselves. And Nina?
Oh, there's so much to say.
There is.
I've really been enjoying everyone's input. I know that you've done incredible work really pushing forward probably the most unified framework that there is to date. And so I so appreciate all of your work. As we kind of transition out of this conference and we think about action, I think being the beneficiaries of this history, knowing what has come before, trying not to repeat mistakes is very important. And part of that is that kind of collective pause, collective intention to determine when is a good time to integrate these educational programs, these frameworks that we're talking about. And so 5 years ago, we started Digital Wellness Day. There we go. This was our 5th anniversary. It just happened. We were so honored to have SYNC as a partner. To date, we've reached 17 million people in 64 countries, and this year we were able to get the Surgeon General involved. And so the role of government in this conversation and the key players who make people say, oh, wait, what? I think I've heard about this. What is it exactly? And then we do some knowledge translation. I've been framing it a lot this year as digital resilience and resiliency, because I think that can be a bit more intuitive to people, because we're not really talking about digital well-being this time in the context of tech-enabled health. We're talking about how can we plug in, and when we do, engage mindfully, engage in a way that really is rooted in that awareness, in that kindness, in that ethical approach. And then move forward and teach others. And so next year, it's going to be, I believe, on May 2nd, 2025. And everyone is invited to be an ambassador. Over half of the presenters here today are actually already involved with this. And we have 2 different educational toolkits for you, the kind of ebooks of sorts. And so one is for educators in schools or people who want to practice this personally, and then the other is truly for workplaces and leaders who want to begin to bring this topic in internally. And so if you're not sure where to begin, that survey in this is a beautiful place to begin. And speaking of change agents, I think even by each of you showing up here, you are already change agents towards this culture of true digital flourishing. So thank you all.
So thanks everyone, I'm going to wrap it up there. So it's about the idea of knowing the impact that technology is having on you, but thinking about it more broadly in terms of the various ways it's actually impacting you, and then taking action for yourself, for your family, within your workplace, and using a framework where it's been thought about, that's based on evidence, to guide you in developing yourself so that you can live well in the digital world. Thanks, everyone.
Well, huge thanks to Dr. Joanne and another stellar panel there. A global lens on that one, the importance of frameworks, loud and clear. So many different stakeholder groups, though, the family, the school, the workplace as well, all coming together. It's Sync Summit 2024, it's day 2, and we're going to take on one of the biggest topics of them all now, education. Because it seems to me, and I've got a question for you here in ITHRA and online as well, that we've got a few conundrums that we have to work through. Because if young people are embracing digital technologies, how ready are we as educators to support them? That is the question. And there are many more questions besides. I'd like you to welcome to the stage. I'll tell you who they are when they've got here, but join me in welcoming to the stage Professor Pasi Sahlberg, Lawrence Chandy, Emma Robertson, and Vicky Davis. Welcome. Pasi, welcome. Come down and see. Lawrence, welcome, Vicky. Welcome, everybody. They've given us just this tiny topic of education. They've given us just a few minutes to talk about it, but let me tell you who's here, everybody. Pasi Sahlberg, Professor Pasi, based in the University of Melbourne, initially from Finland, specialist subject?
Educational leadership and education futures.
Education of leadership, and particularly for teachers in that sense?
Partly, mostly leaders, school leaders and system policymakers leaders.
Fantastic, we've got the right man. This is good. Thank you, Pasi. Lawrence, working with the United Nations, where does that base you these days? Whose offices?
I'm in New York and I'm in the Secretary General's office.
Yeah, so a pretty broad scope, but your work, of course, continues to be global.
Indeed, and I was formerly at UNICEF, so quite engaged with the educational work there.
Yeah. Pasi, I've jumped down to the other end. How do we prepare the educators of tomorrow?
To me?
Yeah.
First of all, I think if I take your question literally, that you ask educators, we are all educators. The parents are the first educators of their children. So I would say this, that we need to help each of us to understand that young people, children, have much more capacity and capabilities to do good things for themselves and for others that we give them credit for.
Love it. Excellent. We'll hold it there for a moment. Emma, how do you go for that?
I think the role modeling point is incredibly important, and I also agree we are all educators at this time. Whenever I'm asked this question, I always think about, both parents, carers, and the teachers at a time when technology is just evolving at such rapid pace. Whenever we think, yep, we've caught up, we know what we're doing, things have just moved on. When we're feeling that way, actually reaching back to our kind of evolutionary wisdom, our ability to be resilient, to be kind, to adapt, to, regardless of what's happening within this technological landscape, to be able to reach for the things that we've always as humans had to reach for and apply them within a digital context.
And not be swept away. So back to first principles.
Absolutely.
Lawrence, it's a huge question, isn't it, to start with? How do we prepare these educators?
Yeah, I agree that the core of this is about remembering what teachers are really for, and that means getting back, I agree with you, to sort of the humanity, the indispensable human role of teachers and imparting knowledge and also role modeling for kids. I think this is sort of the direction of where sort of teaching needs to go in an increasingly technology-infused future.
And I won't pull too hard on this thread, but remembering suggests the past, which could suggest remembering what teachers are for, that what teachers are for hasn't changed.
That's right. Yeah,
is that right?
I'm completely with you here. I mean, I think that when we think of the teachers who inspired us when we were young, when you all do that, I assume it isn't the teacher who was able to explain a very difficult problem to you. It was rather someone who inspired you, who you connected with, who became a role model for you. And so those to me all seem like very, very human characteristics.
All right. Now, my plan tells me we move on, but I'm too intrigued. Passy, what are teachers for?
I think, if I take your question to put it in the context of this summit, that we are here to talk about digital wellness and well-being. I think young people need more teachers, human teachers, and parents as well, in order to learn the digital wellness than we think. So I think that we increasingly need to think about parents and teachers as adults who are needed to make sure that young people are able to develop the skills and habits of mind for digital well-being.
Helpful framing. I mean, it sounds like such a basic question, Vicky, doesn't it? But how do you answer it?
Well, we have to relate to educate. And it's all about relationships. I believe that every single student is a beautiful masterpiece. And so one of my goals as a teacher is to find their strengths
Well, thank you both for this amazing performance. And actually, Miriam and Kareem, we're so happy to have you here today. And we would love to tell our audience a little bit about you guys. So the Saudi artist, Miriam Tariq, uses technology, as you can see, to translate her visions and imaginations through LED lights and 3D mapping. Miriam highlights the consequences of climate change and has collaborated with music producers and DJs such as the Saudi artist and DJ Desert Fish. And our highly skilled violinist, Karim Mursi, is a graduate from the Academy of Arts of Arab Music in Egypt. He has performed at high-profile festivals, including Riyadh and the Jeddah seasons, and also worked with a lot of artists, including Zaid Saleh, Muhammad Adawiya, and Mudh Shamrani. Thank you so much for being here today. It's our pleasure to have you. Thank you so much. That was pretty cool. I really liked it. And before we jump into our next session, I would like everybody to scan the QR code that it's over here right now. It's really our pleasure to have everybody here, and it will mean a lot to us and everybody who worked in Sync Summit for 2024 to hear from you. So please share your feedback, share your comments, any thoughts, any recommendations, and of course your love comments to us would mean a lot. So please make sure that you tell us your feedback, and if you enjoyed it as well, that would be great. And now, shall we start? Are we ready to go and continue with our great sessions that we still have for you guys? So the next session, it is actually a very lovely one. We have asked a number of exceptional individuals for their reasons to believe, the reasons they have hope for a positive digital future. So please, I'd like to invite to the stage the moderator for the session, Mr. Amjad Khan, the Executive Director of Modern Work and AI at Microsoft Middle East, to tell us a little bit more about that.
Assalamu alaikum, folks. Can everybody hear me? I guess you can. I just wanted to thank you all for your time, your participation in this event, and I think you'll be enlightened with my esteemed colleagues that I'm going to introduce as we go along. So we are at a digital paradox, given all the innovations that are coming up with generative AI. We're going to talk about how that impacts our personal lives and work lives as well, and how we kind of strike a balance between the two. So thank you, everybody. Just by way of introduction, as you heard, my name is Amjad Khan. I am an executive director with Microsoft. Been with Microsoft 18 years. Started in New York, and last 7 years I've been in Dubai. I'm responsible for the modern work and cloud business, including AI in Middle East. So it's really an honor and privilege to be here amongst my esteemed colleagues and you folks as well. So what I wanted to talk about is, generative AI. It is, I know, for a double-edged sword. People are worried about it in terms of impacting their roles, their jobs, and what have you. But at the same time, it gives an immense opportunity for us to, be more productive, be more collaborative, and that is what we're going to talk about. How do we strike the balance between the two? And at Microsoft, we release an annual Work Trend Index report. One was released on May 8th, in which we poll about 30,000 users across 31 different countries. And the feedback from them is amazing. We ran one right after COVID, and because after COVID, if you recall, there was a lot of people who were kind of burning the midnight oil. There was a lot of stress. People were working late. And that survey, compared to the one that we just released recently, there are some changes, but the key here is that 3 years ago, there was no AI in the mainstream, but now it's become prevalent. And what we have seen is in this most recent report is that employees are demanding AI at work. So you've heard the term bring your own device, BYOD, now it's BYOAI, meaning that bring your own AI. So we have seen like 75% of the employees, they'll bring their own AI to work, and they're demanding that from their employees as well. At the same time, we have seen 79% of the leaders believe that their companies need to adopt AI, but at the same time, they're not sure that their leadership is ready to plan and execute on it. So that's something that we all are thinking in terms of when we talk to our customers, how do our customers implement and have a plan that brings AI that is secure, and because there's a lot of concern about privacy and security. So that is one of the main themes. The second is for employees, AI raises the bar, so it kind of levels the playing field in terms of employees being able to access more technology, more skills, and that helps them break the kind of the ceiling from a career standpoint, and Zanab is going to allude on that a little bit. And we have seen Microsoft owns LinkedIn, and we have run a survey, and over the last 1 year, we have seen an increase of 140 times the skills listed as Copilot and ChatGPT in profiles of users of LinkedIn who post their profiles. So 142 times there's been an increase in terms of postings for that. So it means that employers are also looking for people with skills. And lastly, we're talking about AI power users. So based on the survey that we have done over the last 1 year, we have seen that if a user uses AI at work 11 minutes a day for 11 weeks consecutive, they get hooked onto it, then they can't work without it. I personally have been using for close to a year, and honestly, every day on my phone, on my laptop, it's something that I use every day. And we have seen that there's a monthly savings of about 10 hours. If you quantify that based on the average hourly salary of an employee and 10 hours, you get the ROI in terms of embracing AI within the workforce. So with that said, what I wanted to do is introduce my panelists here. I'll start with Dr. Ruman. She is renowned for her work in AI and ethics and AI principles. So I'll turn it over to you if you don't mind quickly introducing yourself, and then we'll turn it over to Jim and Zanab.
Sure. My name is Dr. Aman Chowdhury. I am currently the United States Science Envoy for Artificial Intelligence, meaning that I am a scientific representation of, how we're thinking about AI in the U.S. I'm also the CEO and co-founder of a tech nonprofit called Human Intelligence. I am a quantitative social scientist and a data scientist by background, and I have built responsible AI practices at Accenture, as well as Twitter.
Amazing. And Dr. Ruman is being quite modest. She's been named in the top 100 AI influencers worldwide, and she's in the BBC 100 as well. So wanted to call that out. Pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
Jim, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Jim Hogan. I'm the Chief Innovation Evangelist for Google Cloud, and my job is really simple because I just reversed my title. I evangelize innovation. No, I'm also a joke maker. I'm sorry. So really what I focus on is not product. I focus on leading with outcomes that customers are looking to achieve, and I focus on the culture that they need to be able to deliver on those outcomes. I'm autistic myself, and I'm an autism activist. I talk about the world being a very scary place for me and navigating through, and that's how I help companies understand that the neurodiversity of all their entire employee base is extremely important to put the collective brain together to deliver on the outcomes that they're looking to deliver to. So I very rarely talk about products because my focus is just concentrating on making sure that the humans involved in making those changes have the right culture that's going to support them to do that. So that's just a little bit about me. I stayed under my minute. I did what I'm supposed to do.
Amazing, Jim. Thank you so much. And it's great to see two folks from Microsoft surrounding Jim from Google. So when it comes to AI, generative AI, technology, we are all brothers and sisters up in arms together. Zanab, over to you.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. It's really great to be here with all of you, with this really great esteemed panelists. My name is Zainab Al-Amin. I am the VP of Digital Transformation, or inside Microsoft, we call it National Technology Officer, NTO. In every large subsidiary that Microsoft has, there is one NTO. My role, our role, we have a community. And my role is to ensure technology adoption at a national level. So I work with government, regulators, stakeholders to make sure that we drive national initiatives to ensure technology adoption, especially for emerging technologies, AI, etc. My background is computer science, and I have been working most of my career in the health sector. And then I moved into really digital and deep tech. It's really inspiring to be here with all of you. And maybe I'm considered one of the few, if not the first, woman CIO in Saudi Arabia in the government sector.
Amazing, amazing. So Zainab, again, you know, if there are any students or young audience here, she's a role model, being a local Saudi woman, you know, what she has achieved in her career. It is really inspiring, and you know, she should be a role model for the young generation in terms of what she has, the niche that she has created for herself. And she's heavily involved, we'll get to that, but she's heavily involved with the Saudi government as well. She's going to talk more about that as well. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Ruman. Ruman, I know one of the reasons that you said reasons to believe was around the government in terms of regulations, standards, best practices. So how do you see the government being able to cater to the public, right, and in a secure, safe environment, at the same time adhering to all the best practices when we talk about security, compliance, and so on and so forth? If you don't mind elaborating on that.
Yes, of course. Well, one of the things, you know, we were given a little homework assignment in advance of this panel, and we had to write 150 words about 3 different things. And as you pointed out, that's one of the things one of my reasons to believe. So I think it is very interesting that we're all getting together, civil society, government, corporations, at a global level, to think through the impact of artificial intelligence, not just as a technology, but as a socio-technical tool. So socio-technical meaning a technology that exists in concert with society, our cultural institutions, government institutions. So seeing that level of global focus in such early days of technology adoption, I think is a very positive sign. We're not waiting until we have at scale very sophisticated and advanced systems and then worrying about what happens. What we're doing is we're thinking about it today. You know, I come out of conversations where people are thinking about the future of work, the future of education. A lot of the panels and discussions you're seeing today, it's very forward thinking because we don't necessarily have the level of AI sophistication that we're quite sold in like science fiction movies, right? But if we did get there, we would want to make sure that we're channeling it in a way that's positive. And one of my reasons to believe is thinking through the fact that all of these groups are actually getting together on equal footing to address these issues proactively.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your insight. So with that, I'll turn it over to Zainab. Zainab, I know that you're heavily involved with the government in Saudi around AI and in general, but also you get asked questions, which I do too, by the way, around people being worried about their roles, their skills when it comes to AI. I remember back in the early 90s when computers became more prevalent, a lot of people were worried about them losing their jobs. In fact, the contrary happened, that it opened up so many new avenues, so many new doors. So would love to hear from you. What are your thoughts?
Okay, thank you, Amjad. And really, this is the question that we always get asked, and there is always a debate of what AI will bring. What will all of this emerging technology, will it replace people? Would it end jobs or create new jobs? And the answer really is that it's not, we are dealing with a new reality with AI, with all of its potential and all of the opportunity that it presents. It will create and empower much, much more people than the existing that we have today. So if you imagine in the World Trend Index that you have alluded to earlier, Amjad, the amount of productivity and gains from AI and from introducing this technology in the daily life of a knowledge worker is really huge, where you can go through emails really instead of spending hours looking at email, with one prompt you can know what are the top of your inbox, and people who are actually participating in that survey realized work or time savings of more than 30 minutes.
a day. Now, with AI, it's about skilling for the future. And what the government is focusing on is creating that national initiative in making sure that we are ready as a community at all levels, whether it's the executive level, decision-making level, the youth, the schools, at every level. We have to be ready as a community with all of those initiatives, because there will be a skill gap if we don't prepare for it. And according to the same study, more than 70% of CEOs who responded to the study said that they would prefer a person with less experience with AI skills than someone without AI skills. So that calls for the importance of skilling. Over the past period, in September of last year, we have worked with the Digital Government Authority and announced a Center of Excellence for AI, generative AI, with our partner PwC. In December, we announced the Center of Excellence for Emerging Technologies with KPMG, Microsoft KPMG, and MCIT. And the focus of that center is to support organizations to move into AI, utilize some use cases and apply it internally so they can actually leapfrog when it comes to AI adoption. And during LEAP conference, we announced the Center of Excellence for Skilling with MCIT, and that actually, part of it, it has multiple academies, but one of those academies when it comes to AI and the youth is working with King Salman Science Oasis. And that initiative focused on preparing students for Imagine Cup, which is a global competition that I'm sure a lot of you have heard about, that allows the students to participate in AI, create their own projects, touching AI, touching responsible AI, cybersecurity, and others. And during 2 months, we were able to train more than 2,000 students. What is really inspiring is, and one of the very important reasons to believe, is that we started a pilot with Insan Philanthropy, which focuses at orphans that are underprivileged. And 25 people of the 2,000 were coming from Insan. And as I stood there listening to one of the students presenting their project, it gave me goosebumps, because this child was coming from a community that is underserved, talking about AI, speaking in English, a language that he's not comfortable with, and describing his projects and talking about AI ethics, responsible AI, cybersecurity, and sustainability, about how his project is focusing on turning the water that is polluted and the technology that he's using it, and using simple English, like talking about microbes and like little animal going down to the earth. And with that, it's not only technology. We are empowering people who are underprivileged to find opportunities and giving them reason to believe in themselves and compete globally, and giving them and enabling them and empowering them to do even more. So it's beyond the technology, beyond the competition. It's actually changing lives. And this is really important.
Thank you, Zainab. This is it's truly a heartwarming and an inspiring story that you shared. So thank you so much for that. I'll turn it over to Jim. Jim, given your focus on global accessibility and inclusion, which of course is fundamental to so many things that we do, so wanted to get your thoughts on how do you see that evolving with AI becoming more and more prevalent?
Well, it's very important to understand that accessibility and inclusion, it goes beyond just what you can see with your own eyes. And I use myself as an example because as people walk me around backstage and things like that, they don't really understand that I have a hard time navigating environments and things like that because I don't wear my disability on my sleeve. It's a hidden disability. So understanding that accessibility is more than just sometimes more than what you can see, and to understand what people's needs are. And inclusion is actually making people feel that they're contributing, especially when we're dealing with a workplace, and making people feel that they belong is extremely important. And I say, which got me in trouble academically because it ended to me being dragged into a doctorate, but I said that belonging is the fuel of innovation. A lot of people look for, how to make innovation better, and they think that doing, like, I'm going to fail fast and fail often and fail hard, but a lot of people don't have the currency for failure. So when we're talking about, these projects, and what accessibility and inclusion does is it builds a segment of people who really feel like they belong and that they really want to work towards, achieving outcomes that are important to them. So, and as far as AI goes, I'm looking for the companies that are trying to build and make humanity better. And like we saw YouGuides.ai yesterday talking about human user guides, because everyone in this audience is interpreting the world around them in a different way, because your brain is a very complex place. So I'm looking at those accessibility and inclusion projects that really get me going. That's what my passion is, and it's what I strongly believe in, that we should help humanity with AI tools that actually makes humanity understand humanity better, if that makes any sense. So long-winded, I may have been short-winded, but I feel like I'm jammering on, but I could talk about it forever. So.
No, absolutely. Again, inspiring to hear it directly from you, given that you live it day in and day out. And just to kind of share with you, at Microsoft, we also take accessibility and inclusion very seriously. So if there are any young generation audience here, you'll know that, even with the Xbox, we have made them friendly for folks who may not be able to use your hands and arms properly. So they have created the mouse, the controller that can be controlled even with smallest gestures. I had a close friend of mine who passed away because of multiple sclerosis, and basically the body kind of dies, but your mind is still alive. So for that, we have at Microsoft we had created a keyboard, which a screen with the screen in which it was operated by somebody who has MLS in a wheelchair. They operate the keyboard with the motion of their eyes. So that's again kind of piggybacking on Jim, what you're talking about, leveraging AI and the tools that we have available today to cater to 1 billion people in this world who have some sort of a disability. So thank you very much. Dr. Rahman, I'll turn it over to you. Your second reason to believe was the ever more connected world. So not just from a national governance standpoint, but we are talking about the effective global governance, right? So if you can tell us, how you believe global governance is on the rise, and how global bodies such as those focused on human rights and societal impact are having a significant impact. If you can elaborate on that, please.
Yes, absolutely. There's always a lot of focus in civil society on impact on things like fundamental human rights and, elections, democracy, things like that, and, impact on wellness, mental health and well-being. But we're seeing actually a lot of civil society and nonprofit organizations be more technically focused and technically savvy. I think as I talked to a few people at lunch that after this are heading up to Geneva for the UN AI for Good Summit, of which a lot of corporations have a pretty big presence, as well as academics, policymakers, but importantly civil society.
Right.
So it's governance is more than just government, right? Governance is when you see a law that's written that comes after a very long pathway from norms to culture to best practices to standards to the law. So the law is like the fundamental manifestation of it, but everything that comes before then was community built. It was built by academics, it was built by civil society, it was built by nonprofits, it was built by interested people, it's built by people like people on this panel. After that comes codified law. So what I am also enthusiastic about is not just that regulators, government entities are getting together, but the underpinning of the cultural and social movement to be more aware about artificial intelligence, to be more focused on achieving benefit from the technology. We're seeing that as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So again, from a governance standpoint, I'll talk a little bit towards the end, but that is something that we all as, not just as users, but companies that develop the products, they also adhere to certain standards. And so the government is obviously, one of the largest entities in the world when it comes to catering to the public. And so that's great to hear from you. Jim, I'll turn it over to actually to Zainab. Zainab, from a business leader standpoint, you alluded to the work trend index, right? But just as we are conscious as individuals of the increasing role in AI, so wanted to get your thoughts, how you reference kind of the degree to which companies in AI they are ready and able to implement AI in a way that kind of supports the businesses and their people. If you could elaborate on that and tie it back into the discussion we were just having.
Yeah, of course. So if we talk about business leaders and looking at the opportunity within AI, according to a study that was done in 2022, early 2022, the opportunity within AI is more than $15.1 billion to be realized by 2030. Bringing that number home, more than $135 billion can be contributed to the GDP coming from AI to Saudi Arabia. Now, this is before generative AI. And we've seen the adoption of AI generative AI is really transformative. It's nothing like it. It took about 20 years for PCs to reach 100 million users. It took the internet more than 10 years to reach 100 million users. It took ChatGPT only 2 months to reach 100 million users. So the adoption and the transformation is really huge. And companies, if they don't adopt AI, then they know that they're not really competitive. And according to the World Trend Index, 70% of CEOs, they understand that of the importance of the strategy, but 66% of them believe that they don't have a good enough plan or vision when it comes to AI. So in order for organizations to adopt AI, it's 3 areas that they need to look at.
Right.
The first one is the technology, the platform. What is the technology platform? And with all of the innovation, I think the question is clear. There are really the right foundation when it comes to technology. Second is the skills and the gaps that it creates. So skilling is very important to create that skill talent and ensure that everyone at every level is ready for AI and for AI adoption. And the third one is the processes and the governance of those processes. So Roman talked about governance at a national level or at a global level, but also at organizations, the governance and the responsible AI is very important, and processes. So if you take it at a narrow level, at each, how can really organizations execute on that, is to prioritize what are the processes that they can start with AI. For example, if you're looking at customer care, so how about the process of reducing the call center or improving the call center utilizing AI, and then tapping into all of the business leaders and having a champion within the organization with the sponsorship at the top level. And then finally, which as I mentioned, is also skilling those people and making sure that there is a continuous iterative process of ensuring that everyone is updated and there is an ongoing improvement in the skilling and training of those organizations.
Amazing. No, you're totally right. I mean, I've been dealing with customers since, for those of you familiar, Microsoft announced their generative AI tool, Copilot, more than a year ago, in March of last year. So I've been working with customers across the region, and one thing we have seen is unless and until there's a very strong sponsor at the top who understands the benefit that it brings, and then you have these small user groups where you have champions designated and they help the rest of the folks bring them along, it's set up for failure. So that's really important if you're looking at your organizations, how to build upon the moment of AI. That is really critical. Have a very strong sponsor up top, have designated work groups or champions who are going to help you amplify that. So I'll turn it over to Jim. Jim, you mentioned, given the global accessibility and inclusion. So from a technological standpoint, how do you believe that, the innovations that are coming up, that is really important to drive and bring that along with us?
Well, it's, not to talk about the same thing I just talked about, but when we're talking about accessibility and inclusion, we have companies who are loading, and creating models based on, data that they never used before to create models. They're basically looking at, their processes and making things more efficient, which is actually helping in the world of accessibility, making more accessible systems, understanding how people are actually using the technology and using things internally to basically predict how people are using the technology that they're actually homegrowing. And outside of the accessibility and inclusion space, one of the biggest use cases that we see are people are actually trying to build language models based on their infrastructure. So they take all the telemetry and the logs and the application logging that's going on, and they're training AI models to understand that machine lexicon, so they can make the infrastructure more efficient, which then makes the humans that are maintaining that infrastructure less reactive. So in a way, it's creating a better workplace because they're getting better insights, from just massive quantities of petabytes worth of data around infrastructure, and understanding how to use that to run algorithms to actually self-heal infrastructure or remove things and stopping outages from actually happening. So as the technologies become more efficient, the way that they're managing the relations with employees becomes more efficient. So just one example there.
No, amazing. Thank you so much. Dr. Rahman, any additional thoughts from you on how you see the digital paradox that we have, and when we talk about empowering using technology as a lever? Anything else that you would like to share with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So my nonprofit, Human Intelligence, runs these things called red teaming challenges. If folks are here for the first panel this morning, I was talking a little bit about what I do. I've sort of had the ongoing theme of saying I like that I see so many different kinds of groups and communities be engaged in responsible use. It's not just about technologists figuring out how to police ourselves. Right. It's about bringing in all these different perspectives. Now, one of the hardest problems to solve in improving at-scale systems is how do I get individual feedback from a person for whom this technology might not be working. So one of the things that I look at or think about is something, I call it structured public feedback. How can you capture public perception or public input from a particular community or a subset of people that directly goes and helps improve the models that are being built. So when we do these red teaming exercises, we partner with companies. So, folks at Microsoft have actually been strong supporters of the kind of work we do, and we actually gather input, and it's not just an educational exercise. It's not just about building critical thinking. All of that is true, but also that the data collected is specifically targeted so that they're getting input from communities that traditionally wouldn't be engaged. So one of the things that I'm excited about is the revolution of generative AI was revolution in accessibility, that everybody now has a sophisticated AI system in the palm of their hand. It helped people understand what this technology does and how to use it, but it also helped people like myself design these exercises to be accessible to anybody. You don't need to know how to program in order to evaluate an AI system. That was a pretty big revolution, because prior to that, when I would do this kind of work, like we have done, crowdsourced competitions, algorithmic bias bounties, you had to be a programmer to participate in it, and now you don't. So that's one thing I am also quite enthusiastic about.
Amazing. No, thank you so much for that. Jim, any thoughts from you in addition to what you just shared? Any closing comments from you?
Oh, there's way too many rattling around in my brain. So. No, I mean, as we look at this, it's like what Dana was saying about how fast the adoption has been. And if you listen to that it took 2 months, if you haven't done, a great deal of research around generative AI and you run a business, it's time to start to do that. And start to think about what is going to get the most out of your employees and create the ultimate stack for employee engagement and to make people feel like they're actually belonging. And the reason for that is that you'll find that as you implement new things that your adoption will be better and your outcomes will be achieved much more efficiently. So I'm all about making the culture more inclusive and helping this advancement of especially what's going on with generative AI it's a wonderful time to to start working about how all of this is going to impact culture and to get the most out of the folks that are working for you. So hopefully that makes sense.
Thanks, Jim. I'll give you an example. The day and age that we live in, I think we're at the cutting edge of technology, and we are lucky and privileged to be living around right now. Several hundred years ago, the Romans, they had these hundreds of miles long of aqueducts where they would move water, right? And then about 10, 15 years ago, we all got the mobile phones and with the world at our palms with all the knowledge and the information. So that was quite revolutionary. I think the generative AI is the next frontier, and it's not tomorrow, it's not next month, it is here today, and it's here to stay. So it's a great time for us to be in this journey together. Zainab, any closing remarks from you?
Yeah, I think my closing note is that AI is here to stay, and it's going to be, even with more technologies, it's going to be really faster in adoption. I think my take-home message is, before you do anything, ask yourself, can AI help me or not, at an organizational level and at an individual level. If I use AI, how can I do this better? Whether you're writing a document, a presentation, doing a research, or starting a new startup, or at an organizational level. Because that will really make you competitive and will make you learn more about AI.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So with that, I really want to thank the three of you for your immense insights and your time, and the audience for listening intently. With closing, I wanted to share with you, at Microsoft, our Chief Legal Counsel, Brad Smith, he has written a book called Tools and Weapons. And it's a very, very interesting book that he has written. And in that, he talks about, when your technology changes the world, you bear the responsibility to help address the world that you have helped create. So the onus is on all of us together. And lastly, I also want to mention, based on especially what Jim was talking about, inclusivity, every product that we are developing at Microsoft, there are 6 principles that we adhere by. Every single product has to follow these 6 principles. We call them the AI principles. One is fairness, making that sure that every person in this world, they are treated equally. When they look for information, they are treated the same. Second is the privacy and the security, which is, of course, of utmost importance to all of us. Third one is reliability and safety. We have children accessing the web. They have these tools available to them. How do we ensure their privacy and security is maintained? Then inclusiveness is another one, and transparency and accountability. Accountability meaning that every single organization that develops these tools is accountable for what they put out there and what is being served to you as customers. So with that, I will open the floor if there are any questions online or in the room. So would love to address those. Please go ahead. So anybody has a microphone? Please, they bring the microphone to you.
Okay, I just want to thank the panelists first for your valuable insights and knowledge on this topic. So I'm very interested in AI, and I use it personally on a daily basis. But when it comes to companies, I find there's a lot of limitations. For example, at where I work, we heavily use the Microsoft Power Platform, for example. So we're using Power Apps, Power BI, Power Automate. But when it comes to any AI feature, like the Copilot, we're not authorized to use it within the company. So I just wanted to know, do you find the setbacks with a lot of other companies, and where do you see the future of AI within the oil and gas industry? The company I work at is part of the oil and gas industry, and I find there's a lot of limitations in this industry about AI.
Thank you. So what's your name?
Noor.
Noor.
Yes.
Noor means light.
Yes.
Beautiful question, and I'll start off with the last part of your question, oil and gas. So in UAE, ADNOC, Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, the largest oil company in UAE, they actually signed, I'm not sharing anything confidential, it's public news, they signed 20,000 users on Copilot just a few months ago when it became generally available in November. And today, as of yesterday, they are close to 60% utilization, meaning that 60% of the users are using it. They have a target of 95% usage, and then they'll roll it out another 20,000 users. So oil and gas, they're taking, ADNOC is a great example for you to talk about, to your employer, just to give a reference, and I have public reference I can share with you. So that's one. The second thing is when you talk about the government, Zainab is heavily involved with the government in Saudi. I'll let her share her engagement with them and how they are looking at AI. But again, I can talk to you from the UAE government, the DGE, the largest government entity in UAE, they're embracing it. Mubadala, they have many entities, they're embracing it. So there's no shortage of government customers who are embracing it. But like Zainab mentioned, in the World Trend Index, there are probably, 76% of the leaders who are not sure. That's why you have a lot of people bringing their own AI to work. But at the same time, these third-party tools that you bring, your company has to understand, they're not secure. So I'll give you an example of ChatGPT. When you issue a prompt or a query, it goes in the public domain, and that is used to train that public LLM, large language model. So your information gets shared and being used to train the large language models. With Copilot, the beauty of it is that it is protected, meaning that it stays within the realm of your organization. It doesn't leave that. So it's safe, it's secure. So those are the things that your organization needs to understand. I'm more than happy to have that discussion with whoever is with your organization to help them understand the value that it brings. I mentioned earlier how you can quantify it by saving 10 hours a month. You multiply that, the dollar salary of an employee, you can create an ROI for that. But at the same time, how it's going to boost your productivity. I hope I answered your question.
But I would like to comment that actually this point that you have raised is part of the first point in the World Trade Index report that has been released just early this month.
May 8th, yeah.
Yeah, and this is where individuals and employees are adopting AI much faster than their companies are. And although the technology is there, Copilot is there for Power BI, you want to use it, but your company is still, they need to figure out their internal processes and what are the implications and all of that. So it is there. Most of, 75% of the knowledge workers are utilizing AI as much as they can, and then the barrier maybe is the companies, because they're larger, their decisions get made at larger level, and they consider all of the different aspects. But with people like you, it's I'm sure the company can move ahead.
I think we have put time, but for the sake of being conscious of time, I think one more question. I know the gentleman over there had his hand up.
The gentleman right in front of the person who just asked a question.
No, somebody had a hand up there, right?
I'm happy to be here and I listen to you. My name is Mohammed. I am head of culture or knowledge club at Imam Abdul Rahman Faisal University, and under me maybe 200 or 300 members. And I want to ask you, how can I manage all my members, and how can I analyze its job by digital tools or AI tools? Please answer to me.
Well, Mohammed, help me understand. What are you trying to measure?
What?
Help me understand your question. What are you trying to measure? I missed that.
I am a head of culture club or knowledge club at university.
Right.
This club contains 300 members.
Right.
And I want to listen from you. How can I manage all members by AI tools or digital tools to analyze its job?
So I'm not sure I can answer that directly, but I'll tell you that we have, again, I hate to say this from a Microsoft angle, but we do have something called employee experience that Jim also alluded to, which actually gives you insights. Like if I'm working late, it'll tell me how many of my employees are working after hours so that we prevent burnout. We can also measure their productivity in Teams, which is our collaborative platform. We can actually see how many meetings were reduced by using AI, how many minutes you saved using AI. Then you again quantify that by the salary that I was talking about, and you get an ROI. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but there are tools available, the employee experience I was talking about, and some of the tools within teams also, for that matter, where you can quantify the savings and the productivity of an employee?
Yes, in another way, I have a team. How can I organize my team, and how can I manage my team, and how can I analyze all of job by digital tools or AI tools? It is possible or it's not possible. I want to listen from you.
Employee experience is a great example. Like I said, we have something called Viva Insights, which actually does do something like that. It'll show you the productivity of the user. And we can take it offline. I want to be conscious of time, and I know I'm over, but more than happy to talk to you offline about it. Anything else? Any other questions? I think we have somebody over there.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you all first. Since you are high management and executives, how can I give the management at my company, because we are a chemical company, we are not centric around IT and artificial intelligence and these tools. How can I give them an out to consider AI in different areas? Because the main business line for us is not IT. We are a manufacturing company. We are focused on manufacturing, production, chemicals, and so on and so forth. We are not ahead on IT and artificial intelligence and these tools. So how can I convince them and give them a nudge on this area so they can see the value there? So I need your insights.
I can say that you focus on the outcome that you're looking to achieve, and you have to put it into terms that leadership will understand. So look for outcomes that are talked about in all hands calls, things that leadership is looking to move the needle on. They may not understand how IT tools will help that cause, and you have to put it in the context of what outcome they're looking to achieve. So it's very important to understand the perspective of not only the employees but also the leaders that are making the decisions, and when you kind of get an understanding of their perspective and what outcomes are going to help achieve their goals, then you can just apply whatever it is you think is going to add value to move those outcomes, and you're now putting it into a language that they understand. So that's my 2 cents. I get asked that question more than anything. So,
thanks for chiming in. I'm getting a cue that our time is over. I really apologize. More than happy to speak to you offline, but I'm way over time. So again, I really want to thank everybody for their time, their participation, and if there are any questions that were left unanswered, I'll be backstage, more than happy to discuss with you. And again, thank you so much to Zainab, Jim, and Dr. Duman.
Thanks for listening, everyone.
Thank you so much, Amjad, for that discussion, that great panel that touched on something that's very important to all of us, of course, which is how we go about, experiencing everything related to the digital future. So now we're going to shift a little bit to the exponential growth of one of tech's most flourishing industry, one that is close to many people's hearts, certainly close to my heart, which is the world of gaming. It often surprises people to learn that gaming is the second highest grossing entertainment industry, outperforming, listen to this, outperforming the film and music industry combined. But while the digital gaming boom continues, concerns do remain, and here to talk about some of them and how we meet the challenges they present for a successful and healthy future, I'd like to welcome to the stage the head of digital and strategy at Saudi Arabia, Nadim Ibrahim. We also have a psychologist from Aramco, Dr. Justin Thomas. We have the commercial director for online gaming at YOTA, Barney Muir. And we have our very own FIFA World Cup gold medal winner and Saudi brand ambassador, also an esports team owner, Abdulaziz Al-Shehri. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us on this panel that I'm very excited about. I want to start with you, Abdulaziz. What did it feel like when you beat France 3-0 in the final?
First of all, I'm so happy to be here with you guys. And to be honest, it's a dream for me to be at the highest level and to represent my country in the highest possible level. And to win the World Cup, it's something I only was dreaming about. But in Saudi Arabia, the dreams are reality right now.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's something that you've been practicing from a young age. I mean, if I was playing FIFA at the age of 10 or 12, I'm sure you were probably even younger. But when you hear of the country investing $1 billion, I did my research, $1 billion in a company called ESL, which is a gaming company.
Yes.
$200 million spent in the industry. When you hear of such large investments being done from the top, a few questions here. Did you ever imagine this day will come? What does it tell you about, your passion?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Saudi Arabia now is the leading in esports. We are having huge tournaments across the whole time of summer for every single game, starting from FIFA, from Fortnite, for any other big game. And Saudi Arabia now is investing a lot of money and also a lot of tournaments also. So by doing that, Saudi Arabia is proving that this measure is very important for all of us. And definitely, eSport is growing massively throughout the whole years. I mean, we are talking about something like billions of dollars investing in this measure. And definitely, I mean, Mohammed bin Salman, Sayyidi Wali al-Ahd, now is the owner of something called Savvy Gaming Group. This is a huge esports, I would say, organizer. And now we will have the Summer World Cup also, and that's with prize pool around $60 million.
$60 million?
Yes.
Prize pool?
Yes.
My goodness. Is it too late for me to enter space?
It's not too late, but there are so many opportunities for all of us, I mean, to be part of this huge project.
Yeah. Fantastic. Nadeem, if we were to switch it now a little bit and ask you something more related to your industry, significant debates on the contrary. There's a significant debates over the cognitive effects of gaming, one-way communication, you're not interacting, with the outside world. These are all, I'm a father, so I protect my kids over that as well. But what's your take on it? Should we listen to the naysayers? Is there a middle ground? How would you approach that?
Yeah, it's a bit of a controversial one. It depends how you look at it, right? I mean, there's certainly a taboo when it comes to gaming in some markets. We were talking about this backstage earlier. And what I find is that, or what we're beginning to find, is that individuals live in separated moments and separated spaces, okay? When you have a separated moment, you are much more entrenched into a game, let's just say, right? And even within the gaming universe of individuals, we also spoke about, which is you have two types. You have the athletes, like this one here, and then you have the traditional gamer, which again has its own sets of personalities, whether you're a console gamer or a mobile device gamer. But their separated moment, or even a separated space, is where they want to be taken to another world or universe for that 30 minutes, or for sometimes, like my nephew, 6 hours, which is crazy in some respects. Sorry?
Per day?
On a Saturday.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
But even that, even that as an uncle, for example, you're a bit taken back because you're thinking, this cannot be right. But studies have shown that it can actually help on the other side, right? help boost your morale, your confidence,
Yes.
you develop different skills. But then on the athlete side, it's completely different, right? You're training and you're having to, do something completely different. So I think when it comes, I don't think there's enough that's been done in terms of a recognition around how it can definitely help elements of mental well-being, and definitely like we have this perception that gaming is just for kids, but it's not really for kids, right?
No, not at all.
Not at all, exactly, exactly. And I'm sure you play games too.
I do now that I have kids, but there was a time where I had a break, and I just see how it is often something that my 6-year-old would favor over playing outside, and that kind of bothers me because I grew up in the 90s where outside was pretty much where we spent most of our time.
That's true, and definitely like I grew up in the 80s where kicking a ball outside was amazing, right? And it was a bit like another language to think that actually nobody wants to play outside now. It's all about the latest release of FIFA and, how much time does one spend just to sort of see it from start to end, or Call of Duty, for example. But there is a benefit to it as well. We're in a world now where, we're developing different skill sets, whether it's through I'm not saying the introduction of AI has been around for a while, but through generative AI, or whether it's through esports now. And certainly in Saudi is definitely by far one of the nations that is champion around this new skill set and this new category of ecosystem that's been created with respect to gaming. But there's a few things that should be addressed.
Yes. Dr. Justin, you're a psychologist at Aramco. So when you hear the term gaming disorder, how do you react to that term?
I think there's a real miasma and a web of disagreement around the idea of gaming disorder, and with many other psychological disorders. But I think ultimately it comes down to when we consider anything as a psychological disorder, it comes down to 3 Ds. So again, I think we talked backstage about where do we draw the line. Because obviously the first thing is that this is hugely positive. It's a powerful, positive force for the economy, gaming. It's a powerful, positive force for the individuals. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
That benefit from it. But
3-0.
but on the other side of this, so you have this idea of 3 Ds. Deviation, so you touched on it. So how many hours of the day can we spend gaming? If you're a professional, ultimately that's what you do, so you can game for as long as you want. But if you've got other duties and you spend 12 hours a day playing Call of Duty, it's a problem. So that's the first D. It deviates from what's normally accepted. And then the second D, and this is the more difficult one, is distress. So this will be something that I think few people could relate to. If the behavior causes distress, if it causes distress for you, like I'm gaming all the time and I don't want to be, that it's what we call ego dystonic behavior. You're actually distressed by the level of gaming that you engage in. But the other side to that is distress for other people, and this is more common with things like gaming. Are other people distressed? Are your parents, is your boss in work? If you spend your time in work gaming, it's going to cause problems, which leads us to the third D, which is dysfunction. So if the level of gaming is actually ikhtilal wazifi, if it's actually impacting what you're meant to be doing in terms of your occupation, your family duties, your responsibilities, then we're in the domain where, forget about titles like gaming disorder. This is obviously, it's a clear and evident problem. Your academic performance is suffering as a consequence. Maybe you've lost jobs, you've lost relationships. So one thing I would say is that this is a tiny minority. So the vast majority of people who play games not only aren't harmed by games, but they actually benefit from the activity. But we can't, when something gets as big as gaming, we can't ignore the tiny minority, because there's so many people that do this activity. A tiny minority becomes a big number of people that are having these problems. So these are the things that come to mind with gaming disorder.
I think the word moderation comes to mind, right? Everything in moderation, and maybe to some degree playing outside for too many hours. Actually, no, I don't think that's a good example. But gaming in moderation is probably the way forward. Barney, if we were to look at it from your lens, so you're on the manufacturing side of the industry, 20% of the gaming industry is under the age of 18, so that's a sizable chunk, so 1/5. What safeguards are set to ensure that age-appropriate games are being played by those who are of a particular age bracket?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and it's a real problem at the moment that we are trying to solve as a company. So I work for Yoti. We are an age verification company, and I work particularly very closely with platforms to work out how they can deliver age-appropriate services. And the key part to that is the individual working out how old a user is, and then determining whether they are playing the right game or the right versions of the game or have the right setup in that game. And at the moment, the way this is done, or the way this was traditionally done before we moved online, was that you would go down, you'd buy a physical game, and the person selling you that game would decide whether you're old enough according to the age rating. As we start to move online, that's now changed. There's no person there anymore. So now it's done through self-declaration. So I, as a if I'm a 14-year-old, I'll type in my date of birth, and then it will display the right game levels for me. Now, it doesn't take a genius to work out that actually if I put in that I'm over 18 or I'm 99 years, that you go through that without any problems at all. And that's where the real problem lies. And it's a real tough challenge for the industry to solve, because particularly for people who don't have ID documents or anything like that, it can be really hard to prove your age. And that's really where Yoti works. We've developed an age estimation algorithm, which is designed for people to prove their age without an ID document. So they take a facial scan of their face. We will process that, estimate how old a user is, and then delete that image and send the result back. And that means you're going to very quickly work out if someone is in the right bracket or the wrong bracket. And then from that, and this is the important thing, is that you can then do new safety mechanisms which come off the basis of that. So if they are a younger individual, maybe you won't turn on voice chat, or you won't turn on geolocation or different advertising, or allow loot box mechanisms. You can design a more age-appropriate game for that user, which I think is the key part of it. And being able to offer that in a way which is easy to use and seamless for the end user is the most important thing, because the games developers, at the end of the day, they want as many people to play the games as possible. And if you put lots of barriers in the way of users signing up, that's going to be a really big problem, and it's not going to be taken up. So I effectively work very closely with games developers to make that as streamlined a process as possible, but keeping that level of safety in games, which is really important.
So Barney, when I was younger, I used to pay for a game once and then enjoy it for a lifetime. And then my 6-year-old recently introduced me to something that the industry has coined as microtransactions.
Yeah.
So you pay for the game, and then you're paying throughout the journey of that game, which I thought was very slick from the manufacturers. Where do we draw the line on how much parents can be billed, or how many times one can be billed for a particular game? Like, is this a strategy, or is this here to stay, or is it just a fad?
Look, I mean, I didn't develop games myself, but what I've seen in the industry is that this, when used correctly, this can be a viable and important revenue stream for games, particularly ones which are free to play. And I think there are definitely times when consenting adults who are able to use the service and want to play the game a bit more and want to wait, don't want to wait another hour before they can have another opportunity. There's nothing wrong with someone paying a little bit just to get into that. And I think the challenge comes with when the people who are vulnerable, it's like Justin was saying, it's the vulnerable people in society that we need to protect and set measures in, so that actually if you've spent £2,000 this month on microtransactions on a game, maybe you want to consider that. Or if you are potentially too young to understand what those microtransactions are doing, or that it's going to end up costing your mum and dad a lot of money, then maybe you shouldn't have the option to do that. And I think industry is making some strides towards that. I know Yuki, which is the sort of Video Games Association in the UK, they've released some guidance on loot boxes and making efforts to improve it. But it's really hard to work out where exactly that line is. I don't know if any of the other panel have any thoughts on that.
I mean, at the end of the day, you know, it's a billion-dollar industry, gaming. And it's a gaming and esports. I like to disentangle these because they are billion-dollar in respective fields. Esports is much more tangible, and I think when you think of, just to say, traditional gaming, it's much more virtual, right? I guess an open question, though, it does come to a point, though, if you are buying coins throughout a game, for example, there must be an element of addiction that then happens. That for the child or the gamer itself, you're almost in a bit of a Las Vegas world almost, right? Because you want to keep paying and keep playing. So it's a case of where do you draw that line? But if I talk from an advertising world perspective, you know, the purpose of advertising is to help brands to sell products.
Of course.
And in the gaming world specifically, one of the biggest criteria for apps and games is how do I increase my active user base? So you're always going to send people back over and over again, and then that also will then have a chain reaction in buying more, spending more, being more engaged. How do you detach them? Do they come somewhat a bit distressed? So there is this sort of ethics side of things as well that we have to sort of account for, because absolutely, but then you can look at the other side, that it does also help someone's potential well-being, and you know, you look at the positive side of things. But there is just this finite line then, because for the gamer, if majority of gamers are youth, then where does the parent get involved to say stop, for example, right? You sometimes have to rely on technology to say stop. But where do we draw that line?
Yeah, I was going to just jump in because I think there's a huge issue here. If you look at some other areas, in total agreement, there is this, if you like, there's a tension between how much is your responsibility, how much, if it's children, how much is it their responsibility. But I recently hired a car, so I went back to the UK and I hired a car, and I'm driving along the motorway, and the car's sensing how long I've been driving. It's possibly picking up some of the kind of details from me, some bio data. And the car then says to me, I think you're tired. You need to take a break. You know, I thought, I felt cared for. I thought, thank you, car. So I thank you, but no thank you. I don't need to take a break. But I think just building so what we do, I think that the history of this so far has been that we, obviously because of the business models, psychologists are part of this. We understand human vulnerability, and we exploit it. We exploit human vulnerability to keep people coming back, to make them stay longer, to make them fear that they're going to lose out on something if they don't click that next thing. So these strategies are really basic, and they're kind of easy to implement. But I think the challenge going forward is to take our knowledge of human vulnerability and engineer into these games or into these different platforms things that protect us from us. And I think that's where we come to that ethical point. We want to carry on with this. We want to carry on with this in a way that is healthy, and people can then choose. People could say, you know, like the car that said to me, you know, you're tired. The game could say to me, you've been on here for 6 hours. Maybe you'd like to go to the bathroom. You know, and I might say, no, I'm good, and carry on. But just those little mechanisms, a little bit of feedback, you know, just this idea of caring. And I think if the gaming industry doesn't do that for itself, and some do, there's plenty of good examples of good practice. If the gaming industry doesn't do that for itself, that's why we have legislation. You know, part of the great thing about Sync and the Global Digital Wellbeing Summit is that it is global, because these are global platforms. You know, so if nations come together and say, actually no, games should not serve algorithm-derived advertising to anyone under the age of 18. if you do that, you're not allowed to offer your game in our country. So regulation, I think, at that level also has a real role to play.
Yeah. In addition to that, in esports, for example, we have that many people spend a lot of money in order to get better cards. So to open packs to get better players and cards. The thing here is that when you put $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 to get those players, sometimes you cannot get them because it's also about luck. You are opening a pack. The thing here, I mean, this is something, sadly, it is against like the competitive scene, and that's why we try to help and to try to remove this from the game itself, but it's impossible to do that. So what we try to do is that we try to give each player the same items, and the better one can move on and be the best at what he can do. Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing is, this something is like a huge thing, and we need to fix this probably for the next few years.
And while we're on this topic, I know we spoke about, you winning the World Cup, but that's summit day for you. That's when you made it. And in all honesty, on the way to the summit, were there any days where you felt burned out, or where you felt that maybe you were playing excessively, that maybe your mental well-being took a hit?
Oh yes, of course. I mean, for me personally, even when I practice for any tournament, I cannot play more than 2 or 3 hours maximum. After that, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of energy.
Do you have an esports psychologist?
To be honest, I have to go to a psychiatrist, sometimes, because those kind of people help us before any tournament. For me personally,
all the top athletes, they have like sports psychologists. So I'm just thinking if the esports are athletes, so they have, to get your head in the game, to help you deal with defeat.
Yes, at the end of the day, it's a mental game. So you have to be mentally strong, and these kind of people help you to be at the best possible mental shape, as I say.
Yeah. So you do talk to professionals in the field?
Yes, before tournaments, yes. And I sit, I talk, I express my feelings, because, you have to be mentally ready. Otherwise, if you are not confident about yourself, if you are not like mentally ready, you will have hard times.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Nadeem, we'll switch gears. Recently, we've seen an increase in the recognition of benefits of gaming. So benefits on the positive now, whether it's social interaction, community building, of online multiplayer affairs, mood boosting, creativity fueling effects. As the gaming world continues to expand, and it certainly is, how do we prioritize or put at the forefront these positive effects?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a taboo in gaming, right? I think regardless of the market, most markets, I think, especially, and there is this taboo that too much gaming is not good for you, and I don't think so. I think more gaming for you is great for you, especially in the world that we live in, which is it's quite intense, specifically in my field. No day, every day is a new day. And every day I don't know what I'm going to expect, right? And you work long hours, and sometimes you just need this space where you can just
relax.
Exactly, right? And Netflix is not my go-to to relax. I would love to be able to pick up a console and just play, but when you're surrounded by other responsibilities like children, it's a bit difficult. Yeah. So definitely, I don't think there's a set way of prioritizing. I think what I personally feel is, when there's, what we don't often hear enough of, if I flip it around, is people who may be suffering some form of well-being issue, mental health, for example, that perhaps gaming is not being given as an avenue to explore for a remedy. Often we hear of the medicinal way sometimes, or we hear of other organizations. And I see you now just like smirking there. But I think it can be considered as a remedy because you're right, it's mood boosting. You can build communities on there. You can almost, we talk about avatars these days. I'm sure people in this room have got an avatar, right? Where you are expressing yourself to be someone else that you're not. So why not be able to take that as an ammunition for yourself to say, I'm going to go in another space. It's going to help my mental well-being. I'm going to be able to create a new community, be whoever I want to be. It's not quite the metaverse, right? But It is another space. And confidently be able to talk about or be how you want to be. So I don't think there's a set priority, if I'm being honest with you. I think it's a solution, that one of the solutions that should be integrated into the space of well-being, that I think may be a way to help other individuals.
I mean, I totally agree. I felt like often as a psychologist, like psychologists, and they deserved a reputation for years, there was lots of the kind of moral panics are kind of sparked by overzealous psychologists. Probably, I'm going to push it onto journalists. They take our research and they kind of throw paraffin on it and make a big fire. But I think the point you made there, I think it's really worth thinking about. I mean, two things. One, I think you mentioned before, Mo, about moderation. I think it's not also, the moderation is important, but I think a big thing is the reason why. So there's a reason why you game. So you might game to just kind of let off some steam, you know, end of the day, done your duties. It's a reward, it's a celebration. But there are some people who game to escape. So it's this idea of celebration or escape. So it's the why of the gaming. I have difficulties in my life, I have problems, I'm depressed, I'm anxious. I want to escape from that. This idea psychologists talk about experiential avoidance. And so if you're using gaming for that, if that's the reason why you're using gaming, that's more likely to be in that problematic camp. But you point at, I think, often we lump gaming as though it's homogenous. There's so many different types of games. And I think it is conceivable that you could develop games, especially if you kind of reverse engineer the elements that are associated with positive psychological well-being. So games give purpose, games give sense of belonging, games give a sense of achievement. So if you kind of take all of the if you like, the positive components, you could end up in a space where you could create a game that genuinely does boost people's well-being. You could even look at, you know, it's a bit of a stretch, but, you know, games that actually help treat certain problems. And then the gaming industry can take a slice out of the pharmaceutical industry's profits.
There, we've created a new sector now, right?
How do you react to that, Barney, where there's a dichotomy between playing to escape and playing to reward yourself at the end of the day?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely do a bit of both. I think playing to escape from something is a bit more problematic when you get down to it, and I think it's exactly the point. Playing to escape from what? Is it to escape from just like a tough day and this is a one-off, or is this something a little bit more serious that we need to understand a lot more deeply? And then if you're playing to reward yourself, I think everyone deserves a friendly break every now and then, and I think there are good games which are great to play and are really positive. I play Wordle myself, which is it's a word game. For any of you who don't know, you get to guess the letters and then you have to guess what the random word of the day is, and you get one chance to do it per day. It only takes 5 minutes. It's a really positive game to play overall, and that's one of my rewards for the day. I wake up and I play Wordle, and then I share it with my friends and say how I've done. So I think there's a nice difference between those. I think they can both have positives and set up like that.
That game went viral a few years ago. Everyone was on it 4 or 5 years ago.
One of the most popular games out there, and yeah, you can only play once per day. So it's not all about getting as many people playing it as fast as possible to have a hit, and it's overall it's a really positive one.
Bless my mom, actually, when she had that, she played this very game, and bless her, she came to me, she goes, I think there's something wrong with my iPhone. I goes, what? She goes, it's not letting me go to the next step. So she would uninstall and reinstall the game, thinking there was something wrong with her device, bless her. But a great measure to have.
That's the idea of engineering that in, knowing that people are likely to be quite addicted to it because it's fun and it's good, but you know, making a decision to not encourage that, discourage it.
You know what, Dr. Justin, one of the things that I've noticed, at least in the last decade, I'm a beginner to the industry of gaming, but one of the things I noticed as an observer is that the industry has changed from one-way communication, when I used to play FIFA or Need for Speed, to two-way communication. My son today is talking to a number of kids, all of whom I screened, but there is an interaction happening as opposed to just looking up at the screen with your mouth open. So safe to say that the industry is safer than ever as far as your mental health is concerned, where it's not just one-way communication, but you're interacting with other people. Would you agree?
I totally agree. I think that's the type. So if you looked at the ingredients that make a game good, or that make a game health promoting and positive, it would be these games that kind of, if you like, create social interaction. And I think one of the things that someone said to me once was their parents stopped their gaming behaviour. They cut it, like they just, you're not gaming anymore. And they said that it hurt them most, not because they couldn't game, but because they were part of a team and they were letting their team down. Yeah. You know, so that really made me change the way I thought about this. So people are developing real, substantial social connections in these games, a sense of belonging. You know, so I think that there really are lots and lots of positive, powerfully positive elements about gaming, and I think if we focus on that more, they become a force for social good. So I think the idea of connecting people, giving them the shared sense of a goal, you know, that really is quite powerful, you know, especially for young people. And I think not just with their peers. I think one of the other things that really, one thing that lit me up one day, like I don't play games, but my daughter played Minecraft, and we were going for a walk, and she started talking to me about the Enderman, am I saying? Ender Dragon and the Enderman. And usually I just dismiss it. But I leaned into it and I said, tell me more about the Enderman and tell me more about Minecraft in general. And she lit up. You know, I hadn't seen her so animated. She schooled me. She taught me all about, but there was a real connection there. So I think it's another opportunity for parents and their children to connect over games, especially the games that you mentioned, the games where you're kind of, you know, you're reliant on each other, you're interacting and you're, you know, supporting each other. So we can't talk about games as one homogenous blob. That's finished. We've got to really dive down into what type of games. Some games are definitely harmful. It's almost like there's a thin line between some games and gambling. You know, we know gambling's been an addiction, well-established behavioural addiction for decades. So I think we really do need to have that nuance and keep in mind that gaming overall is like you mentioned it before. There are some games, there's a famous study from the Oxford group where people who played it more, they played for more hours, they had higher levels of well-being. Yeah. So it's not about, so you can't extrapolate that to all games, but this idea of kind of lifting the lid on what games are, what elements are in them, and what those elements do to us, our psychology.
Yeah, he mentioned something very important, that gaming could make the relationship between the daughter, the son, or the parents much better, you know? So this is one of the most important things that we should focus on, because when you play with your children, whatever the game is, you are building a better relationship with them. And by this way, you can gain their trust. They will all be talking to you, they will be more open to you, and that's the major thing in growing up those children or kids.
And no parent can ever tell their child, you're never going to make a living off this. That's dismissed, because the industry is in a brand new frontier, in a brand new place. Okay. Perfect question for you, actually, Abdulaziz. Any changes, or what changes would you like to see in the industry for the better, if any? Any improvements from a gamer's perspective? Would you like to see any changes?
Well, I mean, there are many things that we would love to see. One of the most important things is the academies. I think we need to have more academies of gaming or esports specifically, because academies make the players much better. More tournaments as an athlete. We need more tournaments. Once we have more tournaments, we can improve. And that's, to be honest, what we already have this summer. In Riyadh, we will be hosting the biggest event of World of Esports. So academies and more tournaments, I think these the more important things that we need. At the end of the day, that maybe we can also have game developers, because all the game developers are from out of Saudi Arabia. So we should focus on that, because there are many people who can make good games that describe our culture.
So right now in Saudi, the country has attracted the eyes of the boxing world.
Okay.
Like, I don't think anybody can dispute that boxing is now the home of boxing is in Saudi.
Yes.
Now, and hopefully for a very long time. Have we made similar waves in the gaming industry as far as the global interest is concerned?
Yes. Now Saudi Arabia is the leading esports organizer. You know, we are leading the world through esports now. We are hosting the biggest events. We have the best games, and also we have the best competitors. So all these tools are helping us. Imagine in Riyadh this summer, we will be having many tournaments and many games. And this is something huge. This is something has never happened any other place. So this is why I believe we are already in the leading. Also, I remember back in the years, I think around 2 or 3 years ago, the esports of some specific games, I wouldn't say, were dying. You know, Saudi Arabia took the initiative to represent this game in the best possible way, and to put money, organizers, and all of that. And now it's on its feet right now. So I believe now Saudi Arabia is taking the initiative to do that.
Nadim, in your line of work, have you felt work pile up in Saudi?
Oh yes,
Yeah.
And whether it's the bigger projects, whether it's the mega projects, or whether it's the initiatives like in esports. I mean, for me, like I've been in this region for almost 5 years now, and every time I'm in Saudi, which is almost every 2 weeks, there's something new, and there's a sense of energy that, you know, from an outside regional perspective, let's say, is seen as believing, right? You have to come here to see it, and in my respective field, yes, work is piling up because we're getting closer and closer to a lot of these initiatives becoming a reality that the outside world needs to see, people around in this region needs to see, needs to visit. You know, I look at Daria as one example, which is a great example. You've seen is believing, you can touch it, you can see it. You look at the other projects that have taken place, it's becoming a reality. I mean, kudos to this. And honestly, for what you say to me about the esports being the home and the heartland,
Yes.
I think it's only commendable. Honestly, you know. And like with all I do. So, and you're only going to see more and more of this as time goes on, and it's just great to see. So, unfortunately but fortunately, yes, my work is becoming almost 16-hour days, 17-hour days. You know, I don't have time to game, unfortunately.
It's time to hire a couple more assistants.
I think so.
We're going to open a question or two. We have maybe enough time for 1 or 2 questions, but before they pass around the mics, Barney, in your line of work, have you felt the ripples of Saudi reach you as a global hub for esports?
I have definitely heard a lot more about Saudi Arabia in the last couple of years. I'm really impressed with what's going on here. It's really leading, and whenever I go to any conference, it comes up. I don't work too much in esports myself, but there's definitely a buzz and vibe in the industry as a whole that Saudi Arabia is a place where things are happening, and I think that's the best compliment you can get from a country at the moment.
Yeah.
If you're open and willing to move forward at pace, then everyone's going to want to have more of it.
Did you watch the boxing of a few days ago?
It's a little bit late for me, but I watched the highlights.
Well, we'll take 1 or 2 questions from the crowd, if there's any. I see a gentleman in the 3rd row.
I appreciate your time, and I have 2 parts of 1 question with 2 parts. First one, what is the best system, generator system for creating a game? I mean here about performance, high performance, realistic. Okay. The other one, if I have a game and I want to publish it online, it's about more than 20 GB, okay? How can I do this? And which server, cloud server is best for that? Thank you.
I don't think this question is for you, Justin. Dr.
Okay.
Justin.
Maybe the last part. Maybe the last part. I believe now Saudi Esports Federation has a program called Game Developers. So through this, they will definitely help you with anything regarding creating game, making a game, on any platform, whether it's a console, a mobile, or anything else.
Okay, thank you.
You
Thank
are
you.
welcome.
The gentleman here in the third row, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
My name is Khalid Al-Madallah. I want to ask a question. How do you think gaming can affect a child's or a teenager's mental health?
I think that's
This one's for you, Justin.
For me. Yeah. I think that, first of all, thank you for the question. I think it's a brilliant, brilliant question. And I think it's something we didn't touch on, because I think when you look at a child, look at the age of a child and the age that you game, I think one of the things we don't know, and this is just us being really honest, because we don't know, but what the long-term effects, because these digital technologies, say VR, virtual reality games, they're quite new. So we honestly don't know the long-term effects, but from what we do know so far, we know from some of the research that they can have really positive effects. We know that lots and lots of young people, they make friends, they make real-world friends through gaming, and those real-world friendships definitely help us grow and develop and flourish psychologically. So if gaming connects you to other people keep us well. So if gaming connects you to other people, gaming will keep you well. Hope that helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Unfortunately, that's all the time we had. We could have gone another hour or two. Thank you all very much for watching, and a round of applause for this panel. Thank you. A short coffee break, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. No, I love that. Thank you.
Champion.
Welcome back, everybody. So basically, that was our last break for the second day at this amazing summit. But the good thing that we still have few speakers and sessions to go with. Throughout the summit, we've been particularly focused on the impact of digital technology on our young generation and young people. So I'm so delighted to now welcome to the stage one of the, I would say, most influenced young people within Saudi. She's a Guinness World Record. She actually won 2 Guinness World Records. One for being the world's youngest newspaper columnist, and the second one, when she was 12, for being the youngest writer globally, and that's a great thing. So I'm really pleased and actually honored to welcome to the stage Ritaj Al-Hazmi to share her insights with us as a young author and columnist. The stage is yours.
While technological developments hold great possibilities for our generation of digital natives, the inevitable dominance of technology in our lives creates a challenge. Namely, how do we ensure our digital well-being while also being empowered to fulfill our potential and realize our dreams in this exciting new world? The issue of digital well-being is obviously something we've been discussing at length here at the Sync Summit. However, I'd like to offer my take as a young person on this global concern. Studies have shown that the average time spent on screen by teens is about 7 hours per day. This equates to 43% of a teenager's waking hours. Now, let me give you a little scenario. Imagine yourself waking up and the first thing you do is check the time on your phone. But then you receive a notification from a social media app, and you tap on it, allowing it to have your attention, and you begin mindlessly scrolling for the next few hours. And once you realize the time you have wasted, it is already too late. But why do we even do this? Are we socially engaged with technology that we don't feel the importance of connecting with others in real life? Or are we in a society where we feel socially pressured to become interested in things we might not even like? We also need to consider the physical and mental effects of excessive screen time. And this is not something we should ignore. Now, to solve this issue and other similar ones, we need to be true to ourselves as we identify the role technology plays in shaping the youth lifestyle today. And we must realize that this is a challenge we have to be willing to face. To do that, we first need to create a strong mindset that prioritizes digital well-being, even if the society today might seem to ignore it. And we also need to clarify the changes we need to make to improve our quality of life in the digital age. And there are actually a few key principles to overcome a challenge like this. And one of them is the magic of simple habits. Now, it's important to start guiding the new generation and planting those little seeds from early on. Since toddlers, for example, really love learning about the environment around them, give them a chance to engage with their surroundings and try to learn what grabs their attention. So, as they grow up and find their interests, build habits step by step that allows them to grow an even bigger connection with their interest. And when that works out, try associating their interest with skills that they can develop for their future. And most importantly, we must ensure that we are actively encouraging them to aim for their dreams and nothing less. Now, as I note these important things, you might have noticed that this is a message more aimed at parents. And so I really want to emphasize their crucial role by sharing my own story. As a young child, my parents noticed that me and my little sister loved creating imaginary worlds with our stuffed toys. And so they decided to try something out. Each week, we would regularly visit the library, and even though me and my little sister were too young to even know how to read, we attended story time sessions and flipped the pages of picture books one after another, intrigued by the illustrations. Now, I later developed a reading habit, and my sister became a really good listener who comprehended words well. Soon after, I got into writing, and it became something I genuinely loved and enjoyed. Now, I'm a columnist with 3 published books, or a writer with 3 published books, and a columnist writing about the new generation. Writing is one of the most important skills that is essential in almost every aspect of our lives. And it definitely turned out to become my field of expertise. But how did I even start learning this skill? So, as a young child, my parents guided me to using technology that enabled me to develop my skills. And so, since reading was already something I was interested in, I reached a point where learning writing was so fun that I enjoyed it even more than watching YouTube videos. And this is an interesting thing to say, especially from a child's perspective. Now, self-development was also another great thing that I focused on. And I don't think we realize that we have thousands of courses available online to help you develop any skill that comes to mind, whether it be writing, drawing, or programming, and the list goes on. So we should take advantage of that. But what happens after we develop our skills? Now, after we reach a level of proficiency, we start setting realistic goals to help us reach our dreams. And once we do, something amazing happens. The impact one child makes can trigger a domino effect on other children with just one achievement. Now imagine the potential. After I broke a Guinness World Record as the youngest person to publish a book series, which was a record that wasn't broken by anyone else in 20 years, 2 young girls broke that same record in the span of 3 years. And once I received this news, I was obviously like, wow, what an achievement, because it was something amazing. And I was actually already anticipating that moment for some time now. And it was because at most of the events I would attend, I would always hint at my excitement to seeing younger children break that record. But what does it mean when we finally see amazing things like this? Well, each generation is obviously becoming more adaptive to technology than ever before, allowing them to start pursuing their dreams from a young age. But what does technology have to do with this, you might ask? Well, from what we are seeing, if we use it right, then it becomes an enabler of accomplishments. So now that we know what we can do, how do we actually act upon it? We live in a world that is developing at an overwhelmingly fast pace. So a futurized mindset is definitely something that we need. Realizing that kids are exposed to technology at a young age, we need to ensure that we can leverage technology's power. So rather than restricting, we need to be able to be as adaptive with the world's change. But not just so that we don't fall short, but so we can aim to excel. We need to take a holistic approach to supporting the next generation's success. The advantages of tech are for nothing if we don't have a healthy relationship with it. And it's always good to take a moment to remember that the key to securing a better future for all is the success of our next generation. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Can you remind us how old you are?
I'm 16 years old.
Oh my gosh. That's incredible.
Thank you.
So impressive. We're going to have a seat in a second.
Sure.
But while we're waiting, I just wanted to know, what's it like to receive a Guinness Book of World Records prize?
Honestly, it was something out of this world. I never expected to get not one but 2 Guinness World Records. It was something amazing, and I felt so proud and to finally accomplish something amazing like this.
Do you have your eye on a third?
Maybe, who knows?
Would that be a record?
It would.
3 World Prize
No,
records?
no, I don't think so,
Okay.
but
Great. Amazing. So we're just setting up for our next session. We're going to be talking about Gen Alpha.
Yep.
And exploring if the kids are all right.
Right.
And you're going to answer some of those questions. But I guess for an audience, before we get started, you might be aware of this, but Gen Alpha is the first generation to really grow up in a fully digital native family unit. So this is a really exceptional place.
Yes.
And we're going to be exploring some of the work that we've been doing in partnership with IthraSync in unlocking some of the truths about family life across the world, really. And we're going to explore childhood, parenting, and the future of this generation with some really exceptional experts. So why don't you have a seat, Ritaj,
Sure.
and I'll invite our other guests up to join us. So joining myself and Ritaj is Dr. Hanan Al-Sheikh. She is a pediatric consultant at the Johns Hopkins Aramco Healthcare Hospital. We also have Dr. Elizabeth Malavidov. She is the founder of digitalparentingcoach.com, a website and community with resources and strategies for parents, a real innovator and advocate. And we also have Dr. Jordan Shapiro. He's a senior fellow for the Joan Gantz Cooney Center at Sesame Workshop. He's an associate professor at Temple University and the author of The New Childhood, Raising Kids to Thrive in a Connected World. Can we give a round of applause to our guests, please? Hey. Thanks for joining me, friends. Really great to be in conversation with you. We spent a couple days getting to know one another, and in fact, Jordan and Elizabeth and I go a bit further back because we've been talking about Gen Alpha and family life in a digital age for several months now. And so before we get started into the meat of our discussion, I would like each of you to just share your own personal mission when it comes to digital well-being. Shall we start with you, Hanan?
Sure. I mean, if you look at my relationship, I think it's for the digital well-being for children, Generation Alpha, it's very important to have healthy relationship with technology and empowerment also, because it's not just, we know that they are living in a digital world and there is a lot of challenges for them. It's coming from their safety perspective, from parenting perspective, and being role models for those children. Also, that other thing, digital literacy is very important. And I always emphasize, because in our culture, sometimes we don't encourage children to post their pictures in the media. And I always encourage parents to teach their kids how to post a healthier footprint, and instead of inhibiting them to put or post any picture, because actually they will find a way and post their picture. So we need to really teach our kids how to be safe, and especially we know bullying, cyber security, child abuse, exploitation is very common nowadays, and it's becoming easier to reach children internationally through the media. So this is the way I think.
Thank you, Hanan. We're going to get into a little bit of conversation around your expertise as a medical practitioner. But before we do, let's go to Ritaj. Your personal mission when it comes to digital well-being.
I believe that today we live in an age where we just have so much opportunity. So I think we should, especially parents should make sure that they are guiding Gen Alpha to, and just make sure that they are using these opportunities. And I think that there is so much potential for what they can do.
Fantastic. Potential,
Yes.
keyword. Great, Elizabeth.
Right, so thank you for having me. My personal mission is and has been really to speak with as many parents and caregivers and nannies and anyone who is around children, and just to give them confidence and give them competence as well as compassion in the digital age.
Fantastic. Great. And Jordan?
Well, I guess my personal mission is this obviously the same as everyone else's here. Is I want more balance. I want more equilibrium. But I really want us to take some of the fear out of the conversation. I think, and we talk about digital so often as a monolith, as if it's a bad villain, as if it's an other, and we get very binary about good and bad. And I think whenever we're in binaries of good and bad, we're in trouble. So I would like us to really think about what we mean when we say digital, right? There's so much digital that's so great. There's so, biomedical digitals. The infrastructure of our whole world has changed because of digital. We're really talking here about digital media, personal devices, and I think I'd like us to just talk about it with more precision, and I'd like parents to think about it with more precision.
Yeah, that's a great opening to my next area of inquiry. So I think you all know that we've spent the last year talking with parents across the world in 37 countries, exploring some of their experiences with digital technology and the challenges that they face in raising this next generation, Gen Alpha. And in those conversations, we've come up with sort of 4 major harms that parents are concerned with. You're probably all familiar with these harms, and people in this audience are as well. The number one thing that parents are worried about is screen time. That is, without prompting, the thing that concerns parents most. Second is the content that they're exposed to. What is the quality of that content? Is it appropriate for the age? The third area is the kind of context or connections that their young people might encounter. So who are they talking to? Are those people real? What are those relationships like? And the fourth area that's more emergent now because of this conversation around AI is increasingly around what are the opportunities for my child in the future? Is technology going to take away some of those opportunities and access? So I'd like to turn to Elizabeth and ask you, based upon all of your experience in working with parents and talking to parents, are those the right areas to focus on? Could we provide more nuance, as Jordan suggested, or more precision? How do we move forward?
Right. So while I really appreciate the question, I even took notes, screen time, content, connections, and opportunities, I find that even though these might be the biggest issues that parents are dealing with, this isn't the real issue. The real issue is parents feeling confident and able to navigate anything that happens. So for example, if I show you parental controls and how to manage your screen time on Snapchat or Instagram, that's fine. But what happens tomorrow when we have ChatGPT or virtual reality? So it doesn't matter what the medium is or what we're looking at. Parents need more, because whether it's screen time, whether it's inappropriate content, they need to look at this in a different way. And that different way, if you'll allow me, is not to think of the biggest harms, but to think of the biggest opportunities, the biggest benefits that we can get from the digital age. And when we flip that thinking and we start thinking about the critical thinking that we can achieve and help our children grow, when we start thinking about the connections that they can make online, the knowledge that they can gather, and even more importantly, the literacy, whether it's media literacy, digital literacy, AI literacy, all of those opportunities are the tools, the tool set that parents need to help maintain, keep those risks at a lower level, to mitigate those risks, to keep screen time in balance, to keep content in check, to understand who those connections are, and evidently the opportunities will present themselves if we're open to it.
A quick follow-up for you. Does that feel like a lot of pressure to put on parents. Like, it's their responsibility to manage all of those factors that you've just introduced, especially as we've heard throughout the summit that technology is moving so rapidly. This new generation is adapting very quickly to it, as Ritaj just spoke to us about, and parents are sort of shouldering the burden.
Right, they surely are. And in fact, I'll come to this point later, but in the workshop that we had yesterday, a lot of the parents were talking about how it's unfair to place the burden on parents, that this should be a community effort. And it's unfair to place the burden on schools. This should be a community effort. It should be a holistic effort. And so while I do hear your question, I think that parents are the primary caregivers. Parents are the ones who are loving and raising a child. So yes, I'm saying a nuanced yes. As a lawyer, I'm allowed to do that. A very nuanced yes, it's your responsibility. And guess what? You can do it. When we're talking about things like with your child and they come home and we say, how was your day today? Okay, I just ante it up and say, how was your online day today? Just by engaging that simple conversation, parents can be empowered to learn more.
So I want to turn to Dr. Hanan, because I think one of the questions that parents are ultimately worried about is, as they're adapting to this technology, what sort of real implications does it have on their development? What does it have to do with imagination, their sort of mental abilities, their skill? So what is actually happening on the ground as a medical practitioner when you see technology as an interface for these young people, increasingly at younger ages?
First of all, I echo Elizabeth in what she said, because parenting has a lot of responsibilities. The other thing, being a pediatrician for the last coming around 20 years or more, I encountered different things. I encountered mental, physical, and behavioral things related to the media. And I'm talking about when they are not generation. I'm talking about Generation Z that we encountered. Just imagine now Generation Alpha, where the media came so early in their life. Now, if you go in our clinics, you find all the kids in the clinic are holding the iPad or not, and the parents are not communicating with them actually. Even in the stroller, he has the iPhone, and because it's like used as a babysitter. If you look at the physical part of it, we find a lot of increased obesity because of sedentary life. And when I do a wellness clinic, which is I deal with obese kids. And when I take the history from those kids, most of them, they're spending more 7, 8, 9 hours on media. So, and there's no physical activities. And even parents, they don't make an effort. They put the responsibility on the child. The other thing we find, usually back pain is not common in children. And now we encounter children with back pain, lower, upper, shoulder pain, which is because they're using the media all the time and the way they sit when they're using it. Other thing is sleeping disorders. And we find children, they don't sleep well. And we ask, I take a history, because we know if you don't sleep well, you eat more, because you have to stay longer. So they told me, the parents, they said that you put the child on bed at 8 or 9, but actually the child on the phone till 11 or 12. And some of these kids, they wake up in the early morning checking their mobiles. And some of them, they put the message that they're getting a new message. And that will disturb a lot of their sleeps. And that will affect their school performance. So other thing that we encounter in those children, if you look at anxiety, we encounter a lot of anxiety nowadays. You remember like when we have COVID and they opened the schools. I remember I was in the clinic, and in one day, first day of school, I encountered a child with like phobia because he's grade 2, and grade 1 was online. So this is his first encounter to go to school. So he couldn't go to school. He started vomiting, abdominal pain, because he's scared. He doesn't know what to do. And I encountered a 12 years old who didn't sleep for the last 2 weeks because she's, like sometimes hiding from school. School put you under spots. The teacher asks you suddenly questions. You're worried about self-esteem, bullying in the school. So those children have a lot of anxiety. And we still encounter anxiety, sleeping disorder in those children. And the other thing that is very interesting, temper tantrum. People use the mobiles to babysit their children. So we find that sometimes if the mom take the phone from the child, he starts crying in temper tantrum. And what they do, they give it back. So what's the behavior changing in these kids? They take what they want in the end, and in the right way. So parent, there is a responsibility, but we need to give the parent the skills to deal with the new generation. We cannot just say you're responsible without those skills. and classes, because there's a lot of parenting classes. And the other thing that I will mention it lastly, with regard to children's, some children they're not able to speak, especially at the age of 2. Children expect to say a word with 2 sentences, like mama bathroom, mama go, mama come, just simple words. We find sometimes those kids they come with delayed speech, and when we take a history, you find the mom they put the child the whole time on the phone or in the TV, and because she's busy in the home, so these kids they don't learn, they have delayed language. And when we advise the mom and give her the skill or ask her to go to daycare, completely developed the child the language ability. But we need to rule other causes of this. So we find that the media has a lot, but doesn't mean, I always say, there is a right for the child to access the media, because the education, now it's education. Now our children, they know more than us at my age. My kids, they know in advance. So they have the right to access the education, but they have the right also we protect them as parents, as community, as policymaker, and as a school too.
On that note, I'd like to turn to Ritaj, because you and I have been talking a little bit about your observations of Gen Alpha. Your sister is at Gen Alpha, I believe?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'd like to just hear a little bit of your observations on the ground. What are you seeing in young people of this age, of this generation? What are you noticing about the relationship with technology?
Sure. So obviously, the community and society around us really plays a big role in how Gen Alpha thinks nowadays. For example, at school and in the classroom, most of them seem to have smartphones, and they're in elementary school, and this is not just concerning. This could also show that parents might need to spend more time with their children just to make sure that they are using it for things that could help them and benefit them to develop skills and help them build the skills necessary for their future. And obviously there are a few principles that we need to keep in mind as we have these technologies with us. We need to be mentally strong, I think is one of the most important things. There's a lot of things that comes with social media and just using technology in general, whether it be cyberbullying and things like that. And I think the role parents can play can do is really just build a mindset from a very young age that shows their children that they can use technology in a fun way so that they can develop their skills, whether it be drawing and programming. And these are one of the things that I've talked about before. And there's a lot of opportunities that come with using technology, and I think that with parental guidance, we can see a lot of great things from Gen Alpha.
I want us to focus on childhood, and both Elizabeth and Jordan work with organizations that predate the digital age, Lego and Sesame. I imagine popular brands here. In our research, we know that kind of around the world, when we ask people what their children's favorite toy is, it's kind of actually surprising. More than half say that it is a piece of digital technology. 15% of people say that it is a traditional toy. Lego ranks very high in those traditional toys, but 15%. So it's a very small proportion of kids who are gravitating towards some of these more traditional, iconic features of childhood. So based upon some of the work that you do with these brands, what is it that they're doing to sort of keep up or sort of step forward in this context in which everything to do with children and childhood and imagination is shifting, given the impact of digital technology? Shall we start with you, Jordan?
Yeah, so I'm at the Joan Gans Cooney Center at Sesame Street, Sesame Workshop. And, Sesame Workshop actually began because of television, and a very similar time of worry about television. Children were spending too much time in front of television, and Joan Gans Cooney, who was the founder of Sesame Workshop, spent 2 years going around the United States studying, is there a way for us to leverage this technology in order to teach kids, in order to teach kids who don't have access to parents who are having lots of face-to-face time, who don't have access to good education? Is there a way to use this? And this is, you know, where we got so many things like sounding out words on television, which we've all seen so many times. And so the organization, the wing of Sesame Workshop that I work with is the one that continues to do this work of constantly researching how can we leverage these technologies in order to make sure that we get the most positive impact out of it, and because it's incredible. I mean, it's incredible when you think about the scale of people that can be reached because of information technologies. But as I think we've heard so much for the last 2 days, often what's being reached with that scale is negative content, content that is materialistic, content that is worse than materialistic, right? Bad values, bad harmful ideas. So we, you know, we're doing research wherever we can to think about how it affects kids, how you can transmit positive things to kids, how you can teach kids better reading skills, better math skills, better critical thinking skills, and ultimately better digital literacy skills so they can interpret the media they're getting, so they can think about it. I think for me, one of the concerns that I have most is how often we're exposing kids to media that they're not equipped to think about. You know, we're all exposed to things that we don't want to be exposed to all the time. That's the nature of being a person in the world. But you would hope that by the time you're exposed to it, you have the capacity to think about it and decide and make critical thought about, hey, I don't want to like this. I don't want to be considered. And too often, I think right now, we have a lot of people, a lot of grown-ups, a lot of kids who do not have the capacity to think about and make sense of the imagery and the ideas that they're seeing. There's always going to be bad images. There's always going to be bad ideas. The question is whether we are equipped to manage that, think about it, and make the right decisions about how we want to interact or engage or not engage with it.
That's a lot to accomplish in a very noisy space with so much open access and parents not really being equipped to navigate that. I want to turn to Elizabeth. What about Lego? I mean, this is like, you know, the most analog sort of toy. We've all stepped on one of those things. We know what it feels like. What is Lego doing to keep up and sort of contend with this digital landscape?
Right. So first, just to be clear, I'm not here as the Lego group. Although I am a lawyer, I'm senior corporate counsel for them for their games and metaverse. So if you've heard of Lego Fortnite, which came out on December 7th of last year, me and others in the legal team, we were working on that to make sure that we had helped create a child-safe metaverse. With that being said, that I'm not a representative, I can still proudly talk about one of our projects that we did with the Sesame Workshop, which was called RightTech, and it was responsible innovation for technology in technology for children. RightTech. And this was a partnership with UNICEF. It was also funded by the Lego Foundation. And what the beauty of this project was that it went to really the heart of the matter. It really tried to look at well-being. What does well-being look like for children? And once it was able to do this by having lots of focus groups with children around the world, not just the United States or the UK. In fact, they were not included, if I'm not mistaken. But you know, how can we really design in order to increase children's well-being? And that was the real focus, this design by well-being. So in this project, again, with researchers from Australia, from New York, from Europe, they found 8 indicators. And these 8 indicators are things that designers can now put into games or any other digital service or product in order to increase children's digital well-being. So it's absolutely amazing. Some of the 8 criteria, which I affectionately call the RightTech 8, are things like creativity, diversity, equity and inclusion, safety and security, self-empowerment, making connections. But you can see that these are all of these things where young people were saying, we feel much better after being online, which is which is really crucial because we want them to feel good. I also want to say that prior to working at the Lego Group, I was a consultant and with other brands. So for example, with Instagram, they were doing things like parents' guides to truly reach parents. So I helped write one of those, as well as with Snapchat, they also have a family center, so does Instagram. I mean, there are lots of resources that these companies, these brands are trying to, bring people into their world to understand how they can navigate responsibly. And I think I would make one last comment, which is I was recently appointed to the Advisory Council for Common Sense Media UK. If you don't know Common Sense Media, it is a fabulous website that you can go on, parents especially, can go to find game ratings, app ratings and reviews. And what's wonderful is that it's not just the parents who give their opinions, it's the children who say, oh, this game, they said it's for 16, but I'm 11. Really, it's not that bad. So they also have something called FACES, which is Family and Communities Engagement. So there are a lot of resources. Once again, parents and caregivers have no excuse because with Sesame, with the Lego Group, with others, the resources are there. We just need to pick them up.
The resources are there. It is a challenge for parents to access those resources. They just don't know they exist, right? And they're sort of swimming in a sort of very murky pool.
For sure.
So we did an experiment with parents in our community. We asked them to take their current parenting challenge and put it into an AI platform and to evaluate the advice that the AI platform gave them. So whatever that challenge is. I'm going to give you an example of one of these challenges. So this is Berenice in France, and she asked ChatGPT. She says, hello, ChatGPT, nice to meet you. What can I do about my son being bullied by a boy at school? And so we asked Bernice what she thought of the advice, if she could trust it, and why. She said, yes, wow, I'm really impressed. It is super helpful. I wouldn't have thought about documenting the issue my son is having with a certain boy at school. I like that it's very clear and concise. I do trust it because it makes a lot of sense. It's interesting because the people I spoke about it with kind of gave partial answers, but nobody had experience with it. In that example, ChatGPT was more dependable. In fact, 87% of the parents in our project told us that they trust this advice that they're getting from AI in that experiment. So I guess only 20% say that they believe they know parents know what is best. So this complicates the issue. Parents don't believe or have the confidence that they know what's going on. They're turning to technology to trust it. So what is going on? Like, what is the potential of AI in parenting? And I'm going to direct this first to Jordan to talk to us about AI, the AI parent. Are you ready for an AI parent, Ritaj? No, you're not ready.
Parent.
No, you're not ready. Okay, Jordan.
Yeah, this is an interesting question. First of all, I'm very interested in the current concern about AI because we've had AI for a very long time, and suddenly because of these large language models, we're all afraid. And I guess that makes sense on some level because language is important, right? It's the word. It's how we articulate ourselves. It's how we voice ourselves, and it's very scary to see this non-human able to voice itself, right? Because when I voice, is hopefully something unique, something creative, the spark that makes me human, something that comes from my unique individual soul, right? That's what you would hope, but AI can't do that, right? AI can only collect a composite of what's already out there. It can only sort of search the internet for us. It's better at searching the internet than most of us are. But that's all it can do. And I guess on the one hand, I see that as a really wonderful positive because parents need access to information, as Elizabeth was just saying. Like the AI can scour the entire internet in a very quick moment and find out this information about how do other parents and experts think about bullying. On the other hand, we all are acknowledging constantly that the world is changing so fast and we don't know how to do it. So if all you can do is scour previous knowledge about the world, how are you ever going to come up with the innovative solutions? AI is not going to come up with innovative solutions. AI is going to come up with the solutions that already exist. So I think we're in this weird spot now where we don't quite know, we're not quite ready to, again, have the literacy to think about what is AI, when do we trust it, when don't we trust it, how do we analyze its answers, and we don't just need to learn that, we need to figure that out as humanity. We don't even know how. I can't even, I can sort of start to guess, but we need a lot of research and thinking and ideas. I can speculate, but we need a lot before we know whether or not, how should we respond to these answers that we get from AI. So, I'm mixed on it. I'm certainly nervous on the one hand because I think we are not. In general, the entire tech industry has done a fantastic job of convincing parents that they don't know anything about how to parent their kids because the tech is so new. And I always sort of respond and go, I still think parents know better than any technology is ever going to know. And it's what parents and educators have been doing since the beginning of time. The world moves on, and we, as educators and parents, we figure out how to maintain the morals and the values of a previous context while moving forward into new contexts. And we need to keep doing that, and we need to be confident as grown-ups so that we can help kids. And hopefully we can leverage AI's ability to collect data for us while we do that and to hand it to us and to help us think about it. But we should never, ever allow the technology to do the thinking for us. It's not artificial intelligence. It's just a really great search engine.
And I know you have a point of view on this as well. So
See, I always say parenting is an evolving process. When we were kids, our parents raised us in a different way. Sometimes they use physical discipline, sometimes they use different skills. Now we grow up and our skills changing because our children change. So with the AI, our parenting skill will also evolving and continue. So I always say AI will not replace humanity. But my concern, I don't mind to use AI to ask a question about bullying, but you need to know AI doesn't have emotional intelligence. AI sometimes can give you information that not the right information, because whatever you fit on that information, they will give you back. So if we're going to use AI as information, I don't have an issue with it, but it's good in the future to network AI with psychologists, education, pediatrician. We need to be how AI be evidence-based management, because so we need to always feed the AI with the information, because medicine is changing, a lot of things is changing. So, and the same thing, we need to be sure that parents are confident to manage their children. They cannot depend on a machine to manage their children. Sometimes I find that there's a lot of responsibility in parents, and parents are also busy with the media. And that sometimes is easy for them to give up the children and make them easy to. So nowadays parents, they need to make more effort to understand their children, to be close to their children, because technology is evolving so quick that we cannot understand it. But that's why parents should keep up with their children, talk about it, be open book with them, trust them, but it should not replace our capabilities, which is I do. Thank you.
Thanks, Hanan. Yesterday, we coordinated a workshop with some parents and children here, and it was a really dynamic, exciting space for us to sort of think about some of these challenges and issues, sort of rolling up our sleeves to co-create some solutions. Jordan and Elizabeth were in that workshop, co-creating some of these solutions when it comes to digital life. What were your main takeaways from the discussion? Let's go to Elizabeth.
Yeah, so I'm really excited because I see one of my moms in the second row, and I see her daughter also in the second row, my influencer, and they were just absolutely fabulous, and it was just really nice to have them sharing their experiences, which are obviously different from what I've known being raised in the United States and living in France and now in the UK, but the commonalities are there, right? Parents are the same. They are saying the same things, and they were looking for a community. They were looking for soft skills, and I think one of the things that was so important was that they were looking to be educated, to have this awareness, and they want it. They were not into banning everything. As I said, one of my workshop people has a very famous, I'll say famous, channel, Instagram channel, and the fact that her mother is with her along that journey shows that she can see the opportunity and the benefits that go with it, but not without the risk. And they're trying to navigate that together. So for me, it was, I think I mentioned this to you, Rodney, it was one of the most inspiring workshops that I've done in over 15 years of workshops, having all the different groups there, different parenting, dads, young kids up to 13. And the idea that that the challenge, I think, for the workshop was that create a movement, listen to what these problems are, what the issues are that we had to listen and understand. So ours were something about risk, content risk, and another was about inappropriate content or just technology dependence. And find a solution. What can we as parents and families pull together to think to create a global movement? And for me, this resonated. As soon as I heard a global movement, and with similarities to Black Lives Matter, or with similarities to climate change and things that we've seen, where with Fridays, I think it was Free Friday, I can't even remember the name, but where all of the students started, really taking time off from school because they wanted to talk about climate change. This idea of the spark that I saw yesterday for this social and global movement was just enormous, and I think that we should continue to listen to the young people who had great ideas. One of them was called Connected but Grounded, so ways for us to stay connected. I think that's a happy mom there. And it's just really, like I said, it was just so inspiring, and I think the answers were in that room.
What about you, Jordan?
Well, I second that. It was very inspiring, and again, I think what I found most interesting, I've spent so much years now, almost decades, looking in so much detail at the research and the science about what parents need to be doing to manage it, and the fact that they came up with the same answers, and I just, it inspired me. But I want to inspire. Like, how many of you are parents here? Raise your hands. You know what you're doing. Be confident. Don't be so scared. Like, you all will. You can figure it out. It's not as much of a mystery as we've all been led to believe. I'm not trying to say ignore the science. Of course, pay attention to the science and pay attention to the research. But also don't feel like you're dumb. Don't feel like you don't know. Don't feel like it's scary. We know how to parent. We've been doing this. This is what it means to be human. We raised other humans. We know how to do it. Do it. Talk to people. Ask questions. You're going to be fine. And thank you all for doing it. That's what I took away.
I have to add, Rodney. Excellent. I really do. See, that was like the fire that we had yesterday. And I just want to add to what Jordan's saying. As a mother, remember when the baby was little and we didn't know if we were going to put the baby to sleep on the stomach or on its back, or if we were trying to decide what are the first foods going to be, or is the baby walking and crawling? What did we do? We didn't sit there and look for ChatGPT. We asked another parent. We asked our own parents. We asked community. So use the resources, the people that you have, and continue doing that. What age did you give your child a smartphone? What social media do you like your child to watch? What are some of the good channels? What are things that represent our values and our customs that are good series that we can transmit? Talk to each other. The community is right here.
Yeah.
Don't forget the pediatrician. We always can help you and support you and be advocate for children.
Yes.
I just want to mention something funny. Like usually when I see children, I ask them this question: what do you want to grow and be? Long time ago, a few years ago, they say, I want to be an engineer, I want to be like my dad, I want to be a policeman. And now when I ask the children, what do you want to be? I want influencer, I want to be YouTuber, I want to be rich. No more engineering, no more doctors. Which is look like how the media can reflect and affect our children. And that's why we should work harder in our children, because they are the future, they are the AI future. Thank you.
So I promised these folks that I was going to give them a surprise question. but it's a very simple one, and it's going to be a quick one. Over the course of the last 2 days of this summit, there have been a lot of answers shared. I would like to ask each of you to think of a question that you think will help us in better enabling Gen Alpha for tomorrow. This is the dedicated theme of today is the digital renaissance, thinking towards the future. Gen Alpha, what's a question that we need to ask, we need answers for, that you believe will help equip Gen Alpha for this future? Who would like to go first? Very
That
quick.
is so hard. Oh,
Yeah,
I'll defer. I'll
go for
defer.
it.
No, sure, go ahead.
Age first. My question, I'm teasing. What I would ask them is that they find ways to make sure that they are represented in the future of technology. I know it's something very small, but I was saying that I wanted a microphone because I didn't want the little microphone that's here that is not the color of my skin. I promise if we were in another country, perhaps in Africa, that they're all brown, right? Right? It's just simple things like this, even with search engines, with the types of research that we're doing, the fact that a lot of things are being created in Silicon Valley, where the people do not look like me and you, and they do not think like you and I as well. I think that that's the question that we need to ask the young people, whether they want to be influencers or not, is how can they best be represented, all of them.
Great. Who wants to go next?
I think maybe rather than a question, we just need to keep in mind going forward that to make sure that the new generation has a mindset that and has the skills that is necessary for the future. And one of the most important skills is critical thinking. And I think we need that so much today, especially since the rapid change of the world is happening right before our eyes, and AI is here and everything is here. And maybe we need to take a moment to just think about how the new generation can actually, what they can do and what skills they can develop to benefit their future. And maybe a question we need to ask is how the new generation should think on technology moving forward.
Great. Great question, great provocation. Hanan, do you have your question ready?
I have my comment and questions. I love AI, but I said that always we have an issue like, AI, it's international, but it's affect our culture, our beliefs, our practices. So something that we need to keep in mind. There's a lot of things in our culture that we love and like. Humanity is very important. The technology isolating our child, so we need to be sure that they don't lose these social skills and be that human feelings that they should lose. I agree with the problem solving, critical thinking, all these should be tools, but I think we should study more the effect of this on our cultures in different words, because each culture is different.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
So how can we maintain culture in the context of this digital landscape? Jordan, quick one for you.
I think I just say, I just want to ask them all more questions. I'm always so impressed with the young people. I feel like their hearts are in the right place, but they don't necessarily have the critical thinking skills. Not because there's anything wrong with the generation, because they haven't learned it yet, and they learn it from more questions. And so all the things that they know that they need less technology and less of the bad influences, and we need to guide them in asking themselves the questions, teaching them all the kinds of questions that you need to ask in order to regulate your own experience, your own engagement with the technology, because ultimately it's going to be people who regulate it themselves, not, I don't have parents who can tell me what to do anymore, and I don't think my kids will in the long run either.
I've got one more, Rodney, a quick one. Just asking them how can they mentor other peers. Once they've learned how to do this, how can they share and pass the word? Or in the terms of influencers, how can it go viral? They'll know how to do that.
Viral. Yeah. I think we have an expert in this audience where I don't know where she is, but there she is over there. She can teach us too. All right. Thanks so much for your time. This was a fabulous discussion. I hope that everybody in this room got a few answers, a few questions, and are ready to equip Gen Alpha with the possibility of taking on this digital renaissance and the future. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, what a brilliant panel that was, everybody. I'm a huge fan of a panel that ends with questions and not answers. Why? Because it means that the conversation continues, doesn't it? And that is the essence of the Sync Summit right there. Brilliant point at the end on peer mentoring as well. How can we get that going, not just in one country, but around the world? Well, the kids may be all right, but they still might need a bit of extra help along the way. And nobody knows that better, perhaps, than the person I'm now going to welcome up to the summit stage. Who are they? Well, they are a pediatrician. They're a child health researcher. They founded a fascinating organization, the Digital Wellness Lab at Boston Children's Hospital. It's my great pleasure to welcome them to the stage because we're about to hear about a fascinating initiative. It's a new kind of promise, as you'll hear, for safeguarding the next generation online through collaborative change amongst some really diverse digital ecosystem stakeholders. So this really is all about a commitment. The commitment is called the Inspired Internet Pledge. We'll meet 3 guests in time, but first of all, please give a huge Sync Summit welcome to Dr. Michael Rich.
Well, first of all, I want to thank all of you for staying. It's been a long couple of days, but I'm really honored and privileged to be able to deliver to you the solution for all the problems that we've been talking about for the last 2 days. Thank you. I am a pediatrician at Boston Children's Hospital and a child health researcher and, as you heard, the founding director of the Digital Wellness Lab. But I've been working on the interface between screens and the physical, mental, and social health of children for more than 30 years. From back in the days of television. Remember television, that box that used to be in the living room? And early on, we were very concerned about the effects of television watching on children. Are they becoming couch potatoes? Are they becoming fat and stupid and, violent in front of the television screen? And one of the interesting things I have to confess is that I spent my wicked youth in the film industry. I was a screenwriter and filmmaker for 12 years before I had a midlife crisis that drove me to medical school. Talk about a midlife crisis that really wrecks your life up. Anyway, but one of the things that I realized as we were starting to get concerned about the screens is that there was this adversarial attitude going on, like screens are evil, they got to get them out of the house, get them out of the bedroom, whatever. And having come from the world of making media, first of all, I was aware that those who were making media were not out to hurt children. They weren't the enemy. In fact, many of them had children themselves and cared about kids. And the other part of it was that we were making recommendations based on very thin research at that time. And so I developed a research center at Boston Children's where we started looking at what's really going on in positive as well as negative ways on with children watching television at that time. And of course, we found some positive as well as negative. I mean, Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers. There were good things that were going on in television. And we took a step back and said, let's think about how we can learn to live with television, because calling it bad and trying to get rid of it, it's not going to happen. Right? So we basically started working on how to develop ways to live in healthy ways with screens. And in the midst of all of that, something called the internet happened. Social media happened. Even mobile phones happened. And toward the end of our time, I was being put in meetings like this with someone from the tech industry or the entertainment industry so they could watch us argue. And what I would argue about is not that you're doing evil things to young people, but as you might imagine, the tech industry would send out somebody from their, basically the PR department, right, or their marketing department, to say all the way, pay defense against me. But I would say, you've got to stop talking about internet safety. And they go, what? Why should I stop? I'm on your side. I'm trying to do good things. I said, but when you talk about internet safety, you are presuming the internet is unsafe. And kids are going to be in the internet anyway. We should not teach them that it's to be feared, that it's to be defended against. We have to teach them to master it. And it's a powerful tool. Let's teach them to master it the way we teach them to master another powerful tool, an automobile. We don't teach them to drive by saying, don't run over people, don't hit that tree. We teach them to drive, and in the process, they learn to be safer. So after having these kind of discussions, many times I was in a car driving back to an airport with the head of global safety for then Facebook, now Meta. And she said to me, Michael, why do you keep hammering me and saying I'm doing the wrong thing? We are in an industry that is intensely competitive, intensely secretive, and utterly convinced that we are the smartest person in the room. We have to talk to each other about this because it's the only place of shared risk. And I said, whoa, wait a second. If you're talking to each other, what about working with each other? Not only about working with each other, but why don't we get out of this adversarial, polarized environment where the pediatricians and child defenders on one side are saying you're doing terrible things to kids, and the people in charge of screens, whether it be tech or entertainment, are saying freedom of expression, and everybody just argues and comes to a stalemate. I said, well, what if we were to create a place that was built on good, solid scientific evidence, where we could put a pediatrician next to a software engineer, next to a neuroscientist, next to a screenwriter, and have them bring their respective skill sets to bear on what is, after all, a shared ecosystem, a shared situation where we were going to have to learn to live with it one way or the other, and we're getting nowhere by butting heads. And so that was the origin of the Digital Wellness Lab, which is where we're doing exactly that. So one of the things that has come out of that is something that we call the Inspired Internet Pledge. And is it up there? It's up there. Okay, so the Inspired Internet Pledge has 3 components to it. And this is something we are handing to the industries, the tech industry, the entertainment industry, and saying, this is not binding. We don't want your lawyers to get upset about this. This is aspirational. These are the hopes that we have for each other. And there are 3 parts to it. And this was announced actually almost a year ago at Cannes. And it has been growing in momentum since. And those 3 principles are to tune your product for well-being, for emotional well-being of those who use it, to listen to and act on those who have experienced harm, and thirdly, to share information on what works, what humanizes this product, and also what doesn't work. Now, as you might imagine, that third one is the hardest one for a lot of industries because they don't share data easily. But let's talk them through. The first one, tune for emotional well-being. Create a product that you would want your child to be experiencing, to be working with. The second one is to listen to and, as importantly or more importantly, act on what we hear from those who experienced harm instead of denying, pretending it's not there, etc. And thirdly, to talk openly with each other, because you're all in charge of this environment, all in charge. You're the ones who can make the change. People like me can't make the change. We can do research and we can say, here's what the research shows, it's terrible. But unless someone on the other side says, okay, we'll do something about it, we don't move the ball down the field. And in fact, as I'm sure you're all well aware, there is a huge lawsuit coming from the attorneys general of most of the states in the United States against Meta. And believe me, TikTok and Google and all of them are waiting in line behind it, watching what happens with this. And they're using as the model the master settlement agreement around tobacco. But to my mind, that is a huge waste of money that could be applied to really understanding what's going on and doing something about it instead of paying high-priced lawyers. Forgive me, all the lawyers in the house. So I want to introduce you to my bosses in this effort.
Is it can or con? Can? Can, okay. You know, back when my grandparents or great-grandparents, like smoking, you know, when you were like 8 or something, it was like fine to just have a pack of cigarettes or to be smoking or whatever. And years later, we found out how detrimental and how bad it really is. And I think the same thing is with screens. We kind of grew up with a cell phone stuck in front of our faces or behind a computer screen for hours on end without really understanding the negative consequences until it's too late.
Younger teens are on social media a lot and usually have little to no guidance about how they're using it. They might see like degrading comments, fat shaming, bullying, and I think that also does take a toll on people's mental health, especially teenagers and young kids.
People don't have the filters that come with like being in real life and having to look someone in the eye and tell them something mean.
People find comfort in being, you know, behind an LED screen and being able to hurl insults at people rather than, you know, saying it to their face.
I feel like there's a lot of pressure to put out like nice looking posts mostly online.
If you like stand up and look in the mirror and you don't see this like perfect figure that is like everyone else is kind of portraying of themselves, you're gonna start to cultivate some sort of like self-loathing or self-hate from that.
I feel like most apps or social media platforms can be addictive.
It really creates like an echo chamber of like the same ideas or the same concepts over and over again. A more inspired internet could just be healthier for all the users.
People, you know, are posting things in a way to gain creativity, to show their creativity, their artwork or their skill or maybe a hobby that's really unique to them.
I would really love to see other people who look like me, so like Asian Americans or Asian people in general.
Where people feel like they're not judged without feeling like they're comparing themselves to others and just being content in who they are.
Maybe not so much of an emphasis on entertainment or trying to keep people on an app or a social media site. A lot of those people who run those companies now haven't grown up with technology as much in their lives as we have.
I think what tech companies need to do to kind of be able to progress the digital landscape positively is to begin to sow the seeds for how we should be interacting with each other online. We've had hundreds and thousands of years to observe how humans interact with each other in person, but only a little bit more than a couple of decades to be able to see how we interact with each other online.
And I'm quite serious when I say these are my bosses. These are members of a student advisory council that convenes over an academic year, both to explore what's going on, look at the research, and then they meet with C-suite leaders of tech companies at the end of the year to present their findings and their recommendations, which is wonderful for the kids. And interestingly, it's wonderful for the executives also. But I now want to introduce two very powerful women who you've met already, but who are going to change the world. They are Larissa May of Half the Story and Elizabeth Malovadoff of Digital Parenting Coach. and Elizabeth is going to question us.
This is so exciting. Okay. So, really happy that everybody is still here with us. I'm going to I think we have, 20 minutes? So let's really get to the core of it. Yeah? Because I think that what has been so crucial about hearing about the Internet Pledge is the Inspired Internet Pledge is just this idea of creating this movement, right? And we're trying to get this ecosystem. So I still think it's kind of crucial to unpack some of this, Rich. Michael, I always want to call you Rich, you know that.
Yeah.
So the first one is the Tune for Emotional Wellbeing, where tech companies commit to understanding which actions and content correlate with well-being outcomes and build products, services, policies accordingly. Dr. Michael, please unpack some of that for us.
Well, on the simplest level, it's as I described at the beginning. What would you want your child to spend time with? How would you want your child to feel after spending time with this? And what do you want them to do after spending time with this? In many ways, it's the question you ask of any advertiser, right, about how they want their product to be seen. In a deeper sense, what we are suggesting is that in order to create a sustainable business in this social media environment, they need to take better care of their consumers, who are, in many ways, their product also. And that they need to think a little more clearly about having a second bottom line, and that is the physical, mental, and emotional wellness of those who use their product.
Okay, now while I'm loving this, we know that companies are profit maximizers, and so they're not always thinking about this, but if they're signed up for your Inspired Internet Pledge, and they're agreeing with this, what's it going to look like in practice?
I think it's going to look different for each company depending on what they do and the way they do it. And quite honestly, I think it's going to be a work in progress, not only at the beginning, but always as the ecosystem evolves, et cetera. I think what really it's going to be about is convincing them that they need to have a sustainable business model. And to have a sustainable business model, they have to hold on to their customers. What's happening with legislation often is they're equating it to big tobacco. Big tech is big tobacco. Big tobacco has a problem with their business model, which is that they lose 7 million of their customers worldwide every year, right? That means they have to replace that many just to stay even. Now, unlike tobacco, this is not a product that is toxic while used as directed. But if they are, realizing or the consumers are realizing that they're being harmed by this, or the way that they behave with it is harming them, they will go away, right? So I think that what we're really trying to say to them is, let's keep your business model going by taking care of the people who are, frankly, supporting you.
Which makes a lot of sense, and I already have seen that 2 of your signatories have been TikTok and Pinterest. And Pinterest would have been here with us, but we missed out, unfortunately. Right. But still, it was great support from Wendy. I do think that having these types of significant industry players signing up, that this is a really good sign. And on all the different calls that we've been on, you've always been championing for children and digital well-being. How are you able to continue to push it?
Irrepressible optimism and a belief that humans will be human to each other.
Right. Okay, so that's for the humans, but for the companies, do you think there's ever going to be a moment where, I mentioned earlier about Instagram and Snapchat with their family centers. So a lot of companies have, made steps and have made strides, but is there a moment where they might get complacent and when they might say, listen, we've done enough?
I think they're already complacent.
Oh, okay. What do you mean by that?
And I think that I think they need to rethink what's going on with that, because they do their own little thing, and they try to make it about why, one is better than the other by doing their own little thing. Here's the reality: parents don't use those tools.
Right.
Parents really don't use them. They're up there for window dressing. They're up there for the optics, the CSR, but not taking true social responsibility for the society. And so that's what I challenge them on. I mean, you know, the reality is, look at their websites. They bury these things deep in their websites. And because every one of them says, we've got the best program, parents believe none of them.
Well, I think it's great that you're out there and you're still challenging them because you're able to be vocal in some areas where I cannot always be. So I really, really appreciate it. But now I'm going to turn to the second principle. I'm going to turn to you, Larissa, please. So the second principle of the Inspired Internet Pledge: listen to and act on insights from people who have experienced harm online. I think that we have seen in the media a lot of things happening, at least in my own world, in the UK with the Online Safety Act. In the United States, you may have seen Congress with all the different family members holding up the pictures of people who had been harmed by social media. But I think we're starting to hear more about the people that have truly been harmed. So my question to you, Larissa, is given your direct experience with digital harm, can you share some examples of how gathering these kinds of insights has informed and perhaps even helped your own organization's strategies?
Absolutely. Well, first and foremost, what we do at Half the Story is try to break the echo chamber and build an ecosystem, and that's why I'm so
Okay, wait, stop. Explain echo chamber. Explain echo chamber.
So in a lot of this work, I mean, I've been doing this for 10 years. It's very easy to point fingers, to get negative headlines, and to share stories, but not have them go anywhere. And at this moment in time, we've just lost so many lives and seen these companies profit so much that we have to change the way that we're doing this. And so at Half the Story, what we specialize in is youth-centric co-design and listening. So everything that we do is a research-informed process, not only to help build our programming, but also to help translate the negative impacts to these companies. One very clear example that we've been working on is cyberbullying. And we've been sidetracking the storytelling with direct contact to the companies and policy. So let me talk about what that looks like in practice.
Please.
In California, we're working on a bill that ultimately would require a tech platform to respond within 48 hours if a child was cyberbullied and reported that content. Why that happened was we started to hear about, with AI, how deepfakes were being made of our children, and I was getting stories about that every week. One story in particular, the child actually had 7 out of their 9 college applications rescinded. They have death threats outside of their house. And in seeing that, and seeing how quickly that tech was changing, and that a mean comment was no longer a mean comment, but a deepfake, and a child really has no control over their digital identity or footprint, we realized that we had to do something. And so while we're thrilled that this bill is moving forward in California, we didn't stop there. We said, how can we make this happen as fast as possible and not just have it be waiting for the whole legislative session? So what we actually did on the back end was take some of our kids who were harmed and called some of these tech platforms and said, hey, just so you know, we're putting this bill forward. What can you do about it? Can you get behind it? Because if you as a tech company get behind it, you're going to inspire other companies to get behind it. And what would the world look like if we could make this happen without having to spend a bunch of money going to legislators to make this happen?
What happened? What happened? Tell us.
So we're still in the process, but what I will say is that some of the tech platforms that we've spoken to said, absolutely, get it a little bit further down the line, and we'll come out and we'll support this bill.
That's great.
And that is where change happens.
Right. I love it. I absolutely do. And I think that this is what we're talking about, this movement and this action. But I also know that Half the Story teaches teens how to flourish in the digital age. And we already have been talking about this, educating young people about the relationship between their emotional health and their digital habits. You have something special with Social Media U, which brings digital metacognition, and you know I'm going to ask you to define metacognition, to schools to improve overall well-being. So talk to us about that.
Yeah, so the simplest way to say this is that digital wellness is an inside job. That might be a paradox because we're here talking about screens and the future of technology, but what we have learned from working and sitting with our kids, but also from my own experience, is that oftentimes how we're feeling impacts what we're doing in the digital world. So for many of our kids, if they're feeling sad or disappointed, they pick up their phone because they can numb out. And instead of actually dealing with those emotions, they're using the digital world to escape from them. And so what we do within our programming is actually teach kids how to connect the dots between things like self-compassion, emotional granularity, the practice of actually naming emotions and how specific content impacts your feelings so that they can have more emotional agency in the digital age. But the thing that makes us different is that we're all rooted in play, creativity, and fun. One would argue that we're in the midst of moral panic about these devices. These kids don't need any more negativity than already exists.
Agreed.
The antithesis of inspiration is apathy, and everything that we do is about gamifying, building human experiences, and we actually have a human game designer, and we play test with teens every single month.
I love it.
To make sure that what we're doing brings inspiration, because that is the only way forward.
And what about listening, actually listening to the teens?
Oh, I have learned so much, and one of the greatest things I've learned is it's not about what you say, it's about what you listen to. And
I
with
like that.
young people, a lot of where half the story began was my story and creating circles on college campuses to hear how young people were impacted by tech. And everything that we do at Half the Story, as Dr. Rich said, the teens are my bosses. They are the heartbeat and the drumbeat. I am merely here to represent their perspectives to ensure that in every single room where a decision is being made about them, there is a young voice there. And
fabulous.
for us, that listening looks like a lot of things. It looks like social media listening to the trends and the challenges that young people are facing. It means listening to the content that young people are putting out to the world, because it tells us a lot about the cultural changes and the issues that they're dealing with. But it also is about listening in real life settings, in the classroom, through things like screen-free recess, screen-free prom, and giving teens agency, the keys, the tools, and the money to actually gather teens themselves. Because I could sit here until I'm blue in the face, but if teens are not bought into the programs or the things that you're creating in the world, there will be no change.
Exactly.
And there will be no research to back that change. And I know that that's the one thing I've learned in this work.
I love it. Life's lessons as well as stories. But can you share a specific case study? Do you have anything that talks about where listening to harmed individuals then set about with some positive change?
Yes. So one of my favorite parts about our program, the program is an in-school and after-school program that is between a quarter and a semester. The best part of the program is that at the end of it, we actually have a section where the teens come together, talk about the greatest harms in their communities, and actually go and design the policies for their schools.
Wow.
And build a student body board that helps admin deal with challenges that are happening online. Because a lot of times, there's only half of the story that's being told to the administrators. And a lot of the times they're dealing with kids and punishing kids who might not even need to be punished, but also who might need more emotional support than punishment. And so one very clear example that we saw in a school recently was that there was a lot of discrimination going on the internet. And some of our kids felt that their teachers had such stringent rules around when they could use their devices. But there was one child in particular that every time there was a school event, there would be a camera in front of his face because he was a student of color. And they would put his photo on the homepage, on the social media accounts, and it was really emotionally challenging for him because he did not want that. Yeah. What made them think that they could tell kids not to use their devices but put his face on everything? And so within that, he started to really develop a number of emotional health challenges. But the power of that was that he shared that in this class, and his classmates came together and said, you know what, let's put something forward so that our teachers have to ask us to use our faces on our media, and that we need to sign consent forms. And that one small change made a huge difference in not only his life, but showed the teens that they had the power to make a difference in their own world.
I love it. And that's something that I heard in my workshop yesterday, of giving kids the power to choose. And it's just brilliant. I'm seeing that time is going so quickly, and I want to keep you here, Larissa, for a while. But I have one more question for you. And at half the story, you call yourselves pro-tech pioneers, saying that a world that thrives with technology is possible. So talk to me about this. What does this mean, and how does this work with the Inspired Internet Pledge?
So within our work at Half the Story, all of our programming is strengths-based. So instead of focusing on the kids' deficits, we focus on their superpowers in the real world and how they can translate into the digital world. And why that is so important is because of the Inspired Internet Pledge. It's all about empowering companies and also humans to have agency online. And so all of our programming is teaching kids how to be in the shoes of an engineer. What does it look like to strip tech of all the things that keep you hooked or impact your mental health, instead of just being a victim? And that mindset is the difference between surviving and thriving.
There we go. She just dropped a bombshell. I love it. Okay, we've got 5 minutes left. Dr. Michael, take us home with this last question, last few questions on the last principle of the Inspired Internet Pledge. And this one, it ties them all together. Share lessons collaboratively, committing to sharing best practices, key research findings, and creative solutions to make the internet a healthier place for everyone, especially young people. So tell us what this principle looks like in practice. And I'm going to add another question. Have some of these shared insights led to real-world changes?
What this is about augmenting their business model. It's about enriching it and making it about how are we influencing and changing the lives and the health of those whom we both serve and sell, which is the model for social media, of course. And I think that, first of all, the world is now clued into the fact that they are treating us as the product, right? And while that has engendered a lot of anger and fear, that anger and fear isn't getting us anywhere. And all it's doing is leading to a siege mentality for them, and they're just throwing money at it to try to make it go away. Instead, what we're saying is, let's understand that you are changing more than your profit line here. You are changing society. You are changing history. And you want to be on the right side of history if you want to be around in the next 5, 10, 20 years. And so we're saying, let's take a step back and let's look at how people are changed. They're already doing that to a certain degree, where they study what you buy from when they advertise and study how you behave or how you vote. Let's take it a step bigger and make this a public health issue, which in fact it is. In fact, behavioral health has become more important than physical health in terms of actual dollars and productivity lost due to behavioral health, mental health issues. And so what we are asking them to do, voluntarily, not because anybody's demanding it, and for all the important work that's being done in legislation and litigation, from my perspective as a pediatrician, it's too slow. It's too slow to help the kids right now.
Right.
And we need to be active right now. And as the Hopi elders said at the turn of the millennium, we are the people we've been waiting for. We're the ones who can make a difference. And we need to get that information not just in their, in their profit line, but get the information of who we as individuals and as a people, as a humanity are.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just going to say, as somebody who's on your advisory council for Digital Wellness Lab, I have seen you advocating for this and doing this. And so it does bring me to the lab. How does the Digital Wellness Lab facilitate collaboration between different stakeholders?
They don't play well with each other. I'll be honest about it. And in fact, that's been one of the hardest things about getting them on board with the Inspired Internet Pledge, for example. So we say, you don't have to play with each other, just play with us. And we will play with everybody. So, I mean, it is sort of simple playground economics, if you will. And I think also what's happening as these companies recognize the long-term sort of value of what we're suggesting, the more that they, jump on. And, I sort of describe them as all standing on the edge of the pool, watching to see who, they don't want to be the first to jump in the pool, but they also don't want to be the last. Right. So they want to be second or third. And that's kind of what's happening, particularly now that we have Pinterest and TikTok on board. That the other bigs are saying, oh, wow, maybe we should be there.
Yeah. Well, so I completely understand that complacency is not an option here. And I really appreciate all the work that you you do, and same with you, Larissa. And with just a few seconds left, I would love to ask both of you if there is one word or a phrase of inspiration that you would like to give to the audience, especially with your work, Half the Story, and for you, the Inspired Internet Pledge. So I'll go with you first, Larissa.
We can't save the world through fear.
Wow, she had that prepared.
Right. That was more than one word.
I said or phrase.
I'm going with one word.
I said a word or a phrase. I did.
But I'm going to go with hope.
Hope. Okay, now you got to add more with the phrase.
Okay. Well, hope is something we dream about, but hope needs to be empowered by action. And if we have a hope, if we have a North Star that we are guiding toward, we will never achieve perfection. That doesn't mean we shouldn't keep perfecting ourselves every day.
Perfect. So I just want to say thank you to both of you. Thank you, the audience, for letting us moderate.
Thank you.
I believe that please stay seated because the closing remarks are coming soon. And I would also say, reach out to all of us on LinkedIn. This is what we do, and creating this movement and keeping this energy is what we love.
Yes. I, in fact, have some cards for people if they want.
Brilliant. Dr. Michael, Dr. Elizabeth, Larissa, thank you so much. Absolutely first class. And so refreshing to think of that perfecting as opposed to perfection as well. Just a fantastic initiative. Inspired Internet Pledge. Very easy to find on the web as we speak, so please do lend your support.
Well, we're so happy, but sad at the same time that we're almost done with this amazing version of the Sync Summit for 2024.
Is it almost done?
But I think so.
We needed an extra day, Mo.
I think we could have used an extra day, yeah.
I just want to know if Jose's...
Are you here? Are you going to be here with us?
We're here.
I think they can free up their Fridays.
I just want to know if Jose's still trending, Mo. That's
I checked. No, he was no longer trending.
Okay.
But it was a good 24 hours.
I want Inspired Internet Pledge to start trending. That's what I really need. But it is almost time to draw a close to the Sync Summit 2024. And it's been an absolute honor to host you, and to the many, many, many people who have been tuning in around the world, and of course, to everybody here in ITRA. I've absolutely loved co-hosting with you two, I must say, but we are part of a much, much bigger team. We have to say that. So thank you for making us feel so welcome. By the way, one quick request. We would love you to share your pictures, tag us in those as Sync Summit, and of course here at ITHRA. We want to see the summit through your eyes, really, and know what you thought overall. So don't forget, we've got a feedback form which we'd love you to fill in, because we want to make this bigger and stronger and better as we go. And I know that we've got a final word, but Mo, we should all three of us keep in touch and do this again, because it's been such an inspiring couple of days, hasn't it?
It really has. Thank you all for joining us in this year's 2024 event. And hopefully we see you all again in next year's edition.
We will, and we've been made to feel here, haven't we? So welcome here at ITHRA, and that's why I know we're going to introduce a final speaker, aren't we, to sum it up for us. Tell us.
That's true. So basically, I'm really honored to give a chance for one of the greatest people who made this live, and it gives me a great pleasure to invite someone, as I mentioned, really special and who worked hard to make this event alive. And I'll let her just wrap it up and wrap the Sync Summit for 2024. Please welcome to the stage Head of Sync at ITRA, Wafha Nafjan.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Muhammad Islam, Ghadir al-Shahri, and Ali Barrett. And thank you so much for joining us here at the Sync Summit 2024, for those who are here at ITHRA and online with us. Yesterday, Abdullah Rashid, our director at ITHRA, shared the story of inviting strangers to his home, strangers that he could not get rid of and has had to learn to live with. Like Abdullah, today we are all living the same situation. The technology has invaded our lives and have taken a front seat with us every day without our permission. We have so much to think about. Over the past 2 days in the summit, we have seen how the capability of technology brings with them a new kind of power. Amidst the novelty and even the magic, there is still some darkness. The picture of our tech-informed tomorrow is no longer the futurist vision of flying cars. It is a reality we are living in today, transforming how we live, work, and interact with each other in the physical world in a very deeply troubling way, and the future of our kids tomorrow will look very, very different. But the many wonderful speakers who have joined us here at Think Summit have shared, quite literally, ways to believe that even with this darkness, there is more magic. Reasons to embrace belief in a future where humanity and technology can healthily coexist. Reasons to increase our trust, maybe just a little bit, with technology companies, where, as Steve Wozniak said yesterday in the summit, accountability and responsibility have too often been absent. We have seen how technologies can be more than tools, but genuine catalysts for change. They are opening up new avenues for progress and inspiring us to tackle challenges that once seemed impossible. The reality that there is no hiding from these technological advancements. It is how we choose to respond to these changes that matters. Indeed, at Think, we believe that a digital renaissance is possible, but there is no renaissance that can be done in silos. A renaissance requires responsibility, curiosity, expression, and connectedness. So, as I say goodbye to everyone while you're going back home, I want to leave you with a reminder of our commitment here at Think. We are here to engage and encourage discourse in how we let technology in. We are here to support and foster a community of forward thinkers. And we are here to continue to confront the bigger question, even if we don't have the answers yet. We look forward to continuing this commitment with everyone. Thank you very much for joining us here, and see you in the next summit.